Topstep opening call. I've been waiting all morning for this.
Yes, and I have too. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. Welcome to Opening Call. And of course, this is Topstep TV. The biggest and best names in the trading world are on this show. You're not going to find any other show like this on the internet. And if they're trying, they're not going to make it. Hey, this is Opening Call. He's Rock, and I'm Roll. We have an informative and educational show for you today, and each and every day. We're going to rock you. We're going to roll you. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, your good friend, neighbor, the sunshine of your day, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you true friends are never apart, maybe in distance, but never in heart. There you go. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend. Yes, that very good friend of mine, trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, John Hoagland. Hello, Johnny. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Eddie. Feeling good. Ready for another week, another month. July 1st already. Yeah. Opening call. Don't forget, everybody, our focus here is on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. It's a pleasure, an honor, and I'm very grateful to be with you here today, Eddie, and with everybody. I understand it's a very special day for you, Eddie.
Yes, I'm 8 months pregnant. No. Yes, it is. It is a special day, but didn't want to put that out front.
Maybe we'll talk about that later.
Sure. It is a special day. All right, Johnny, let's get on with the news here. Lots of, gosh, I tell you, July 1st news. We did see that the futures did edge higher today at the start of it's going to be a holiday shortened week, folks. All right. This Thursday is the 4th of July, and we will be shortening it, but we'll be back on Friday. So Dow futures, we did see the Dow futures contract was about 50 points, 0.1% higher. S&P futures climbed about 11, and the NASDAQ rose about 62. Wall Street's coming off the mixed quarter with the S&P 500 NASDAQ composite adding about 3.9% and 8.3% respectively, while the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1.7%. Investors are focusing their attention, John will be talking about this too, Non-Farm Friday. So this is a way they're going to be reporting, taking a fresh look at indicators when the Fed Reserve might, just that word might, could be cut interest rates. Well, we're going to see. I tell you, that is the mystery of 2024. Additionally, Jerome Powell is to make an appearance at the European Central Bank's annual forum in Portugal. So hopefully there's a lot of wine going around and he sort of opens up more than he should have. So that's going to be, I think, Wednesday's minutes. Fed's June meeting will be parsed with the central bank's view. So we'll see if we can get anything out of that going forward. And the EU is, the European Union, set to charge meta platforms with breaking the block's digital rules. So it seems like these meta platforms are not staying in tune with what the EU is asking, talking about the pay or consent model, noting that this choice provides false alternative with financial barriers forcing them to consent their personal data. So I don't blame them for that. I wish they would do that here in the States. But Johnny, what else we got here?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, today, and throughout the week, at 8:45 Central Chicago time, we do have the PMI manufacturing final number coming out at 9 o'clock Central time today, the ISM manufacturing index, as well as construction spending. At 10:30, there are a 3-month and a 6-month bill auction. I don't see any talking feds on the schedule for today, but as for the rest of the week, tomorrow, we see at 8:30, Jerome Powell is due to speak at 9 a.m. Central. The job openings labor turnover survey comes out. That's the first employment number that's coming out this week. Wednesday is jam-packed. We've got the mortgage applications, job cut
Yeah.
report, ADP employment report, international trade, jobless clams, PMI composite final, factory orders, ISM services index, EIA petroleum status report, a couple of shorter time frame bill auctions, and that's all. Oh, and the natural gas report is on Wednesday because, as we know, Thursday is the Independence Day holiday, and we have the FOMC minutes coming out at 1 p.m. Central Time on Wednesday. Of course, Thursday,
Big. Yeah.
nothing. Friday, unemployment, non-farm payrolls, of course, Baker Hughes rig count, and that is going to wind up the week for us. Yes, it is a shortened week. It is my wife's birth month. So we've got that going on, and but that's all we're looking at as far as economic numbers. As far as the VIX this morning, it's up pretty good this morning at 12.97. Dollar index a little bit lower at 105.72 the last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year jumping up a little bit this morning, 4.44%. And that's what we're looking for as far as economic numbers are concerned. Eddie.
Hey, Donna is such a sweetheart. I haven't seen her in a while. Please tell her that I said hello.
I sure will. I sure will. Thank you.
Yes, dude, where's my crude? Well, let's talk about that right now. We've got crude here popping the top, 82.24. We haven't seen that 82 in a while, but it's been sort of moving to that right now. Crude oil making a nice move north. So we did see it trade 0.9% higher. Brent 0.8% better. Now, both of the contracts gained about 6% in June after the OPEC and their allies group is known as OPEC Plus, extended most of its deep oil output cuts well into 2025. So keep an eye on that. Now, did you hear about this? We've did the GameStop stock. Now there is a run on Chewy stock by the same guy. Shares in online pet retailer Chewy, CHWY is the acronym, rose sharply in Monday's pre-market trading. That was after the stock influencer Keith Gill, yes, hello kitty, revealed a 6.6% stake in the company. We're not talking steak you put on your grill. The stock was up more than 16%. It's probably up even more. Once again, here we'll keep an eye on that. Not to say that it's going to make any difference what we're doing here in our indices, but you never know. Disclosure was filed by U.S. Securities. Gill featuring a picture of a dog. That was his clue. Led to the surge of Chewy's share, which is just probably around the year, I think the high of its history. Now, here's the thing. All right. Notably, GameStop CEO Chairman Ryan Cohen. You think he has anything to do with Chewy? Yes, he's the founder of Chewy. Recent speculation has suggested that Cohen might use GameStop's newfound wealth from roaring kitty-driven stock surge to acquire a stake of or all of Chewy. So there you have it. My goodness. Anyway, let's get to our tip of the week. I figured I'd share that with you, and I bet you Jack has some more goodies on that later in the day. But adaptability. Got adaptability up here. Yes, markets are consistently changing, constantly, due to everything. I mean, hello, kitty. NVIDIA, economic data, geopolitical events, market sentiment. Traders must adapt their strategies to align with current market conditions. Right? Like they say, I hate to say it, but adapt or die is such a true meaning here if you cannot adapt to market adjustments. Johnny, what do you got for adaptability?
Well, you really have to be able to adapt. I mean, markets change people and people change markets. If you're unable to adjust to what the market is telling you, to be able to adapt to that, it's going to be a rough road. One of the things that I say every morning at the end of the opening call is remain creative, and being creative is a big part of being adaptable. Markets are going to change. If we can't change to where the markets are telling us, what the markets are telling us, it's going to be a tough time sometimes. There's
Yeah.
always things changing. Always be ready to be creative, be ready to change, be adaptable, and let the market tell you what it's thinking about doing and how good of a job it's doing in doing that. So it's always so important to remain adaptable in everything, really.
Right. All right. Before we do go on to the charts, please, we do have our 100 Top Step VIP winners, and you will receive your invitation via email by the end of the day. I don't have a list. John doesn't have a list. Please don't ask for a list. You will. We have our 100. So check at the end, by the end of the day, check your email and see if you are a lucky winner. Also, please remember to be kind to our support team. They're working day and night to answer all issues. They worked all weekend. Everybody should probably be caught up. There should be a lot of answers, questions, and requests that have been taken care of. So back to business. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants? Let's go to the charts and see what's going on.
Let's definitely do that. Let's take a look. And as always, starting with the daily. Now, this is the daily in the E-mini S&Ps. We all know that the longer time frame upside move is intact, moving higher, moving higher. Right now, we're in an area of distribution or balance, chop, range, whatever you want to call it. And we're pretty much right in the middle of it. Now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days really of remaining largely in balance. Last week's entire range occurred on Friday. The market looked up against those all-time highs that did occur in the overnight session, stopped short, came all the way back down, and put in the low for the week. Now, we had been talking throughout the week about how 55.10, 55.15, that whole area down there was really presenting some pretty decent support, and it still remains supportive. Looking at that as somewhat pivotal, although I do have the weekly kickoff level a little bit lower than that at 54.87. I don't think that the broader I don't think that the overall market in the S&Ps is really is at risk of changing market state until we find some participation and spend some time below that level. So we're looking at 55.10 as, above that level. Buyers seem to be in control. It's been supported several times. We'll take a look at that on the 30-minute chart here very shortly. Coming off that high that we had on Friday, we added about 25,000 in open interest. Now that hints of adding new shorts to the market. And what do these equities markets do? They eat shorts. They let people get short and then they just seem to run it up on them. So without the advent of any bad news, I'm looking for this market to remain relatively range bound and eventually break out to the upside. We can't predict these things. We don't know what's going to happen. It just seems like as long as we hold above that 55.10 level, we're going to be doing pretty good. The market has to rest once in a while, and I'm looking at this as kind of an upside digestion area. Remember, it is a holiday week. It is a data heavy week as far as employment information is concerned. Keep that in mind. Here's the 30-minute chart. Yeah. Well, okay. So yeah, there's the entire range from last week. We put in the high short of the all-time high that occurred in the overnight session, and we put in the low where? Well, right down near 55.10. We've been watching that. We were watching that level for the better part of the week. And look at how many times the market tested to that level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times that we can see here just on the 30-minute chart. What are we looking at today? Overnight inventory? No, not really. Nothing there. Are we inside range? Yes, we're inside Friday's range, which is the entire range for the week. Are we inside value? No, probably not. Looking at it on this chart, on this platform, is value low around 55.34. We did put in a late spike at the end of the day on Friday. What is a late spike? Well, the market opened, rallied, and then trended lower the rest of the day, continuing to extend the range to the downside and then closing in that 30-minute bar at the end of the day. So the base of the late spike, and something I'll be keeping an eye on as far as a semi-important level today, is 55.27 quarter. That is the base of the late spike. That's when the market started to extend below the previous session low right at the end of the day and then close lower. So that is, there's a basic rule around that. If we open in the late spike or below it, that is an indication of potential acceptance of lower pricing. If we open above a late spike to the downside, that is potential rejection of lower pricing. Where are we right now? Well, we're basically right at the base of the late spike. Might be an interesting morning based on that level for a potential opportunity. But again, we don't really have any overnight inventory. Not really looking at anything really that important to be doing here this morning just yet. We'll see how this plays out. So again, late spikes in the S&P and the NASDAQ. Speaking of the NASDAQ, let's take a look at what is going on with the NASDAQ now. So again, we've got a little upside digestion here. We know that the longest time frame trend is to the upside and usually tends to be in the equities. But here we are. We're in balance. We're very centrally located as far as price is concerned, right smack in the middle of the current area of balance. Taking a look at last week's low and high, 19,726 on the low end, 20,273 on the upside. And we're right smack in the middle of it. We've got weekly kickoff high at 20,230. We got weekly kickoff low at 19,500. Again, last week's low is somewhat pivotal. As long as we hold above that, I believe that the shorter time frame buyers are in control. If we start to give that level up, then I could see a test down to weekly kickoff low. And that is where I'm really thinking longer time frame traders might begin to adjust inventories. We didn't add open interest off the high that we put in on Friday. We lost 6,600 in open interest. So there's a little bit of a divergence in what these markets are telling us between the S&P and the NASDAQ. That's not unusual. It just tends to blur the lines a little bit. But again, I'm really not in a big hurry to do anything because, again, we were opening in range and relatively close to value. And, it is a holiday week. These markets are, I think, very data thirsty. They're looking for new information, for new moves away from the current area of balance. And we don't know when that is going to happen. So here's the 30-minute chart, big range on Friday. Again, the late spike. Overnight inventory is relatively flat. We don't have a lot of, points of contact on last week's low like we do in the S&Ps. So we're really just kind of right smack in the middle of the area of balance that we've been in now for a few days, for about a week, I would have to say. The late spike in the downside, okay? The late spike base. In other words, that's when right at the end of the day, the last 30 minutes, price extended range lower and closed down at the lows there. So the base of the late spike in the NASDAQ is 19,984, looking like we're going to be opening below that level in the late spike, potentially indicating acceptance of lower pricing. Another level here in the NASDAQ that I'm kind of interested in seeing if we get to it. The afternoon pullback high up at 20,071.75. So 20,071 and the orders, 3 quarters. We get there, that looks like an interesting opportunity for me. But the market is opening in range below value. We reject the late spike and get back into value. That could bring us to value acceptance and could bring price higher. But if we can't get back above that, the base of that late spike, again, that's 20,071 and 3 quarters, the orders. If we can't get back above that, then I could see this market trying to continue to push to the downside. Just be careful. I think there's a lot of short time frame control in these markets, and it's going to be the fact that they're kind of far away from some of the bigger levels indicates to me that we're going to be looking at some shorter time frame levels that may or may not be respected. Take a look here at Crude oil. All right. So we've got our weekly kickoff high here at 82.35. Currently 82.29 is our extended trading hour range. I'm looking at that as a potential area of rejection. In other words, if we get a chance to take an execution there, it's going to help us limit our risk. Now, on Friday, we looked above that level, but we rejected it very quickly, and we added 6,500 in open interest against that level. So it looks like we found some decent sellers up there. That additional 6,500 in open interest indicates the potential for new short entries up against that level. So keep an eye on that. That overnight high and the weekly kickoff high going to be somewhat pivotal to that. And we've got last week's high at 82.72, also looking potentially for an area of rejection. Now, the market has been in the medium time frame moving to the upside. We see obviously higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, even suggestion that has been established below weekly kickoff low has an upward tint to it. So I'm thinking if we can maintain some time, participation, volume, and momentum above that 82.35, I can see this market continuing this push to the upside. But we need to accept above that before that is going to happen. The 30-minute chart looks a lot like this. All right, so there's our rejection above that level, 82.35 weekly kickoff high. Took a look towards it in the overnight session, looking like we may get another look at that level in the regular trading hour session. We finally have taken out this naked TPO point of control, although from all the way back on April the 26th in the regular trading hours. Okay, so we've accomplished that. What does that mean? Well, it's a visual regular trading hours. It has not been visited yet. Now it has. Looking like, this looks like a pretty decent opportunity. I mean, just take a look at what happened on Friday. The market was too long in the overnight session. It really resolved even before we opened up in large part. And then, we pushed lower, just kind of ranged the rest of the day. The profile is a bit of a B-shaped profile, which would indicate long liquidation. But with the increase in open interest, that is not supported. That is saying that we saw some potential new shorts coming into this market. And where would those new shorts be coming in from? They'd be coming in from after we put in that high on the Thursday into Friday overnight session. And that is where I think that they may start to feel a little bit of squeeze if the market can get there. If those sellers are still here, weekly kickoff high looks like a pretty interesting level to limit risk. It's all about limiting risk. The profile, again, B-shaped, not supported by a decrease in open interest, indicating new shorts came into this market and pushed price lower on Friday. Keep that in mind. And let's take a quick look at gold now. Still range bound, still in balance, still short time frame controlled. Volume very low. Open interest, we added 800 on Friday. I consider that to be somewhat inert. It doesn't really mean that much. Price central, inside of range, inside of balance, inside of weekly kickoff high and low, inside last week's range. Be careful. There's short time frame markets can offer really good short time frame levels. The problem is, again, as usual, there are probably going to be a lot of short time frame levels that people are going to be paying attention to. Overnight inventory was a little bit long. Obviously, that has now been reconciled, tested up near last week's high, rejection, back into range, back into value. Just looking at this as what has changed? Well, the market looked higher, it looked above value, came back inside value, traded through the low of value, 23.3660. What are we looking at? We're just stay patient. Stay patient. If you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. Make sure that the ones that come and find you are the ones that you're really interested in. The profile on Friday wasn't a very strong excess on the high. There was excess there, pretty decent excess on the lows. Be careful, be cautious, take your deep breath, make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading, and make sure you pray for peace, everyone, every day. And let's get down to business. Let's have a good trading day.
Let's get down to business. Hey, coming up here, we've got Fast Markets. Oh, yeah, the guy next to me, MP Deanna, Nick for a tick. Peter Tuckman's going to join us here today. We've also got Jack, TopQuiz, and a mystery guest. Anne Marie's going to join us here for Strategy Lab this afternoon. Gabe Dolby and Ray will be closing out with Awa Awa. So we're going to take a little break here. Johnny meets you at the coffee machine, a little gossip, a little chit chat, and we'll be right back. Don't go away. Big day today. Let's get our Chewy stocks in the gates. Hear about that?
Get the horses in there, Eddie.
There's the horses. Get it? Yeah, that's probably what some of those biscuits are made out of. But anyway, Johnny, all you, my friend.
Thanks, Eddie. Hi, welcome everybody. It is time for Fast Markets Monday. We have the lovely and talented trader Deanna with us. We have Nick for a tick, the creator of the VIX what is it?
It's not real.
No, it's not real.
What's that?
This is a lie.
The VIX doubt movement.
Oh,
And
I
Alan
thought you were
Mike
the
is
VIX.
back.
Yeah, I know. Let's get going.
Good to have you
Nick,
back, my friend.
Nick, I thought it was a VIX deflator because isn't your whole thing every time you come out here the markets slow down?
I mean, there was a trading buddy of mine who literally took a exact like timestamp of Nick going live on Fast Markets and seeing the immediate vol suppression by institutions out of the gate of just, selling it down from 13 and change back to 12, like almost immediately as soon as I showed my face. So there was some correlation.
Well, if you got a chart for it, let's share it. NASDAQ is trading 19,550.
I did take a rare short in the pre-market in my XFAs off the 989 level and covered in the 70s. So good start there, bringing my XFAs back to life. But we are opening a little bit lower here.
989 was a great fill.
It was. I was going to leave it open, but I want to trade my live account. So I decided just to cover. And, same thing. When I'm in a drawdown in the XFAs, I'm trying to slowly kind of jab those back. So I'm probably done for the day in that.
Yep.
All right,
I'm going to draw down. I call it going back to trading 101. That's what I do.
Yeah, small wins, 10, 15 points to hit those $600 winners in the XFAs, build it back up, to a positive balance and kind of go from there.
No heroes, correct.
All right, so the equities have left the opening ranges at the low of the session so far. Both of the opening ranges have broken to the upside. This area in the NASDAQ that we're at right here, what is this?
Here's next 1989. 85. Go ahead, Johnny.
984 is the base of the late spike that was put in on Friday, but with the opening range, the low of the session, I'm not looking to short it there.
Okay.
That said,
with it being 4th of July and us, if you really look at kind of the 4-hour chart on ES and NQ for pretty much the last 2 weeks, we've basically been in about a 200 point balance range on the NASDAQ and about a 40 point balance range on ES. So until we kind of break out of 55.60 or get below 55.20 on ES, you're playing the edges here on a longer time frame zone. It seems like that's pretty, and I don't really expect us to really move out of there given the 4th of July holiday and a lot of people probably taking off at some point tomorrow even, to kind of start that vacation already.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be shocked if we get a an outside type move this week from that balance zone, especially because we haven't been able to kind of make a decision and decide, are we going to move up to a new all-time high once again, or are we moving lower? It was interesting seeing motivated sellers kind of step in on Friday with a little bit of aggression, especially after kind of that, typical hold my beer type bid that we saw out of the gate in the indices.
Yeah, that was amazing. The entire week on Friday was the entire week last week was put with the high and the low were put in on Friday in the S&Ps. Both extremes for the week were put in on Friday.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I had a upsetting quick day being I'm not kidding, about 3 minutes too early to short it like twice and then immediately getting back in with my conviction thinking I'm right. And then of course hitting a daily loss limit. And then it rolls over about 2 minutes later after getting stopped out a third time trying to short it in the 220s to 240s on the NASDAQ. So upsetting day for me, but it was the right read. Just needed to, this is something I'm still working on. It's just waiting for the sellers to show up rather than trying to, be one of the first people to sell it.
Picking the highs.
Guys, at the top of your screen is a daily daily levels. We have in here our coaches levels. Now you're also going to hear from Nick for Tick in here live, and Deanna and others. But this is all in here. I assume it is updated because I've refreshed my screen. JD, you can let us know, or Jack or Gabe. I do like it. I like it a lot. I just saw it for the first time. They have Coach Jay, Coach Jack, Coach Ray, John Hoagland, the one and only, Coach Paul, Coach Vince. So we have some of these in here. I think there's a better way we can lay it out, so we're going to work with that. I'm going to give them some feedback that we can do that better to make it a little bit easier because you can scroll down. Some of the guys have the same levels, which means we could go back to John, how they used to do it down in the pit. If there's like multiple blah, blah, blah reasons why, they put an asterisk,
right.
They put an asterisk. They have 3. Yep. They show a little bit more emphasis. So we could probably do that to make it better for you guys. Because right now I'm taking notes on the 938s, 27s, 906. Then you got a few others in here that are saying the 1906s. There's 206s, so I'm going to go an asterisk there, an asterisk there. So I'm drawing this out, but I'm going to give them feedback to improve this page. But I think it's great. I think it's great. So now you're going to see from other people. And eventually all these levels will be on TradingView charts on TopstepX only. No charge, all there. Just select it and it'll show up. Use them or don't use them.
That base of the late spike in the NASDAQ turned out to really be a nice place to sell it. I was nervous about trying to sell it there because the opening range was the low of the session. But if we get another chance up there, that looks like it might be another pretty decent level for a potential cheap short. That level is 984. 984. Write that down.
So we're
And
going
we
to
did
be
once
focusing
again-
on NQ or ES for the house account?
Anything that has that we're looking for. This is a collective thoughts, your thoughts. Johnny Hoagland, I'd like to get your thoughts in here. You are the great guru of high level. And then Nick for a tick, people in the chat. We like to go the funded traders in the chat. You've kind of proven that you're seeing the markets well, current state, meaning right now. If you were funded, that's fine. But the folks that see it currently as the ones that you really kind of lean into when they're giving you some feedback on what they're seeing or sharing some thoughts on what they're seeing.
We do have some economic numbers. We have one coming out at 8:45. Eddie, would you mind going over the economic numbers due out today for us?
Yeah, real quick here. We do got one coming out about 8 minutes here. S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI, they're looking at 51.7, prior 51.3. In about 23 minutes, we do have our construction spending. Also, the biggie here is the ISM Manufacturing PMI, also the ISM Manufacturing prices for June. 11 o'clock here today, Atlanta Fed. We got a 6-month bill auction at 10:30, and that's going to be about it for today. Back to you, Johnny.
Thanks, Eddie. So,
Hey, how is everybody doing in chat? Everybody have a good weekend. Little glass half full positivity talk. Did we have a good weekend? If that's a yes, throw it in there. If there's a no, just lean back and look at all the yeses.
got a lot done around the house, Mike. A lot done around the house, and it's July 1st, so you know it's Donna's birth month.
Well, there you go. So she's got a honey-do list.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Well, you're a little late for spring cleaning, but I'll the fact that you're doing it.
The weeds around
right,
here
so-
grow really fast.
Yeah. I got short up there at 58s, but I covered, so I'm up like 350 right now. But that was when Nick was talking, or you were talking about the retest, or Nick was talking about the retest. But it's also a bunch of where's it at? 84s. That's next 84s, 89s up there.
We
guys
did.
see-
So the bottom of my kind of, I would say, 2-week balance on NQ is pretty much 930s, 920s. Like, you know, obviously uses a wider range when you're trying to figure out an NQ balance, just the way it moves. But we pretty much did bounce right off it. And for the most part, outside of the kind of the euro low that we hit, which basically was an excess push below Friday's low, that level has pretty much held for about 2 weeks without any substantial movement below it. So it's something to kind of keep in mind as you're looking at, hey, do we kind of break out of this range that we've been in this week? If the answer is no, I expect that 900 to 930 level to hold. And if we get some significant selling below it, that's not something I'm necessarily looking to fade. But for the time being, for the last 2 weeks, we continue to kind of hold that and then kind of hug around that 20,000 level.
Crude new high here, 82.35.
I was just going to ask D. We got 82.35. Is the weekly kickoff high? Is there anything you see that you like there?
Right now, it's a little bit too early. It's Monday. I have some levels of interest that are more towards 81.50 and below. Apart from that, if I'm going to go into a trade in and around this area, I would prefer to get more information. So given that it's, Monday, yeah, obviously we've got the summer demand taking hold. But right now it's looking a little bit spiky on a 30-minute chart. I never really like seeing wicks on both sides of the candles if I'm going to run a directional trade. So I'm going to sit and wait for a little while until I have a better idea of what they're trying to do here. And with ES and NQ, ES is opening inside value, which means it opened inside balance. So unless we actually exit that, it was quite some force. I don't see anything super obvious here. I've got a level down at 55.14 and then further down around 5,500. And then to the upside, I have 55.45 as a level of interest, and then higher up 55.58. All of those are my average session and daily ranges. And given that we open inside value, I would be looking to fade the edges of whichever kind of extreme we establish today. So that would be my plan for the day.
No, NASDAQ traded outside of value, traded right to the base of the late spike and has been breaking.
Yeah,
John.
I wonder if that has anything to do with NVIDIA making a run at 120 again.
So NASDAQ
Down
does look
almost 2%.
weaker. Yeah, NASDAQ does look weaker because it opened below value, just about. But whenever
what do you guys
the
think?
two are not aligning, I'm a little bit hesitant to take that as the open sentiment on NQ.
John, we have a couple asterisks, which means we have a couple folks that said the same level. 906. Why do you like the 906? You said it up here on the daily levels.
It's Friday's low.
Friday's low. Damn, Nick, you're all over it. Nick, did you look at something, or is this just because being around good traders, they understand levels, they know what happened. Like last week, you could, on the top of your head, I don't know because I wasn't here last week, know the certain levels that either the markets traded around that was pretty significant and or highs and lows. Usually, you get these guys that have this, picture snapshot minimum, whatever it's called.
Yeah. So everything for me is either eyeballed or, marked myself with a horizontal line for some significance, like something happened there that makes it just something for me to observe, or I just use MGI, and that's just, hey, what was the high? What was the low? What was the overnight high to overnight low? And most platforms, have a built-in indicator that at least pre-populate that. So I like to use it in my market prep. And when we're kind of looking at Sunday Globex Open, when I'm doing my weekly prep, that's usually when I will manually mark some, as well as make sure all of my MGI type levels are spitting out. And most of those are going to be previous week high, previous week low, those kind of ranges. Where's the value area high of last week, value area low? Just very simple market generated information because, without getting too crazy and fancy indicators, that stuff's right more than it's wrong is what I would say. So that's why I use it.
Well, hold on. Do you prep before the week? Well, hold on.
I know, shocking, right?
What? Hey, poll, who preps before the week? Sunday scaries. We do not have them in trading. That's the exciting part because we have the Monday excitement, unlike a lot of 9-to-5ers. That's kind of my take on it, doing this for the last 20-something years.
I lied. I don't prep. I just full port, a 15 lot right out of the gate at Globex Open. I think that's what you do.
Well, you, my friend, reset quite a bit then. And/or you blew out the kid's college fund. I'm going to give you two options. You've done one of the two at some point.
I gotta prep. Right? If I prep, I feel like I'm just taking stabs.
No, do you prep weekend? Do you weekend prep for Monday? No, weekend prep for the week. Usually what you're doing, right? You're prepping for the week, not just for Monday.
Sunday night.
It's usually the week.
Yeah, it's usually the week, guys. That should be week. But I'm assuming if you're prepping on Monday, you're probably prepping a little bit further out too.
Well, let's prep for this number coming up. We got about 30 seconds. Make sure there's a big number here. So make sure if you want to position on, if not, make sure that you are flat.
I'm up $800. I'm up $800 on just a few shorts around here.
Nice.
Yeah, so we got to keep it growing without keeping it, flowing out.
And down to that 906.
Yep, I know. Do you like it as a house account play? I don't like it right now because there's a number coming out. But if it were to go through and firm back up, what would you say? Go ahead, Eddie.
Coming in at 51.6, not too bad. They were looking at a 51.7, and the prior was a 51.7. So just slightly lower on that. And if you're looking at it, anything that's below that should be taken. Anything lower should be taken as a negative bearish for the U.S. dollar.
Okay,
Back
so
to
we're
you.
trading 19.920s, 25s, whatever. We have the 06s down there and a couple asterisks, meaning it's pretty important. We're trading 20s now, 19.918s now. Do we like anything on the house account, or do we think this is a melt through? Nick, do you like anything down here in the 906s, the 900s, anything in this zone, this DCA
Not
zone?
yet. There's like a 700 lot, maybe even 800 between 26.50 and 26. Like there's a lot of people looking to get filled. So if anything, I'd wait to see if we fill that liquidity on the S&P.
Okay.
Yeah, like 27. It seems like they're moving though. Like they're chasing a little bit, or
those that can't see what
weird.
Nick's seeing, that's called
That
depth
is
of
the
market.
overnight low. We can use that as an orientation point, see what they do with it. At 26 level.
It kind of looks like it's an institution, just almost like a liquidity thing, and it's like moving roughly 4 points up and down, like every tick. So I don't know how real that order actually is because it keeps moving up and down.
Following price, sort of, right?
Yeah. It's like basically just like come get me liquidity.
Okay, we're trading 19.890s. That's the low. 90s. New lows again.
Right. We're below Friday's low in the NASDAQ. We have an influencer that comes on once in a while. That's the only time he shorts the equities is when it's below the previous day's low.
Yeah, it's Austin, isn't it?
I think the people we got coming on, Johnny, I think the people we got coming on ours, we should retitle them as a trader that streams live.
Traders.
Because the influencers are the ones to me that are the different style than the trader that streams.
I agree.
We call them actual traders.
Actual traders.
Actual traders.
Not entertainers that make money with the affiliate revenue rather than trading.
1 million a year. I know a lot of them are getting paid from somebody else, and that's crazy. Plus 30% of everything that gets sold. That's the rumor. I've heard it.
Those live golfers, man.
Gosh, those guys actually have talent. Come on.
I know.
Well, it's a great technical pattern if you can catch the breakout below the frame of the video and get it to seek out that affiliate link. That's a great trade.
Oh, yeah. Seek out that. If you guys break down to...
We are kind of melting through this.
And then you go and buy a Lambo.
Then you buy a Lambo or a McLaren or a jacked up
or you
truck,
just rent it and film some content.
Or a slow motion airplane ride,
Getting
into the airplane.
Nice crude.
We stay to the downside.
Trader streamers. That's the guy
we have
on.
That 99 short.
15, and then down to last week's low. And then in the NASDAQ, 19.726. We stay below Friday's low.
We ripped through those 19.906s. That's a level. Sometimes those levels, because there's not support and resistance. We didn't say that word. We said important. Sometimes, like when you have a level that a lot of people like, it just rips through them. And it's kind of interesting to watch. And then when you get kind of a lighter, I don't know, iffy on a couple people are iffy on it, and it's a level we've traded at, sometimes it holds up better. Pretty interesting.
Little housekeeping. If you look up in the upper left corner of your screen there's a hashtag fast markets on X. Hashtag us. Send us a picture of your setup. Send us a picture of your dog. Send us a meme. We love those memes. Let us know, and we'll put those on screen near the end of Fast Markets.
Take a picture of what you did last weekend. Mowing the lawn, that's fine too.
A great picture of Dee and her doggos over the weekend on X. That was very cute.
Yes, we
Nineteen
were
eight sixty. Guys, we're making new lows. We're making new lows. We're on our lows, new lows again. 19,855.
Still going.
19,853.
Close your eyes and sell.
19,852.
Mm,
19,850.
yeah, so the initial
19,840.
balance size is becoming pretty sizable. And I will say that for probably about 80% of the days, that's usually not the sign of a trend. Too much, too soon, too big a fall typically ends up as a range bound day. So I'm just going to say that. Be careful.
And ES just basically went to the overnight low. So let's see if
It
pushes through or bounces right off.
I
and
have
back
the
into range.
ADR. I have the ADR low at 55.15. Actually, the session range low. ADR low is closer to the round number. But because we have some Asian lows here as well, 55.15 becomes an area of interest too.
Bonds are getting killed today. Yields are up.
Do you feel bonds move equities?
I feel like they have in time, or sometimes they do, but also we get so many weeks that where equities don't care about anything macro or anything that's going on outside of what is Nvidia doing today. So I don't know. I used to look at them more. Now it's hard to gauge because sometimes you feel like they, people even say too, they tend to, precede the move in equities at times. They tend to be smarter traders, the bond guys. They tend to be a little bit ahead of, what may happen next. But I don't know. It still seems like the indices don't really care what everything else is doing because there used to be correlations with what the dollar's doing and versus, what the indices are doing. And even now that seems like a little bit less.
There is a counter correlation whenever there's monetary policy speeches happening. But aside from that, they're not that correlated on other days.
Yeah.
At least that's been my experience.
It's just hard to make that, I guess, that assumption anymore. It feels like sometimes it exists, sometimes it doesn't.
Mm-hmm. And that is very true. Yeah. It will be conducive to my experience too.
Let's see if we can
George
bounce back into the range.
Yeah, George S. This guy MP.
This
guy MP might be the owner, but he's a pain in the ass. So effing distracting. Where's Dakota? It's MP, not MP, not NP. You know what?
Maybe
if anything's distracting, guys. Yeah, exactly. If anything's distracting, put it on mute.
Right.
Yeah. If anything's distracting, put it on mute, or you can shut it off. It's totally fine. We're just trading here. $19,858.
NASDAQ just
low's 41.
I may try a long, but I just realized we have more PMI here in 7 minutes.
Yep.
So I'm going to wait. We've got ISM manufacturing. Yeah, there's just no point until kind of after the news clears.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Boy, that base of the late spike, man. Look at this. And I said I didn't want to take it. There's the base of the late spike. In other words, price at the end of the day pushed outside the previous range and closed lower. Market opened, traded right to it. Base of the late spike, 19,984.
Thank you. Yes. The truckers that are driving right now, I was listening all last week. Has to be price levels or else you're not catching. You're missing some valuable content.
And only because the opening range was left at the low of the day, I was like, I don't really want to take that. That can be a pretty strong nuance, but it turned out to just be the right thing to do.
The low is 19,841. Do we have any levels? I'm looking at our levels on here. Anybody saying the 40 range? Here's a 38. No, it's a 938.
I was looking down to the 15.
Okay.
815. There's some congestion down there right here. Right around 815, 820.
Coach Ray had an average daily range low of 840. 19,840. I mean, you would not have got filled on that unless you're trading a range. You traded 41.
Yeah, it's 841, right?
Well,
Everything's a range.
Yeah.
Everything's a zone, right?
My average daily range is putting that at what is that? 810. So lower. I do take the midnight open, or actually 11 p.m. my time, as the start of the day, because that's technically when we start the day. So to me, those tend to be a little bit more accurate. I find that some platforms are a little bit late to start the daily candle properly.
Really?
Yeah, especially NinjaTrader, it starts it at really odd times, and for some reason, it's like half an hour out, and then TraderVate is about 10 minutes. So it's like, what are you doing? But for some of our levels, we've tested them to death statistically through various mechanical algorithms and stuff. So I do have quite a bit of confidence, and we've seen those levels work so many times here.
All right, we got about 4 minutes. Eddie, you're going to come in.
808.
NVIDIA's still holding the 120 level, kind of cracked through it and then came back. So it's something to continue to watch because that is still that split price. I know we've talked about before, but it will have a big, still such a big weighting on the NASDAQ. It's just important to kind of keep in the back of your mind, especially as, like we said, that's the split price. And that's where I think a lot of new positions may have been established and things like that. So it's been acting as support, I would say, since we've kind of burst through and they split to 120.
Well, I'm all loaded up to buy some. I'm just waiting for a nice pullback. Do you have a good suggestion for that, Nick?
Hold on, for the house account, John?
No, for the NVIDIA.
Oh, no. Yeah. Nick says Nick thinks
no.
I'd have
to look at where, just because NVIDIA is not going to zero. But I just want it to be back in like the 80s to buy personally. Because that's whatever. Somewhere between that old 600 and 700, 800 price is like where I would be looking. So yeah, if it got back there, I'd be happy to buy it, especially in the 401k and other things too. But
well,
120 still
Speaking of buying stocks, this morning when old Roaring Kitty Cat has like 270 million of Chewy. Is that true?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Old NP. Jack NP over here, not MP, bought 1,000 shares right when I read that and said, all right, we'll try this out. So
I was assuming Jack had news, so I was waiting to say something sarcastic for him.
Perfect. Well, Gabe, let's show that order from MP. Let's see what his cost basis is, because
there you go. 30.
You're down.
27. I'm down.
You're down. I'm up on this.
Is he getting sued? Is Roaring Kitty getting sued? I saw that too.
I believe he is, yeah.
Apparently he was served.
If he's getting sued, Jim Cramer should have about a bazillion lawsuits against him.
So to do the news on it real quick, it was disclosed, I think because you have to if you own more than 5% of the company, that Roaring Kitty also owns 9 million shares of Chewy, or about 6.6% of it. Now, that's another $225 million or something that he has, which one assumes had to be made from the options trade last week when the price spiked, from like 28 to 40 on Chewy. It looks like he made another couple $100 million, then bought the stock. That's crazy. It's nuts. I don't know what else to say about it. I did sell the options though.
Speechless.
Is there a number coming out? This is getting really thin, and I have a 6 lot on.
Yes.
Yes.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I MP.
Okay. Can't trade
But
that.
we did get that bounce off 850 that I was kind of looking at, wanting to long without knowing there was news. You did get a pretty decent move there. But now
John, I did that in the house account. I did that in the house account by accident.
Okay.
I'm going to flatten it. We're up 463 in the house account.
Hey, good.
That was an accident.
If you're going to be the accidental trader, it's better to make money on it.
Right? There's your
Absolutely.
pop. Glad I got out.
We got our numbers coming out here.
All right.
ISM coming in at 52.1. We have the PMI ISM 48.5, and the US ISM better than expected here. New orders index 49.3 versus the 49. Also, the employment index coming in at 49.3. So, big one here was that construction spending. They were looking at a positive 0.2%, coming in at negative 0.1.
Yeah, DMAT have made the right call with the range play. And yes, we held that overnight low. That would have been probably your safe long. And now we're well back into the range of the day. And kind of to the base
play
of where
from
Friday's
the Asia
low was.
low,
Yeah.
It's usually a pretty good play in equities.
Well, I stuck that.
It was the
I got short
NASDAQ
15.
15?
9.15?
Just on my
Short?
my personal. Yeah. Tilt's very long. This is a run
I
up.
like it.
It paused on the 06s.
That was the Friday's
then
low.
Then it ripped through up to 22, so you would have had to take some heat there. It's not selling off.
Just a little heads up here. Fred Williams is sort of sparring some comments here and there over the wire. He's not on the list to be speaking, but I'll share those when they do come in.
Okay.
But he's
Thank
yapping.
you, Eddie.
Meanwhile, you can sue Roaring Kitty, but these guys can give monetary policy speeches without actually being on any sort of schedule whatsoever and move markets.
Yeah, since when does that happen? That's like very odd. Before, you had any Fed speaker had to be scheduled, whether he's speaking at, the niece's birthday party or actually an official speech somewhere. They had to report that, and now they just pop out. They're like, "Oh yeah, I think." And it's like, dude, what are you doing?
That put a bell on these guys.
Legal, Yeah.
GPS.
Yeah.
Oh, he's saying
We have
amid uncertainty,
overnight
Fed should be clear on its goals. Sorry, D, go.
No, it's fine. So we have overnight VWAP in ES that's kind of given us a downside reaction there. But again, if we assume that this is going to be range bound because it's Monday, because it's holiday week, because it's NFP week, a whole bunch of things, this would be the middle of the middle. So I would still stick to my original hypothesis that we need to look for edges of ranges. Now we have a bit of a range established. Well, we have a high and a low. Yeah. So those are our reference points for now.
We're seeing a little bit of excess and rejection above that 82.35 weekly kickoff high in the crude oil.
Yeah. Crude oil is still looking a bit spiky to me.
Yeah, it is. It's spicy little market lately, hasn't it?
Yeah, you have to be very careful with entry and timing, but it's possible. As long as you know where to look.
905s, 906s, trading around there again. It ripped all the way through. Let's just talk about that. Ripped all the way through to 23s. Back at 906s. Now it's at 911s. Now 915s. What do you think? Is it 906s? Does that mean anything anymore after you kind of do this? I think the question goes out to everybody.
To me, probably
you have a level that rips through, comes back up, sort of pauses around it, but then it comes. It's floating around here. I mean, 14s, 15s, down to 06s.
We still have the average ranges intact. So, it depends. The way to look at it, if something slices through it, then it comes back to it, you can look for sellers to step back in. And then as long as we have the average ranges intact, you can actually use it as sort of like support becomes resistance type of a trade. but it has to be done through the ladder because, just guessing is not going to get us anywhere. So it's possible. It's not the strongest setup. What I like to do is, because I'm a contrarian and I love my mean reversions. So I prefer to position myself from edges of ranges, especially if I'm thinking that it's going to be a range bound day. So I'm still thinking 820 might be a better area than 906 that we just kind of went
920?
through. 820.
Oh, 820 down below. Okay.
Yeah, down below. And then what
Look
that
out.
does is you're effectively catching the average daily ranges on either side and looking for activity around those levels. It's a much better area than diddling in the middle. And it gives you a larger risk reward as well, which is how I'm usually able to stay in trades forever. But obviously it depends what you're looking for. If you're just looking for a quick scalp like you do normally, MP, then any area that was sliced through, then price comes back to it. Look for the evidence of the opposite party stepping back in. And then you just kind of skim a few clicks and you'd be happy with that. I'm never great at that because I always want more out of the market. Whenever I try to do that, I start doing stupid things because I'm like, but I only got a little bit. I want to more.
Yeah, what's it all?
Nick, do you see the accumulation at the near the low here in the S&Ps? Just looking to see. I mean, it's all negative delta, but it's not real deep. It doesn't look like it was a big iceberg order, but all that big volume bubble right near the lows, right around
I was going to say that
25.
Yeah, that 25 to 23 and a quarter, 23 and 3/4. I mean, about a, call it 1,500 negative delta, maybe a little less.
And we're overall negative 6,200 right now, and it seems like we're having a little bit of trouble pushing to the downside.
Yeah. This is where the range bound play kind of makes sense. I mean, that's maybe all you're seeing there. You weren't seeing any sellers really interested in kind of aggressively pushing us out of that area of balance, which if you guys heard me, I think right when we came 520 until we kind of left that area, with some force, it wasn't something I was looking to shorten the hole down there. It made more sense, I think, to take the cheap long, potentially off the 5520 because we haven't left that area since maybe June. I think we pushed into it like June 12th, and here we are still kind of sitting around it.
Yeah, if we look at the daily, it's all very, very flat. We have, potential for either accumulation or distribution. Depends if I can drag this over.
Yeah, I think that the safer play this week still is be to, we're towards the bottom of that balance zone. So it is looking for longs in this general area, maybe for a rotation back towards, 5,500-ish on SPX, because that still is an important option area, probably heading into, this part of July and coming out of after, quarterly rebalance. And here we are in Q3 technically now, right? Starting Q3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still probably an important, area of options activity at 5,500 strike on SPX. So naturally would act as a magnet still. Yeah. Plus, playing all these things.
It's going to be a bit flat. Yeah.
Flat and kind of grinding up slowly to, just piss you off just long enough. So kind of continues to support that summer bullish thesis.
Like the England team yesterday during the Slovakia game.
Yeah, I didn't see it. They scored what in like the
oh my god, they were lucky bastards, man. Lucky bastards. That's all I'm gonna say. We were thinking, oh, it's all over and done with, right? What Muppets? Like, what are they doing? They couldn't keep hold of the ball. It was just like a mess. And then in like the last couple of minutes, the guy gets a goal, and I was like, what? What
Nick, you hit a nerve.
I did, and I love hearing. I love hearing like British slang too. So like moppets and just certain things. It always makes me laugh because it's just like things I don't hear in everyday conversation. So some of my UK friends and stuff. It's just always funny to hear some certain slang words.
Yeah,
we got we got a Muppet coming on in about what, Eddie? How many days do you think, without giving away anything, will we have that Muppet on?
Oh my goodness.
I think I know what this is all about.
It's in the process. It is in the process. Time wise,
That's going to be
I'm not
amazing.
sure, but I hope everybody likes it. I'll leave it at that.
I'm sure we will.
I know. I know the idea. I know the idea is absolutely brilliant. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Like I love my shorts right now. I'm short one lot from 29. Dip my toe in the water.
Yeah, I just I took a short off 925 in my 100K combines from the promo last week and just passed them on that little flush there.
Nice one.
Oh, there you go. And I just covered, so I'm up 1,000. You got a little beat up on the way.
Wow, actually, I didn't realize how violent that actually was because I took profit at 900.
Yeah, I covered 95s. So 29s to 95s on a one guy.
Yeah, that's the play that I was talking about. So support turns to resistance. You look on the ladder if there's interest around there, and you do it. Done. It's a good trade.
Hey, speaking of soccer, we have a footballer coming on the show Wednesday at 11 a.m. Francis Green is going to be coming on.
Professional.
Do you know him, Deanna? He's out of London. Professional player, footballer, soccer player in Nebraska terms.
He's my age.
Very, very excited. Yeah. Very excited.
Oh yeah, yeah. I recognize his face. I recognize his face. Yeah, he's been on like various interviews and stuff.
Wow, ES is
nice
breaking down here.
Yeah, Nick, we had a great short.
We did. I mean, I took it in a combine just out of, still kind of waiting for things to settle here to start the week. And dang, it's going to break the low.
Well, the S&Ps are getting down to that level of 55.15 to 55.10 level we were talking about last week.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Woo, that was a short. That was a short. 29s. We're trading 39s. 29s. Nick, you got short of what, 9 somethings?
925 in the 100K combine.
There you go. Yeah, you and I did that little flush up. Felt like it was ripping out those weak shorts. And then we joined on board instantly up 20 points, which is nice, but it's almost 100 points lower. And we talked about this 5 minutes ago, maybe.
Yeah. I entered as soon as we got that stop run pushed above 933, basically kind of stopped everybody out. As soon as it kind of came back into that 30 range, I just jumped in short looking for this exact type of move. Wish I would have done it in my live.
I like to be on the same page with a funded trader that's on the top leaderboard of the live account. That's rare for me. You know that. My glory days, my starting quarterback days in the league, I'm a coach on the sidelines.
You were a very big player in the Dow.
I was going to say, do you still have?
Thank you, Eddie. I was probably the fourth biggest in the Dow. We had Gish and Gleason. Gish and Gleason. Probably maybe third, but I'd say fourth. I took up some size.
Gish wasn't always there though, but yeah, you were a big player.
It's now okay. So
there's your 29
pushing below Friday's low. Now
there's your 100 handles. 100 points. There it is, right there. And Deanna, there's your big move.
Yeah. This is also my area of interest to 55. So see what happens in ES. My book map crashed. Hold on, I need to re-log in.
Yeah, your little quote about me held true. I like to take these small little trades, and I like to look for the bigger moves. Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, and there it is.
Then there we go. 5 minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing some pretty good volume down here below 510.
Mm-hmm.
$510. You're seeing volume below 5. Okay.
Yeah, and the S&P has been tested like 10 times over the past few sessions.
That was a huge move. Nick, that was a huge move.
It was. It was.
You would have to be
Man,
pretty convicted
the-
with a longer time frame, or not even time frame. Well, yeah, typically that's a longer time frame thinking to get this big of a move anyway. You're not being like, oh, I'm a 5-minute trader, I'm going to get 100 handles. You gotta pick
Exactly. Like
one.
that was why even my short from 989 in the pre-market, I was looking for basically Friday's close. So 966 more or less. Like that's all I was looking for. And here you go. That basically top ticked, not the overnight, but pre-market. And we have just waterfalled since then. But I never think of my trades as that way. If I get the big move, like I think I did on Thursday when I caught about 70 points on, almost calling a top. I mean, that was more just, hey, I was still in the trade. It never kind of, nicked my take profits as I was trailing it down. So you let the trade run, but I'm very rarely looking for 100-point waterfall like that.
Right, there's a bit of
Yeah, what do you
interest
think
around
down here?
506. Yeah, I like it. I like it for a long potentially.
Mm-hmm. And the
There
S&Ps,
is
right?
a larger, S&Ps. There's a larger time frame daily demand that we just hit, and we've sort of hung right above it for a long time. This is the first time that we've actually touched it.
So in this area, Michael, we're talking about a house account trade here.
Yeah, long. Yeah.
Long S&Ps. Where's our risk if we do it right here?
I like about 9.5 points for ES, maybe 10, just to give us time to react if things don't go well, so you can cut it early.
Because I mean,
So
if this doesn't go
this time of
quickly,
day. Because 10 points in ES is it's enough to make a decision. I mean, unless something really, out of ordinary happens, then it won't matter anyway. Yeah.
I mean, let's pull the trigger on 5 and see if we can filter
Yeah,
into
let's
some.
do it.
As long as we get the check marks. So you got 2 check marks, one from me, one from D. Nick,
you got to check for me because I was trying to long in the NASDAQ there in the 40s, didn't get it.
Check here.
Okay.
All right.
It's firming up.
Yeah.
It's firming. Okay, we got 13s, 5 of them.
5. See if we get 10 at 10.
Yep. We're in.
And bid
we're
for
in.
10.
House account has a tone. House account has a toe in the water. We're playing the range zone. This little area.
And bid. 10 bid. Nothing lower.
Actually, I need you to say 1,000 at 15 and just flash it in there into the pit. 1,000 at 15.
1,000 at 15. 1,000 at 15.
That would stir it up big time.
Oh yeah, it would.
That's not spoofing the market. That is 1,000 at 15. I'm off.
Yeah, this is the exact.
Bid in there.
You got the exact.
You get the filler
move.
kill in there, Johnny. Filler kill.
Filler kill.
So I talked about this last week. This is that move where you get the excess low push, that really scary looking flush, and then if you're going to long it, you kind of want that almost immediate push back into the range. That gives you a lot of confidence to potentially hold this for, hopefully at least the early part of this session. But you got that move definitely in the NASDAQ where we just got 50 points in about
we just got
90 seconds.
Yeah.
Yep. So we made new lows in the S&P 5505 and then bounced off that. We talked about the long that Deanna liked, that everybody liked, around the 510s. Intern Michael got in at the 513s. It's trading 20s. Still good. We're up 1,700, 1,600. Where's your out on this one? I'm sure people are going to start picking tops here on this move.
You got it at 13?
I would say 55.41. Yeah, he got in around 13. Yeah.
I don't know how many were 13. In, but if you were in like a full position.
We did a toe in the water, Nick.
Okay.
A 5.
I was going to say, otherwise maybe peel off a couple here at initial balance low in case we reject and fall. But otherwise, I'd be letting this ride a little bit.
Okay, I peeled off a couple. We still have 3 on. MP leaves trades on too quick like a noob. Mr. Toxic, that is not a glass half full statement. We are half full type of people here. There's enough negative energy in the markets that you can put on yourself, that you don't need somebody else saying anything nasty.
Whatever you do, Michael, leave a runner on.
Yes.
Okay. We covered 2 up there at 22, and now it's trading 21.5. So
overnight low, initial balance low so far. I mean, basically, or I guess it was the initial balance low until we kind of flushed through it. But overnight low, that's a good place to kind of peel some profit.
What's the chances this makes all do highs?
But nothing would surprise me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Nothing, right?
I was going to say, in this market, MP, in the world of NVIDIA moving, the largest market cap company or the largest weight in the NASDAQ moving the way it moves sometimes, nothing shocks me anymore.
Yeah, the markets are up, 4.5%? I think I read it today. The majority of that is based on AI stocks, NVIDIA. And then Russell's down 3.5%. So your mid caps.
Well, it's like even just looking at the S&P equal weight kind of thing. It's just like a scary thing to look at compared to how much we're actually up compared to looking at it that way versus just, the concentration of a couple stocks.
Hey, thanks for the glass half full, Richard Harris. Really like how MP enters. And I like what you said earlier today. Glad that MP's here because in case I get bored. Remember, you and I fade each other in case we get bored or in case one of us trades poorly. So that is our fun little game. So when you get bored, you let me know. I got a personal account that needs some activity.
All right. So we got 5 on. We were looking for more.
Well, it was good, John. You that execution, you did it quick. Right when you were talking about it was 10s, but I wanted to wait till we had some check marks, and you guys saw them on the screen. Boom, 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 and then John, Deanna, and then he got Nick's opinion, and then boom, and I was trading 12s. I was thinking maybe I might get a tick pullback, so I said I put a join bid working order in there. And I missed that. Cost me a handle. Cost us, not me. House account a handle. We're all playing a role here. It's not one person like, hey, great trade, John or Michael. No, this is a collective.
It's all of us.
I mean, your best case trying to get all of us to kind of, I guess, give our perspective real quick right there. The best probable fill you would have had is maybe 12.
Yep.
And you got 13 and 3/4. So, I mean, you got in.
It was good.
This is different. And I'm not going on a rant right now. This is very different than a sim streamer that's on there doing this. This is something we're trying to show you guys that with professionals, you can talk trades out. You can trade them in a house account, much like a professional prop firm would. Now, if they all sitting around with one guy looking over his shoulder, no, but they're in a room. I'll talk to Andre and his firm, Eldorado Trading. They're all in a room, and they just lean back and be like, "What do you like about this? Oh shit, this came in." Blah blah blah, and they're all talking at the same time. We did it in the trading pit.
Do a lot of that. Yeah,
you do a lot of yapping. Yep. There's no quiet. I mean, there are guys that sit there and look at the screen.
Yeah,
no quiet.
Everyone's talking. Yeah. Everyone's talking.
Everybody's talking.
What have you got? What have you got? How did this look? Yeah, it's like it's
and
it's
then
very much
quickly change the
thing
subject.
that I missed. Yeah.
Yep. They'll quickly change the subject. Hey, you see Justin Bieber's got a DUI. Okay, well, they'll trade 84s now. What?
Yes.
It sounds like some trading groups that I've been a part of and text groups and things like that. It's just like, random things. Okay, back to the markets for a second.
Back to the market. Yeah, I learned to shift gears. You can go from angry to like focused to euphoric to welcome to the world of trading. It's fun.
So with the current angle of VWAP, if we get up close to VWAP, I would take another 1 or 2 off. It's right up around 55, 27, 28.
Would you take anything off right now on a 3 lot? Would you bring it down to 2 lot? And guys, we typically want to go 20 on a house account, but we wanted to go light on this one. It was a falling knife of sorts, but then we had all the check boxes lining up, and then we got in, which is good. But we typically go in.
We can take some off. Yeah, we can take some off at VWAP. That can be our target 1. Then target 2, I will put it above the initial balance at 55.41 because I do have the average daily range high there. If it runs, since we're still holding the initial balance, this does have a potential to turn into a trending day. Not that it might, but statistically speaking, since we're holding the edges of the initial balance, it could happen. If we had an extension of the initial balance lower, that would minimize the probabilities of a runner. But yeah, I think VWAP target 1, and then ADR high 54.41 target 2. And then just, I don't know, leave a runner on and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Hey, no, he's not supposed to. Yeah, never mind. Is Dakota on today? I'm wondering if him and Rips got too ripped up over the weekend.
Not
Even though
today.
he doesn't drink, but yeah, they're at the poker.
None of
they're
them
at the
are on
poker
today. They're on tomorrow.
Okay.
But they may be in the
And
chat.
Andre,
We'll see how the
Andre's
weekend
off.
went.
Well,
These
Rips
guys.
was doing his live
Yeah.
stream as usual, so he might be around because I was on
Yeah.
that before
Oh, nice.
the opening call. Yep.
Dakota's definitely not sleeping. Definitely not sleeping. The kid doesn't sleep.
We've got a basic plan for this trade, correct?
Yeah.
I have a break even stop in here just because.
Yeah, we don't want to lose money on it now.
No, not when we have 10 handles into it. 10 handles,
Yeah.
guys, is points. Whenever you see me say handles,
Yeah.
it's just points. Johnny says it as well. So does Deanna at times.
You're looking for it to push through 25. If we can't do that, I mean, there's no point in, or excuse me.
Yeah, there's no point holding
You can
this.
take more.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could take the profit or push your stop to 20-ish or something if you wanted to keep most of your profit. But I'd be looking for a break of 25. Otherwise, be looking to start taking profit and resetting.
Yes. Agreed. Take one off, take another one off at 25 and see what happens if it gets there.
Take one down, pass it around. 99.
3 bottles of beer left. All right.
Only
Well,
at
let's
the
bring
Hoagland
JD in here. He's got hot streaks for us, so we'll keep an eye on this trade. JD, you ready for hot streaks?
Sure am. What's up, guys? Here we go. All right, here are our funded trader hot streaks. Okay. Our guy Jacob was back in the market Friday. Took $417 out of the NASDAQ. Extended his streak to 38 consecutive days of winners. Impressive stuff there. Then we have Michael. Michael profited $202 trading the MNQ. Mukaram with $267 in the NASDAQ. Dustin made another $35 trading the ES. And Roberto made a total of $101 between the NQ and the MNQ. These traders are all in XFAs. Our live funded hot streak leader currently is Carlton J, who is sitting on an 11-day heater with close to $4,800.
What's the longest
All right.
streak in a live account?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That is a good question.
Mhm.
I don't think it's more than 14 or 15 days, but I'll have to go back and take a look and see.
I was gonna say I don't think I've had more than maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah. 11
My
days for
best-
Carlton J is pretty long right now.
My best in the pits was 21. And we had a 46er. CDR, Eddie, you remember Cedar? 46.
Great trader.
All right, here is
did he have?
Friday's P&L leaders.
Hey, JD, real quick. I just took
Yep.
one off, guys, right here, just because it's right here. So now we have
Good.
2
Yeah,
to run.
25. Yeah.
Good.
We're holding on to 1,700 realized right now with about 1,000 unrealized. Go ahead,
Excellent.
JD.
JD?
All right, here are yesterday's live funded P&L leaders. All right, so Justin lost $837 trading the NASDAQ, but went on to make $4,300 trading the micro NASDAQ. I took a look at Justin's trade report. His winning trade percentage in the NQ was 39% on Friday. His winning trade percentage in the MNQ was 69%. He was also holding trades. He was also holding trades a lot longer in the micros. So, those micro contracts, they do afford your trades a little bit more room to breathe. And it looks like that's exactly what Justin needed on Friday. Then we have Damien, Francisco, and Eric all its stellar days trading the NASDAQ, and Lang pocketed $1,300 trading the S&P on Friday. There you have it. All right, I'll be back in just a little bit with the leaderboard and some payout numbers from last week.
God, I would be really, really upset right now if I was long this move, got stopped out. This is it's trading. What, 99? Okay, we were short from 929s and 25s. It's, let's call it right there, right now. 920s. There you go, 923. 100 handles down, and then 5, 10, 15 minutes later, 100 handles
all the way
up.
Back up.
All the way back up.
Could also be a hallmark of a range-bound day.
Yep. Guys, this isn't an easy trade because, you're like, oh, I pegged that one. I'm carving up the market perfectly. Some people will, but this is tough when you get these type of moves. They flush people out.
Yeah.
You should have a plan. And if it moves in your favor like that quick too, and that much, you should have a plan of what's your exit, because we saw moves on Friday where we were up 300, down 200 in a matter of 15 minutes on the NASDAQ. So even if you get that big move in your favor, have a plan of how you're getting out, or at least where your bare minimum profit is at that point. And I would hope it's, at least 30, 40 points if you got a 50 to 80 point move in a few minutes.
Yeah. And then, Deanna, you said it so far correctly. It's something about a range bound down there. When it was selling off, you started talking about range bound, and anybody would be like, what the hell is she talking about? It's a falling knife. Why would you get it? But it did move back into what?
Too big. So you have to remember how I trade. I use statistical data in my favor. And whenever we see very large candles of that sort that kind of just go, it's very rare that they bring a trending day. It's very likely that they're just going to ping right back where they came from. So I'm very wary of running trend type moves, directional moves into those sorts of events. And, this could be one of those trades where, putting it on break even, it might not allow us enough room, because if it's a range bound day, we're going to be in this for a while for that second target. And, range bound moves are usually pretty painful. They take a long time to do what they're meant to do.
Yeah, they're not fun.
No, they're never fun.
Nick, do we see a kind of a shorter time frame downtrend in process here in the S&P and the NASDAQ?
It's below VWAP. It's below some EMAs. It's obviously gone down. But again, if we go back to the hypothesis that it's a range-bound day, those sorts of measures don't mean much on range-bound days, because you will be in the middle and they will be showing either above or below at some point of the day. And it's how people get chopped up, because they're looking for directional moves in a range-bound day using traditionally directional momentum type indicators. Yeah. So they're not that useful for me.
Okay. Jeremy and others, those folks that maybe don't have their combines showing or their resets showing after either paid or rebill, that is a bug the team has worked over the weekend on, and will be finishing after they do a final testing of it this week. Do apologize. Our support team is working over the weekend. When there's bugs in the system, and we have a lot of folks here at TopStep, it trickles. And so I do apologize for that. I will own it. The team is on it. And the buck stops with me, but the team is on it. So the buck is with them right now to fix it. And we're on that. Give our support team some grace. They are working very hard. There's about 60 or 70 of them that are making sure everybody has the best experience they can. But when bugs happen, that does suck. So they are working on it and making folks good as well. They are not calling you scammers or schemers. I know you're like, quit talking about other companies, but I like to make jokes.
These domes are really thin right now.
Mm-hmm.
I understand there may be some sort of an announcement coming from the Supreme Court.
On what?
NASDAQ. They're ruling on NASDAQ.
Who the new
I'll
CEO
look it
of
up.
the NASDAQ is?
Hey, we're trading
Looking at
16, so
Chewy.
we're not. Hey, would you put that 10 handle stop? It's selling off. Would you keep it right there? Like we talked about keeping
I would,
it.
I would
if
cut
it
it.
was me, I would just take this off. Yeah. Same. I'm
I'd
with
cut
Nick
it,
on that
and if
one.
it, and then same thing. You're looking to re-enter potentially.
Yeah.
On a
Yeah,
better
at
price.
a better
Okay,
price.
$1,800.
Yeah.
That was an $1,800
Yeah,
trade.
okay.
Probably 27, probably 3,000 if you call it an all day. Actually, no, we were up 600-700. So it's a $1,200 trade.
That's a little
On a
buffer.
5 lot, yeah, that's a good. Yeah, buffer cushion. I like to. I think anybody as a trader likes to get those because then it kind of allows you to do a couple things. Decide if you want to call it a day. If you aren't seeing any opportunity, or if you do see an opportunity, kind of size up a little bit. I would never say size up a little bit if you're below your starting balance, and you can't do that in fund account. If you're in a combine below your starting balance and you're like, oh, I'm up today, I'm going to size up. You still need to chip away and get out of that hole. But if you're up profitable and you're up on the day with a cushion, those are times where you probably want to think about how you can size up additional lot. I'm not saying triple the average size you put on, but you get it.
I mean,
Full
it
point.
really depends on what sort of a trading setup you're going to be doing. I'm not too crazy about sizing into and adding to range bound type trades, purely because the move in the same direction doesn't last that long. So what happens
Yeah.
is that you
better
mess
do
up
it quick.
the average entry. Yeah, you mess up the average entry, and then it's all gone. So you might as well just go in with full size if it's a range bound trade, and you get a really good location somewhere around the lows of the day if you're going to go long. But other than that, like I really dislike averaging into range bound winning trades.
Yeah. Trader Anthony, hello. Can you remove the $200 daily profit for micro traders, please? No, we're not going to do that. Micro traders, you got to put up money. Come on. This $200 is not tough to do.
Yeah, it's
Stop
not that
talking
much.
about it. So hard to do. You did it to pass the trading combine. You did it, all that kind of stuff. You're trading micros. That's built to scale in and scale out. We don't have a DCA rule. Figure it out. You're a trader. Buck up. I say this because we're looking for traders that could put up some $200. I'm not being an asshole. This is just straight up. Put it up. Buck up. You're talented if you got to the funded level. That's not asking a lot, Rob. We're not changing it. How about that? We're moving on. I already said it on Twitter.
Yeah, so
if you're gonna take a withdrawal, I mean, you want it to be more than $50.
Yeah, and we're not changing our payout policy.
You got to put some money in that account.
Yes, everything's working just fine on our end. Tune in, work with a coach, go to Discord. Discord, we have a bunch of people helping out. Tune in here. We might be giving away VIP experiences. Get yourself leveled up. $50 a day trader. It's nice. It's better than a $50 losing a day trader. But get yourself to buck up, get in that seat, and trade like a trader. That's probably a little too much tough love, but
We just had somebody on the hot streaks. What do you make? $2,500 trading micros in one day?
Yeah, exactly.
There was a guy
we
who made
said
like 10
100 point
grand
sell.
on
We had a 100
micros.
point sell off at a 100-point rally. Your micros would have been just fine.
Yeah, but didn't we have a trader that did like a 5-figure day trading exclusively micros? Like recently?
Micros, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like lower and lower and lower until you're just like, oh, we're picking up traders that do $10 a day. No, I don't want that. We don't want that. You can go to other firms. I'm not being an asshole for saying that. You can go to other firms and maybe you get that. I don't know. Maybe you get the iffiness of even if you get paid out, or you get just a different kind of hidden things, or maybe you get a very simple. I like Earn to Trade and Trade Day. They're great companies too. Those are the other two I'll vouch for, and I get nothing for that except seeing you guys go to good spots that you can trust. I don't even know what their payout policy is, but check them out.
Yeah, I know Trade Day guys quite well, actually. They're pretty awesome. They're solid.
I talked to them on the phone.
Yeah.
I talked to both of them.
Yep.
They're great guys.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They aren't going to put any shit out there. And guys, Matt Leach, you got an effing problem. I don't like people. You saw it on Twitter. I do not like that. You do not belong in the industry. You're doing exactly what my funded Forex did about creating slippage or trying to make their traders fail. You haven't replied on my Twitter. That's bullshit, because you owe it to the industry to tell them why you're trying to game the system and get people to fail. Be a part of that guy's bot that he sells. That's not cool. I'd rather work with Daryl than work with you. So there's my last rant.
Tell us how you really feel.
And on the market moving also news, it looks like the Supreme Court thing was a Trump ruling for his prosecution, criminal prosecution and everything. So that was what that was. I don't know if they came out with it yet, but that's what we're waiting on.
That's what's happening today.
Yeah, I don't know if the ruling is officially out yet, but it looks like that is what everyone on Twitter is saying is coming out today.
About his immunity.
If he's immune to prosecution for any acts while in office.
That is going to be very, very interesting.
So that is market moving in theory, because if it was negative and that would potentially affect him running, that will move the markets.
Does it affect him running? I don't know. You guys know, guys. This isn't politics. This is like who's going to lead the USA and whose agenda gets pushed through. It's agenda. Like agenda. They're talking about extending the taxes in the debate, even though it's the worst debate I've ever watched. They're talking about extending the taxes. That affects businesses. That affects Topstep. That affects all that kind of stuff. Like if we get a tax extended, that's more profits for us that we can kick back to you guys, or invest in Topstep TV, or invest in education. This is good for businesses, but also there's different things. That's just my take on it, and I'm not going to go on opinions on that, but that's just one business. What about the major businesses? What do they do with it? I don't know. And how does that make the economy or the S&P? The S&P's watches earnings. So people have more earnings, the S&P goes up. Interesting.
I gotta be honest, this is kind of a wild session for holiday week, potentially low volume, middle of the summer. Like we're getting some good rotation, some traders type rotations that you can make some money on. Actually interesting to see. Yeah, and you're right. It's like 100 points down, 150
right
up.
now.
Eddie, what's up?
No, just keeping an eye here on gold. Gold getting heavy. Sellers are running the show here. Last half hour, getting close to the lows here.
Johnny, do we have any other house accounts? And if we want, let's jump over to somebody's gold chart just so we get a feel for gold.
I've got it up here. I don't really have much of a feel for it lately because it has been so range bound and so short time frame controlled.
We have the overnight low here in gold, which is 23.28. They're trying to defend it. We had a value acceptance pretty early on. This also could be a range-bound market.
Do we like a look at that overnight low? I would rather see it break through it, come back above it.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't though if it's a range-bound day. I wouldn't do it like I would. It's not a house account play for me because I would need it to actually hit a high probability level first. And the fact that we had a value acceptance then minimizes the probabilities of fading the move. So I would say no on that one. Maybe in a personal account, yes, just to jab it and see whether it works. But it's like a 50-50 at best at this point.
Yeah, and it's pretty much holding below the initial balance. So I don't like a long here. Unless we get some sort of structure.
Yeah.
Crude oil, we had that look above weekly. Crude oil, we had that look above weekly kickoff high, 82.35.
Probably was it 82.35? Okay, rejected.
Came back down.
Went a bit of a gap fill.
Traded right back to it, and then fell 40 cents.
Yeah, crude oil. I have some levels of interest that are closer to Friday's POC. So 81.50 and below.
Got it. Yeah, we're getting a nice bounce now.
Mm-hmm.
NASDAQ. We're spending a lot of time in the S&Ps against these 510 lows. I'm thinking short in the S&Ps, but I've got to find good trade location.
A bit good.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's below the initial balance. It's not good trade location. It's not something I would do.
The 20s, they're pretty. It rips up to the 20s pretty quickly. It has been.
Yeah, it does.
And we're talking about
for
S&Ps
sure.
5520s.
For sure, it's 55.30 would be acceptable after that initial balance fall. I wouldn't short it here. It's way too close to the average daily range lows.
Mm-hmm.
So we would be in
90
danger
low.
of failed auction. Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be a fast market session without a Nick tinfoil hat. It looks like Robinhood is experiencing some server disruptions. So all of the people following Roaring Kitty into Chewy might be having a bad time. That's all I will say.
Yeah, I'm having a
They were
horrible
already
time.
having a bad time.
I'm down $4,000 since before I took a shower this morning when I read some news because I tried to prep for the day on the headlines. I don't even know why it's not even.
Are you locked out of the account though, or are you just down on the trade?
Oh, I'm down on the trade. I'll be a part of the.
It's a different platform
class
though,
action.
isn't it? Just Robinhood. Are you in Robinhood?
Yeah. No, yes. So
you can't even lock yourself out.
No. Oh, the lockout feature?
Yeah, so because it's Robinhood, there's no lockout there.
Yeah. No. Now the lockout feature does help traders get funded and get a payout and all that kind of stuff. So that's a feature. I remember somebody's like, yeah, if you launch this feature, it's going to actually help traders. I'm like, no shit. So it's the opposite of hopefully what you guys are seeing on that Twitter thing. I'm probably annoying you guys with that. So I'm done with it.
Well, Robinhood does have a lockout. It's just they get to do it, and it's only for the buy side.
A downside lockout or a? Yeah, I was just gonna say, is it a downside lockout or a? I'm in the profits and I'm going to protect them.
It just seems like users are having trouble doing anything. So my guess is they're just having some issues.
God, I don't like that. Chewy. Never touch that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were done with meme stock trades.
I thought I was too. I thought I was too. I got out of I mean, I bought it at 47, but I got out on that next run up at 42. And then now it's trading what GameStop's trading 20 something, mid 20s. So
Chewy trading.
I lost on that one. 20.
26.20.
There you go.
I learned my lesson in 2021. I'll never do it again.
I mean, I should say I learned my lesson in 1997 and 98 when I got in a bunch of penny stocks that ripped higher because everybody else is talking about them. That was my first $30,000 trading account. I lost 3 of them on my way to then going to Chicago, then getting with a prop firm and going on a simulator. Went from live trading back to a simulator.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick point on that. I remember going to the guy when he's like, well, you're hired. You're going to start at a simulator. You're going to have a $300 daily loss limit. You got to show us a $300 daily average in a 2-week time period without hitting your loss limit. And every time you hit your loss limit, it resets that 2-week time period average profit target that you need to do. Not even just an average over that. And I looked at him. I'm like, what?
It was 225. It was 225.
Was it? Yeah. And I go, what? I go, that's really small. I go, I traded much bigger than this. And he looks across from me, kind of goes like this. He's like, there's a reason why you're sitting here. Pretty much like, why are you looking to get backed if you traded bigger? That means you didn't trade well. That was very humbling.
Mm-hmm. I remember I bought a mid-am seat, which is a smaller exchange. It was like mini grains. And so, I'm looking for somebody to clear my trades, right? I mean, I'm going to be putting money in the account. It wasn't like a hiring thing. I was just looking for somebody to clear my trades. So I went up to Eagle Market Makers, and a guy by the name of Ron Manister. So I go in his office, and he's kind of a big guy. Always had a bow tie on. He had like his own like trading firm, like market maker firm. He had a lot of traders that were trading bonds and 10 years and options and all that stuff. He was a good guy. He sits down. He's like, so, what are you doing? Why do you want to be a trader? And I'm like, well, I feel like I can, kind of come and go as I please. If I don't want to work one day, I don't have to. I'm gonna work most days, of course, but I'm just gonna, go in, make some money, and then leave. And he got all ready, looked at me, and he says, "Get the F out of my office." I'm like, why? What did I do? And he says, "Is that what you think? You think these people just come in, waltz in, make a bunch of money, and leave? These are the hardest working people you are ever going to see. And if that's what you think being a trader is, I want nothing to do with you."
There you go.
I said, "Well, I apologize. I didn't really understand, I guess, what's entailed in this. My dad's a trader. He knew my dad. My dad knew him." He's like, "All right, so, if you're going to do this, you're going to do it. You either do it or don't. Not, I'm going to come in when I feel like it. You have to do this." "All right, Mr. Manister, you got it. I'm here." So traded through that for a couple of years.
You got the in the country terms, guys, shit or get off the pot. That's what we used to say. Basically, commit, take your foot off first type of deal and move. I got that from my old man. Exactly. I had lost like 330. I lost like 90 grand by the time I was 23. Did not get that from my family. I had a vending company, 80 accounts, all that kind of stuff that I started when I was 16. Lost all that and had to sell the company and all that to pay off a line of credit that I used for trading, but it leveraged against my inventory. Bad stuff. At 23, my old man goes, like, "What, Junior, what are you trying to do?" And I go, "I'm trying to make money." He's like, "Is there a number on that?" I go, "I don't know, like a lot." He's like, "You better put a number on it. It better be reasonable. And all your buddies that have graduated from college are probably making 50 to 60 grand. I go, "All right, Dad, I'll show you. I'll make 65. Once I had that, and then I knew I could back into that and how small of the days those were, which at that time I was not a profitable trader. So those days that were small were actually big because my average was not that amount a year. And then I changed my whole game around. That was when I was on the Cot Key clearing firm. That was that whole firm that hired me, prop firm. Mm-hmm. And he lit a fire in my ass. Now that was what did it.
It's kind of like Mr. Miyagi, you karate, yes, okay. You karate, no, okay. You karate, squash like grape.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one, John.
Still thinking shorts. We're spending too much time at this level. We've been here 15, 16 times. But it's the dead ass low.
Yeah, I'm thinking shakeout. Stop run, reversal, then back up.
I'm looking for
I wouldn't be short
failed downside auction.
Yeah. Exactly.
I could see it. It looks like buyers are still trying to hang on an NQ right now. It's still feeling like very much a range bound day, especially after we've had 2 attempts to really kind of push us out of this 2-week range, and both times we've kind of been bounced back into it, or at least the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then no follow through. Nothing. Yeah. It's just kind of slipping, but not really committing. Yeah.
Yep. Which would make sense in a holiday week in the middle of summer. Nobody wants to short in the hole and get your face ripped off as you're heading to the Hamptons here shortly.
All right. Oh yeah, nice. People are taking off this week.
The holiday.
They're heading out. They're heading out for sure. But We used to do that, John, in the pit too. Remember, like you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna, it's gonna be a quiet week, and then you'd leave and be like, oh, you come back like, how was Friday afternoon? It was the best ever.
Oh man, it was unbelievable.
All right, guys, we're close to the lows. Yeah, there you go, Nick.
As I say, yes, maybe trying to make a new low here, but still holding that 505 level.
Dow
55,
already
05,
below the
gosh.
initial balance. S&P is about to take out the low of the initial balance.
Somebody just asked, can I get a story of where Topstep came from? I was in the top floor of my house, and I was saying I'm going to back traders in 2009. I'm going to do exactly what I learned at that firm I just told you about after I lost money and all that. And I'm like sitting there, I'm like, okay, well, we're going to start a scouting agency, and it's just me at this point of the game. I didn't have any investors, but I had 2 condos and a penthouse that was all completely paid off with no bills whatsoever except a phone bill. And I had trading. I'm like, I'm going to trade
cable
with these folks. Yeah. And we're like, okay, well, what's the concept? We're going to show them, they got to show us, they got to prove us that they could trade here. I'm going to give them an objective, just like I got one, and they're going to earn it. And then I'm going to back them, and I'm going to find the Michael Jordan of trading. Well, this whole concept of scouting, of finding these players out on the playing field that can actually trade, and the athletes of the marketplace, I'm going to back them. Whole concept of like getting to the top. Well, at the same time, John, can you share the Topstep had, the badge. John was a registered trader, the biggest trader, one of the biggest traders in the S&P pit. You had to be registered. Now he's going to show you that the very bottom. You're going to see Topstep. And then I got to thinking, I'm like, well, I went from the very bottom step to the top step in the trading pits, the biggest, best traders. And Eddie just said earlier, I was one of the biggest. And you get to the top step. So there you go. And I'm like, Topstep trader. And then we bought Topstep.com from the TradingView guys 3 years ago. They had the .com, they owned it. I'm like, we want it. That was 20 grand. Bought it. And then we became Topstep. Same thing. We're the biggest and best traders stood. So that's where you're trying to go here at Topstep, is to the best end of the rainbow is a live account where we put professionals on like Nick and like Dakota and like a lot of other traders that we share on that Topstep live leaderboard. Those are the professionals trading at the prop firm, the Topsteppers.
Mm-hmm. It was interesting because obviously a little bit about this industry and stuff, as I've been doing it for at least futures for the last couple of years, but reading the Series 3 book and almost like learning how the sausage is made and like what actually goes into it and how things are actually worded, like you kind of understand this stuff, but it's been interesting to read it. I really kind of dove into it more yesterday, actually reading the book. And it's like the kind of what's behind the concepts of settlement and some of these other things and delivery. It just, I never really knew it. You just kind of understood the basics of it. So it's been cool to learn.
I saw your update on Twitter when you did the picture. You're not using the Kaplan book, which thank you for not, unless you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Johnny and I read that book, and John, you're totally ready for Series 3. Johnny's way smarter than me, and I pass it, so he's just fine. And Nick, I'm sure you're way smarter than me, and you'll do just fine. You got to get a 70% anyway, so it's not terribly hard. But the Kaplan book, do not buy it, guys, ever. Kaplan, you and I have a beef because there's so many different errors in there. Doing practice questions, and there's errors in there. But I was looking in, I was zoomed in on your book. I'm like, does he have the Kaplan?
So which one would you recommend then, MP?
There's like 3 major
I don't know.
ones.
I have the Kaplan.
Nick, I have the Security Institute of America one.
Okay.
You have a guarantee on that. I read the bottom quarter.
Yeah,
What's
they
the
have,
bottom quarter?
They have a pass guarantee. So you buy it, you send them your receipt, and if you fail, they will give you your money back. So not a bad
really?
trade.
Oh, that's cool.
Well,
I don't know the full extent of that agreement. I'd have to look, but they probably also looked like, well, did you use the practice tests online? Like, did you actually like log into your account? And if you didn't do any of that, they're probably like, no, you're not getting your money.
Yeah.
I didn't do any of that. Kaplan has a dashboard that's literally probably built in 03. I didn't do any of that. I just read the book front to back, and then they're like, this is old school, just a book front to back, and then their study guide, Cliff Note thing front to back. And then I got done with that on a Sunday, went and took my test on a Monday, passed and was static. You'll get something like this. Pass. There you go.
Pass.
He shows that
That's
as bars.
it.
You got
That's how you
graphics.
score. Well, I have a gun, so if you show up, then there you go.
Well,
we have a potential failed downside auction in the S&Ps now.
see it.
We do.
Yeah, I see it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we made that new low and bounced right back into the range.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like buyers are stepping in a little bit now on the NASDAQ and ES.
I mean, if we can grab it below 10, that would be an excellent entry.
Okay, so Johnny, what are we looking at right now?
We're looking at a longs at 510 in the S&Ps. Maybe about 10 points of risk. And you got a check mark from me on that, D. We got your check mark, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely.
Nick?
Where are we long?
So we're looking
510?
around the 10s, huh?
I would like it
see
slightly
it.
below it. So, yeah, 555.09.
Let's shoot for 08s.
Yeah, I mean, we could shoot for 08. Let's see.
Or you like it even lower than that?
No, no lower than that, because then it's going to start going towards initial balance low too much. We want this little demand on a 5-minute chart to hold. And
I got it.
It's like 55.09.
Yeah, I bought 5 at 11 only because we're going to scale into this one a little bit this time, and if it does
Very
want to pop,
decisive.
but it doesn't want to, yeah.
The NASDAQ never even looked near the low of the IB, and the Dow is showing acceptance below the IB. So we got conflicting information here, but we're trading the S&Ps. We're going to trade that information.
Yeah, we're long 15 from 09, quarter, half.
Okay.
All righty.
Good entry, yeah.
And where's our risk?
I would put it again at least 10, and then we can move it up if we get a little bit of
10
movement
points.
away from the entry. Yeah,
Mhm.
so 10 points, and then if it moves away, then we can move it 55.03. But not yet, because we need some room first.
Okay, so we're saying 89 cent or 09 or 99s.
Not, so, well, what you
Nick?
went in at 9.5, right?
Yeah,
Minus 10. Yeah,
yeah.
so 99.50.
Nick, how do you feel about this?
I felt good until about 20 seconds ago as NQ kind of fell back off of 900 again.
John, the chat. How about the chat? Where does the chat feel? 55.10s. This is called an even number. 55.10s. We're going to be
We like
higher and
this
lower.
long.
I do, yeah. I like the longs down here because I still think range bound day right now.
Chat on the let's do a poll. You guys don't have to say anything or type.
Long
Do you like
chop.
50? Do you like 55? Do you like this position we have on in the house account an hour from now as a long, or would you get short? So basically, would you get short on the 55.10s? Would you be long or short? Do you like to be long or I don't know. You guys can figure out how to say it. But the point is, in an hour from now, do you think it's going to be above or below?
Robert, you got that?
Just take the bucket down the road, like whoever is next in line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I shouldn't do polls, Jack. This is the second reason why. I remember, like, who are you voting for, Trump or Biden? That became like the biggest thing, and I'm like, I shouldn't be coming up with poll questions. So you guys can do that. You get it.
So we got Coach Vince saying, the market's inside the late spike from Friday, so he likes the short side. Pretty mixed here. It looks like short gets short, long, shorts on the table, short, long, short, long. Isaac is 0775 long. Somebody's saying longs feel uncomfortable.
Oh, range bound trades never feel comfortable.
Right.
Yeah, but they'll never comfortable because you're catching them on very low time frame events, and you're catching them from effectively shorts of from like the low of the range of the session lows. That always feels uncomfortable because you're like, oh god, it's gonna just fall out of bed. Like Dobie says, on range bound trades, you either look like a complete genius or like a complete idiot. There's no middle.
Nick, those bids that have been just kind of hanging around about 4 or 5 points below current price in the S&Ps, they're still just kind of shadowing it. It's just kind of they downticks, they downtick. It upticks, they uptick. What the heck are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
It's some institution, whatever you would call that, liquidity fan that just exists in futures most of the time.
Okay.
But this is an interest. Like I haven't seen one like this in a while because it's a larger, I guess, block of an order. And is there one on the upside too? It looks like there is. About 4 points above
220s.
Price too. Like about the same size.
Oh yeah, the
on both
15s.
sides.
Oh yeah.
So it's probably some institutional algo, basically. That's just adding liquidity. It seems it's just I haven't seen one like this in a while. I would say I couldn't remember the last time I've seen this type of thing.
Kind of strange.
Because the book's pretty thin outside of that, at least near price. Like we got about like 100, not less than 100, which is
it is thin.
not exactly what you love to see.
No. It is thin.
Yeah.
John, you want to keep talking out this trade? See if all things that got us in are still there.
Well, I mean, it's the failed auction that got us in, and that's still there. The other kind of MGI nuances. I mean, we're showing acceptance at lower pricing based on the late spike, right? I mean, 55.27 quarter is the base of the late spike. We opened above it. We've been basically bringing value into that area. So that's one nuance that's negative against these longs.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the most recent data we have is the failed downside auction. And if our risk is manageable, it's a worthwhile trade to stay in. Dee, do you agree?
I do agree. If this pops a little bit higher, so let's say if we get in above this the high of 55.15 and we manage to sustain above it for any length of time, like maybe a couple of minutes, we can then move our stop at 55.03 because then we'll have a little bit of space and we'll have the price action to justify the movement.
While you guys are talking, I bought 5 more at 55.10. Just a little heads up. So now we're long 20 from the average price at 09. On that pullback, you guys were saying all the reasons why you got in were still there, failed, blah, blah, blah. And I bought 5 more.
Okay.
Intern Mike went rogue. So now we're at our 20. We're trying to just make that where we work into.
That was an interesting little spike.
Came up
there
and
to
touched
17.
15. It came up and touched 15. Pulled back a little bit.
Like that was almost like exhaustive. Let's see what they do here.
Yeah. Interesting.
It was like a look over a 5-minute range, and it didn't sustain.
Yeah. That's a
Would
little
you take
worrying.
anything off being 5-6 handles in the money? Anything off, or is this one you're looking for a little bit bigger?
Like I said, that looked exhaustive. That was just weird. Like seeing that even at this time of day, like just randomly like that in the middle of a 5-minute candle. Just at the kind of trying to leave the range and then immediately having that kind of stop run and then falling back another 3 points is just interesting. Is NQ kind of peaked back to point of control in the day at 9:15 and then fell back 20 points again?
You'd sell 5 for the rally.
I just sold 5 right now, 13 quarter.
Okay. Yep.
Now, so the market now knows that somebody sold, so it's just going to take the market higher.
Yeah,
You always think, like,
short
what do you
now.
get? The market thinks we're short now. And they care about our 5 lot.
Right.
The market cares about my 3 lots in an XFA on a sim.
Yes.
Oh, all day long. I used to work support tickets when I first started. It was just me. And you would get those type of things. F you guys are a scam. Ticked me out to the tick. And then it went higher. You guys are just pushing the market around. Like, dude, I am a 29-year-old kid, 30-year-old kid. There's no. You're on a sim. So
I know, right?
you do get these people that do think that. And that's fair enough. You don't know some people are very new.
Well, we've
Okay,
had
now
some
we got an order
doozies.
back into the 20s. Let's see. About 500 lot at like 23. Split across 2 ticks. MP, did you cover that? Did I miss it?
18.
No, I still have
covered 5,
15
I
on. I covered 5.
Okay.
Would you cover anything around here, or are we gonna leave? You want to leave 10 on?
That's what I was saying. I saw there's about 500 that just came out of the book at 55.23 and change.
That wasn't me.
It was not you. Okay. No, I was saying leave it on because
Not
now
yet.
we're kind of
Yeah.
back above 17. We may go
Yes.
chase it down.
Got it.
Yeah, they keep trying to go higher. Yeah. I think that
If we-
little
if we're
pullback
getting-
was a little shakeout to shake out the weak longs out of the market. Sorry, the weak shorts.
Boom.
And that's now provided liquidity for this move. Yeah. It's a play that I
2000
see a lot in equities.
We just had like 2,000 stops. Not 2,000 stops. Gosh, like 200 stops blow out there.
Hmm.
Coach Dakota says buying the
Strange
dip feels nice in the house account.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah.
people
Today
into
it
this
feels
trade
nice.
and like it.
Yeah.
Johnny, does it, or anybody here, when a lot of people start liking this trade, is there anything about it that
Does that
tells
make you
it's-
nervous?
it's too obvious?
Or maybe we're just doing our job educating the top step traders at this point with the failed downside auctions
Yeah.
and good locations to
Yeah.
potentially long in market structure. And people are starting to, the dots are starting to connect for people of thinking it's the right trade. And it is in that situation.
Yeah.
It just got a little spooky there after that stop run to 17 the first time.
We got tilt long, 75% in the S&Ps, 65% in the NASDAQ. A lot of people are liking the long here, Michael.
They are.
What's the average price there?
Average price,
09.
55, 18, 15. 55, 18. So they're down a little bit on it. They're late to the party here.
Yeah,
Laggards.
that's somebody buying in the middle on a range bound day. A whole bunch of
Down to
people buying in
17.80
the middle.
Right.
See, that would be a terrible trade location for this sort of play, because you're literally just in the middle of the entire day. It's like, what do you expect to happen? That's also the kind of day where people go, "Oh, the market's always going against me," because whichever side they take, it feels like it's going against them because it's just wagging
Mhm.
around the middle point in the same range. And if that's happening to anyone out there who's watching, just take a step back and then just try to find reasons why you might want to take a range bound trade from the edges. So wait a little bit, be patient with that really, really good trade location.
Did we just get out of some?
What was that, Michael?
We got out of 5. I'm going to keep 10 of them on.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I'd be holding
So
the
it
count
locks
for
up-
23 MP.
Yeah, it locks our day. We have 5,000
Nice.
realized, 5,000 unrealized.
Oh, I do.
Okay. So I see a bunch of orders around from 22 up to about 25, which are a bit worrying. Nick, can you see those as well?
Where? Sorry.
Yeah.
So 55, 22, 55, 23, 75.
Yeah,
It's like a little long.
there's a good amount of liquidity now up to 24 from here to 24
Mhm.
basically.
We should probably take some off there.
Yeah. But you got 300 lot, 280, 280, 360, 300 each
Mhm.
tick. So somebody's looking to either cover or obviously get short up there.
Mhm.
And then up to the base of the late spike, which is 27.5.
Mhm.
I'd be happy
Hey,
just
guys,
to get back to VWAP. All roads.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that as
Right?
well. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Tilt's getting very tilty long, 70%
Mhm.
or more of folks long. Those that say this is not my trade. This is, if you look at the top left corner, I don't know if you can see it. Maybe you can't. It's a house account. It's a house account. My personal, I'll flip to you right now. You can see, boom, I'm up 955 on that one. But this is the house account. This is not my trade. I am the executioner right now. I just execute based upon the thoughts and opinions of all the folks.
I was calling myself on Friday because I was the executioner. I was the filling broker.
Mhm. Yeah. Executioner kind of feels like, oh, you're gonna execute someone. Off with your head.
Yeah, walk around with a big hatchet as the executioner.
Yeah. Just turn up to the office.
What is
Someone's
everybody saying on
asking-
Twitter right now? Hold on. What is everybody saying on Twitter right now that anything's manipulated on Topstep X? That's not true. There's absolutely nothing manipulated. We have videos that we did where we put live next to Sim and we protected RS and all that with that group, Sim to fund it over there, and all that kind of good stuff. So move on from that.
I'm
And
short
you trade on,
921.
I'm trading on Topstep X every day, and so does thousands of other people. And Matt, if you want to do that, I'm not starting a fight here. You just haven't responded to that screenshot that everybody else is saying is real. I just needed to know that. And I said in there, they're making no claims. Just want to understand. I had that screenshot shared with me a bunch of times.
He's not going to respond. He's not going to respond.
No. Well, he did in here, and he says
not
he's going to
engage.
be something about, I'm going to
What
do
could he
some
possibly
claim, bring
say?
it. Yeah, I don't know. Like he's going to sue us. So sue us. Let's
So
depose
true.
this, and let's have the answer to that. I have no problem with this. No problem with this.
Mm.
I just want to know if it's legit or not. That's what Twitter's for, right? Asking if shit's true or not. It's not sitting behind and all that kind of stuff. I think anybody should share. If I did that, then I need an answer for it. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So just answer for it, and let's move on. I
Right,
hope it's
so
not
this
true.
crude oil move that people are talking about, so somebody asked me in the chat, I don't think this is going to be, I mean, look, ACH, anything can happen, right? But just looking at the structure and what we've had, the type of a day that we do have a neutral day today. We've extended the initial balance to both sides. I have some level to the upside, 82.70 all the way up to 82.80 and maybe even 83 for a potential fade of this move. Slight caution with shorts though, because crude oil during the summer tends to go up because of some underlying fundamentals, which I've mentioned before, and I just can't really go into that right now. So I am looking at 82.70 as a potential short area. So I would say that this would be more of a fake out than anything, because it's also a range. Having said that, because of the underlying demand increase during the summer, if you get single prints left on the profile, so you get a very, very big move up, that doesn't have much pullback, when the next 30-minute candle opens, then we can talk about further longs and a breakout potentially. But for now, I would err on the side of a range-bound day, just like most of the other markets today that we're seeing across the board.
Thank you, D.
You're welcome.
Well, we're in pretty good shape here on this trade. Do we dare do some stats?
Yeah, let's do it. What's the time? Oh, okay, we got time.
Hanging in there.
I just did that. I just fat fingered flattened my short that I actually was liking. Oops.
Oh.
It happens.
My finger was over the
Okay, another
flatten button and I moved it.
Mm-hmm.
So I made $270 on that, and it's probably going to turn into 20 points. But it's all good.
Well, all right, JD, if you're ready for some stats.
I'm 100 up on that because I didn't really want to keep it that much, and we were focusing on the house account trade. So apart from that,
Yeah, not as bad as salad hands from last week, according to the chat.
Somebody asked what house account. Somebody asked what house account is. House account. Everything that we're doing at TopStep is live, unless you bust out and you want to trade the sim in your combine, or unless you're doing both. You're going to say it here at TopStep, whatever you're doing. But majority of folks that come on here are all trading live. Now, the house account is a live account. It's the prop firm account. There's no one person's account when it's the prop firm's account. And it's the collective thoughts that Johnny, if you'll hear him do in Andre when he drives the show, he'll be collecting the thoughts and opinions of others. And then we take that and we make that into a position. And that's kind of our way of formulating an idea. Instead of one individual, we use the collective thoughts of trusted, other proven good traders, current market state, or people we trust with their levels. And then we'll bring it into a trade decision like we did today. And we try to do every day if there's a trade that formulates or whatever. So that's what the house account is. This profits in the house account, we're going to work towards. Well, we're going to work towards being profitable in it. That's what we're working towards. This is a new concept. We're doing it in front of all you guys. And we're trying this out. Again, professional prop firms, they do, whatever ideas pump into there, whether it's data or certain folks that help make a trade decision for the firm. It's kind of what this is. So we're kind of emulating that in a more social way. And that's what we're doing. That's the house account.
And that salad hands perfectly went to my target here at 917, 916, and I would have been out for a full take profit. So I now understand how Andre felt last week. Oops.
Oh.
Oops.
So we're getting a pretty good pullback here. And Nick was just short the NASDAQ. Are we sticking with these S&Ps?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes.
We still have some demand on a 15-minute chart here, but I mean, we're getting close to lunchtime. We could take most of it off, leave one runner on, and then just whatever happens, happens. Yeah.
All right, we're going to leave 5 on. 5 for a scratch. Okay. I just got out of 5. 5 for a scratch. Okay. Yeah? Fair?
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
That means we locked in 6,000 and we have $1,000 runner going on right now. That's, unrealized thus far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
I can't believe I just did that. I need hotkeys. Stop using my mouse.
Right, let's see what happens with crude oil here. 82.67.
All right. Well, we're managed here on this trade. Let's bring JD in for some stats. JD, are you ready, buddy?
For sure. I am here, guys. All right. Let's take a look at yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. Should be Friday's best XFA P&Ls. All right. Jaziel had an impressive day trading crude oil, gold, and the NASDAQ. Way to spread it around. Hay and Chung carved it up nicely in the NASDAQ. Muhammad picked up more than $18,000 trading gold exclusively. Just gold for Muhammad. And Clinton copied trades across 3 XFAs for a total of $47,845 in profit Friday. That was good enough to move Clinton up on the leaderboard too. We have Mick back today
Clinton
too.
killed it
Hang on a
again.
second. Mick's back. Give me a second while I queue up the leaderboard.
We can hear him.
Mick's voice just carries. It's like an eagle
It
screeching.
does, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Is he screaming about my salad hands?
Possibly. I'll find out in a minute though.
I think
All
he's
right,
got
here's the
a
bottom.
voice that's very kind of middly, so this is why the middle frequencies usually are pretty loud.
Carry pretty well.
They carry pretty well, yeah.
Good
All right.
taking some new highs here.
But I'll
Mhm.
put it on the.
All right, bottom half of the leaderboard. In 6th place, we have Kingway. Kingway lost more than $12,000 trading in 5 XFAs, fell from 5th down to 6th place. Nick for a tick. Nick right there suffered a drawdown Friday, dropped from 6th down to 7th place. Shane also took a loss Friday, dropping 14 grand across 5 XFAs. Arjun did not trade on Friday, still held on to 9th place for another day though. And Sidara rounds out our top 10 list. Sidara is trading in 3 XFAs and lost about $4,000 on Friday. Tough day of drawdowns right there.
Right.
Mm.
All right, let's take a
I
look.
remember seeing a
at-
lot of red.
To be astonished.
Hello, groovy baby.
Oh, groovy.
All right, starting at the bottom, Clinton is our only newcomer on the list today in the top 10. Clinton made his way onto the leaderboard with that nice $48,000 day trading in 3 XFAs on Friday. Clinton was in 13th place going into Friday last week. Brian P. dropped about 20 grand trading in 1 live account and 5 XFAs, fell from 3rd place down to 4th. Soren made $3,000, moved up to 3rd place. And our top 2, Raphael suffered a $5,000 drawdown in his live funded account, held on to 2nd place though. And Dakota also took a loss Friday, but is still firmly cemented into 1st place for now. Of our top 10 traders, 2 made money on Friday, 1 did not trade, and 7 drawdowns. Friday was a tough day
Jeez.
all around for sure.
Was.
But
It
not
was.
much movement on the leaderboard, only 1 new name.
That's how we have it structured
Mm.
right now. I just want
All right.
One more, I got some payouts if you want to see them.
Thank you,
Last week's
JB.
top payouts.
Let's see.
There we go. Top payouts from last week. Carlos, 23 grand. Raphael, number 2 on our leaderboard, 22.5. Soren also on our leaderboard, 20,700. Shaya and Kaishun, all paying themselves real money, folks.
Great stuff. Last week's. Michael, what are you doing?
Got out of 2
Is he managing
at
that
20.
trade?
Yep, we're up 7,000.
Okay.
Nice.
I know. I hear all you guys. I'm just trying to execute and lock in profits. I think it's good to lock in.
All right.
Eddie, that makes me laugh every time.
Well, we got Eddie coming in
That's
with
good
some
to know.
plugs now. Eddie, you want
That's
to come in
good
with
to
your
know.
plugs?
I got plugs. I got nose plugs and ear plugs. And I got some really cool plugs here for TopstepTV. Brett
Right.
Steambarger. We're thrilled to announce that Dr. Brett, the author of The Daily Trading Coach, is back tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow, July 2nd. That's the 2nd. He's gonna be with our very own Hoag and Marie, Coach Vince, Coach Ray, for an exclusive trader mindset round table. Do not miss this, folks. This is going to be a benefit to all. So what I've got here, if you got some questions like you did last time, I'm going to post in the chat. Submit your questions that you want answered. Remember, first come, first serve due to the time constraint. And get your questions in there as soon as you can. There's a link. Click on that little. Oh, you know what? I've got to get the link here. It's not working here in in the chat, but here is the link by itself. There it is. Okay. Put that in there. There is the link. And also, Top Step 5-minute tutorial. Yes, our good friend and coach, Coach Robert the Riz Cooney, filmed a short tutorial on feature voting. How do you vote on Top Step X? Something, you got an idea, suggestion? This video shows how you can influence our roadmap by contributing your ideas to new features and supporting the ideas of others. Find this video along with others in the Top Step 5-minute or less. Now, we do have that. If you don't know where that is, you got to click on the question mark here, all the way over to the left, and you're going to be going to feature voting. Right there, and the tutorials are right here. So there's all those neat tutorials Robert did. Now, the tutorial for voting has not been posted. I'm also going to share that link in our Top Step chat. And those are the plugs I have so far today, and I hope they have been helpful. Back to you, guys and girls.
Thank you, Eddie.
John, are you on fast markets today? Because you guys going to continue the house account play. Today is moving. The reads have been great. Deanna, I got to say, you've been spot on today. Congrats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When I say congrats, that's just business as usual.
Yeah.
No, we're not always correct. No, there's your disclaimer. We're not always correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not on the schedule for Power Hour today. You got Dolby Gabe and Ray T.
Oh, nice.
We'll give Dolby the keys to the house account.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dolby's pretty good.
Jeff Kim, this is not a talk show. What is a talk show without Dakota? This is a talk show without Dakota. I don't know. It's a talk show about the markets. We've been talking about levels, so if you're saying that, that's correct. Just trying to get clarification.
Dakota talks.
I want to find out if he's up on poker. I saw he had a stack, but I don't know what
he's still in Vegas.
No, I saw on his he shares, actually rips shares pictures. Dakota's kind of off the social world grid.
I was for a long time.
I wish I was.
Here we are.
Yeah,
off the grid.
I know, smart. I got on it because I thought it was good to start talking about, the industry and whatnot.
There's not many CEOs that are as engaged with random people on Twitter as you are, MP. So I commend you for that. That's pretty amazing to see.
I think it's what you should. I mean, like, I'm never comparing myself to this, but like Elon Musk does it all the time. I mean, like, there's other CEOs. Bill Ackman, I was just watching. I mean, I follow different people. I'm not saying I support or agree with blah 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 or disagree, but I find it very real, authentic. And you're not hiding behind anything, and I don't have lawyers writing drafts for me. Sometimes they're saying, hey, Michael, your Twitter's becoming a risk for the company. We've had risk management, on the agenda. But that's, of course, a risk for anybody who opens up their mouth. And I think you should open up your mouth if you're running any company. I just think it's maybe the modern way to connect with your folks and all that kind of stuff. So it takes up a lot of my time. I was on it Sunday way too much. You saw it? Yeah, I know. I go in spurts. I like to talk to people, but I go in spurts. There's no way I'm doing this every day. I got my son poking me saying, hey, read me this book. It was about stars and everything. And I'm on Twitter. And he had to say it 3 times. And that's right there not cool on my part. So. But Nick, I see you on there.
You're a good.
I'm on there now, as of late last week. I am on Twitter.
Is that what it is?
Or X, whatever it's called these days.
Yeah, I call it Twitter still.
We're pushing back.
All right, so we're trading 21s, 55 21s. We have a 3-lot runner on right now. I don't like calling it a runner because the minute you call it a rudder, that it doesn't become a rudder.
It turns away.
But yeah.
This is just coming over the wire here. I posted it in chat. Saudi's energy minister announces the discoveries of multiple oil and gas fields. So presto chango, they found some more resources. And let's see what that has to do with our energies.
I'm happy for them.
Yeah, I could hear the tremble in your voice there.
Yeah.
I'm happy for them.
I know, I caught that too.
It's good stuff.
All right, so we're up against VWAP. We're not on it.
Yeah,
Coming
we're
to
getting
it.
there.
We're like,
Yeah, we're getting there.
you're still liking all this, right?
Yeah, it's still a range bound. This is what happens with range trades. They take forever to get to the other
Okay.
side. And sometimes you can, like if you have enough profit margin, you can just cut it all at VWAP. But obviously we've done that already with most of the positions. So now we're just running it. The second hypothesis that it's going to run all the way to the other side.
All right, we're
The
trading
initial
22
balance.
halves.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is why they're so hard to trade. I'm not good at
Holding.
Uh,
Yeah,
being
we know.
bullish. I know.
Being
Patience.
patient.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have
Patience.
it right
Yeah.
here, and I've had it right here since January. A post-it note on my thing. It's so hard. It's like the hardest thing.
See,
for
I
me in
can
my
sit in
life.
trades. Like for me, it's more natural to sit in trades for a long time because I traded like for the first 5 years. All I did was swing trading euro dollar for like 2 weeks, one position. So when it comes
Good
to
for you.
intraday trading, like sitting in a trade for like 2 to 3 hours it's not a problem at all.
And for the exact opposite reason, I had a sticky note. Actually, it was like a full piece of paper on my monitor that said, do not trade Globex, because I need the volatility. I can't sit in trades. I have no patience sometimes to like let a trade fully play out. That's why I do well trading the first 90 minutes, let's call it, because of the volatility, because of the moves, and I can get in and out of a trade in 30 seconds and have a day basically and be done. Globex, I'll sit there and then like panic because it's not moving, and then I'll add size, and then suddenly what was supposed to be like a 2 lot turns into like an 8 lot, and I'm in a bad place. So I stopped doing
Yeah,
it.
it's very personality related, I would say. Styles of trading has to
Probably.
match your personality. Yeah.
Uh-huh. I've got all those sticky notes all over my screens too, and I find it very easy to ignore them.
Here we yeah,
I
right.
used to have a lot of
So
them.
here,
Not so
here we
much
go really
these
quick
days.
because it's kind of a fun social thing. Hashtag fast market. Take a picture of your screen. Do you have anything? This is kind of fun because I actually have, I'm not going to show you. I have my wife's credit card whenever I need to buy anything for the family or whatever. The family credit card, because I always ask her, she's like, can you please? So I have that on my screen. And then I have patience. I have that patience. So
Don't
if you
post that on
have
Twitter,
any-
Michael.
I'm not. No, like Jack's like you're showing your personal stuff.
Yeah.
If you have anything on your screen that you want to share, it's hashtag fast markets at Topstep, hashtag fast markets on, I don't know if we do Instagram and Twitter or X or whatever. And then we'll share it at some point today. Why my wife's not yours? Well, who the hell's
No.
supposed to pay the bills?
It's all
Well, I
hers
got married
anyway.
to her. She's got the money. No, it's
All
a
hers
family
anyway.
credit card. It's a family credit card.
It's called budget.
I love
Once you
how
get married, you got your
MPs
account, her account, and then we start a family account. I don't even know what's in her
Yeah.
account.
I love that you have your security is a sticky note on your desk versus, trusting any of the large tech companies with the encryption of at least saving it onto your browser with your password or anything else. No, sticky note.
Zero digital footprint.
Dear old dad always told me, you have the main account that the wife knows about, and you also have another account that the wife doesn't know about.
Donna, he is joking.
She knows that.
Yeah.
She's very good at accounting, so she would know if $5 was missing.
That's good.
Yes.
They always say it's not the big money you got to watch; it's the small money.
Uh-huh.
Shavings make a pile.
Yes, true.
NQ or even ES is starting to look a little weak.
Weenie out
Projecting
here a
up
little
like
bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Projecting
gonna
up to
come
30
into
minute opening range
lunchtime.
in ES.
hmm
We now have 2 on. I took one off. Deanna, I know
mean,
what
we
you're
were still-
thinking.
No, it's
Michael, I
fine.
told
I
you
mean,
it's
to be
gonna take a
honest,
while.
if I was doing this trade myself, I probably would have been out of this because I don't like the sell-off that we've had. It's just under overnight VWAP and it's struggling. We're coming into lunchtime, and a lot of the stuff that I do, it heavily relies on time of day as well as the type of the setup that I'm doing. And lunchtime generally does not lend itself to directional moves. In fact, a lot of the times it will have this thing called the lunchtime hour drift. I like to call it that. Because you think you're in a directional move, lunchtime comes, all volume dries up, and it just goes meow, 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 starts to slip the other way, and you're like, oh no! So I usually like to cut most of my trades either just before lunchtime or at lunchtime in New York, which is coming in 20 minutes. So yeah,
It
but if it
doesn't
starts to
scare
I
wag
don't
you
think
around
we're gonna-
VWAP, yes, correct. Especially range bound trades, they're horrible.
Well, now that we're down to 2 lots, we were talking the Series 3 earlier. I can guarantee this time that our question today is not particularly difficult. So, Gabe,
Do
here
I
we
need a
go.
calculator, Jack?
No, you just need your mind. That's all you need for this one. A thin market in any particular exchange involves A, better opportunity for profit, B, less chance for unfavorable delivery, C, risk of inability to efficiently offset positions, or D, rising open interest.
Oh God, this is easy.
This is easy. Although I've gotten some of the easy ones wrong.
Yeah, me too. Because you got to read a very thin market. Okay, that means, right? We all guys a thin market. We always say right before an economic release, we're like, it's getting really thin. It's getting really thin. It's because the bids and offers start to get canceled that are on there, and then it gets really thin. Market gets wide, and
It's C, isn't it?
Let's see.
I'm going with C. Don't need to phone a friend.
C.
All right, Gabe, hit us with that answer.
Yay!
It is C.
Hey.
There you go. You're on your way to 70%. Deanna is ecstatic.
I'm wagging my tail.
All
yeah.
right. Yeah. We'll be back a little later with some hashtag fast markets.
Cool.
Hey, so the interesting part about the Series 3, and this is kind of for everybody, I'm going to give you a little tip. Maybe it's for the streamers, because if you get past your Series 3 and you can house it, you can work with a brokerage firm, because you can be an introducing broker, and introducing brokers get paid either a percentage or part of the commissions and all that kind of stuff. So there's a benefit of a Series 3. Besides, it looks great on your LinkedIn if you're going to get a full-time job in a financial industry that shows that you've done things. I think you can even benefit from this. I don't know how exactly that would work. You get to house your Series 3 that you passed with a prop firm or whatever, or not even that, or you have to start your own whatever. John, you would know better than I do. You're a broker.
Yeah. Yeah. You could be a CTA. I mean, you can be an IB.
Yes.
You can run a commodity pool. It gives you a license to do a lot, but you got to follow the rules.
That's a very good point. So John just said commodity pool. Now, imagine this. You get funded at Topstep, you start kicking ass, you become a live funded trader, and you're crushing it. I've had a lot of times in my career, people like, hey, if I give you money, can you trade it and can you do it for me? And I've always said no, because I didn't need it and I didn't want to trade other people's money. Even when I was doing a prop firm, I was like, I'll trade their money, but I don't want, like friend of a friend, hey, blah, 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 and you're talking to them at some event. You can do this now, start your own company, become a commodity pool, and have a pool, call it 100 grand, call it 100 million. And you can do that after you pass your Series 3. I think. This is all I think. I don't know. So all that. And I'm saying that because I might know, but I'm not going to say for sure on anything. But just check it out. It could be a great option. You've kind of proven to yourself. And then if you start working with some people's money, you got to be registered anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to be registered if you're working with 15 or more. If you're going to hold yourself to out to be a CTA. Yeah, you can, you know,
Jack.
you can handle your friends and family's money all up to 14. At 15, you got to be licensed.
That is a good Series 3 question because I remember getting that question on there. And then there's another one where you got to be doing something for at least 2 years to you might know that one, John. It's towards the regulation, very end of the Kaplan book.
Yeah, I've done some things.
Yeah. So good point. Good point. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty cool. That could be another revenue stream that you have. It's opportunity that you can take advantage of.
Boy, oh boy, we've really just fallen into range-bound trade here, haven't we?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Summer.
Yeah, we keep projecting off that 22 spot though, and 950.
Basically, settlement.
Uh-huh.
Does it want to pull back and do a running start?
Just seems like we're gonna just continue this 2-week balance this week unless something comes without news or anything. I just have a hard time seeing us really breaking it. Like I said earlier, range rules apply. We're towards the bottom of the range, so you're, in my opinion, until something breaks, I mean, you're looking for dips to buy. Unless we rip back up to 20,200 like we were on Friday.
We have 2 left on.
Yeah, we have 2 left on. We are long 2 from 09, 55.09. It is trading 55.18. I've covered 18s, 19s, and 20s area. I think the highest we've been is 22-ish.
Yeah, we were up near VWAP. I mean, if you look at like a 500 tick chart, I mean, we're still putting in higher lows, kind of even highs. If you just want to trail these, I mean, you could probably put your stop up at 16 because that's the last swing low on that 500 tick chart.
You want to start moving stops? Is that what we're saying? Deanna, too, and Nick, if you guys have any thoughts on it. I'm just the...
I mean, I don't know if you want to trail the stop. I mean, if we want to keep a runner on, I wouldn't trail a stop unless we get like some crazy move up, which we don't really have. So I just feel like we would be cutting off our profit potential. And if we're going to start doing tight stops, we might as well just take all of it off and call it a day.
Well, we'll probably do that at the top of the hour, unless we want to keep a runner on the whole day. But it would be nice.
Is the runner, right?
2's the runner, and we would still have 7,300 locked in on the house account. Mm-hmm. We're up 1,000 on we're up 1,000 on unrealized, so we could get out of this by the time the show, the fast markets ends, if it stays above or around here at 8,300, and then let the fast market folks take it from there. I could be a part of, or I could be down with that.
Where's your trailing stop right now?
Back at break
even right now, right?
Break even.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do
You
that.
guys can see it on my...
Move it to like 13 to 12 even. I mean, it's...
Oh, and just
if it
leave
breaks
it?
below that, yeah, I'd probably just leave it there. I can't imagine. Because if it breaks that low, I mean, it's probably going to make a new low. So...
Okay.
We haven't really moved that much, so I'm just...
No.
So... We'll lock in something.
Overthinking it. I was lennying the trade.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sounds like you guys are just talking about trailing, talking about whatever. So I'm just going to move it to 13s. So Well, where is your target though? To the upside.
NASDAQ's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
So we had the target 1 was VWAP, and then target 2 is 55.41, just above the initial balance.
Wow.
As this market continues to move to new all-time highs, MP, I don't think we're going. We actually need a target.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
To quote Doc Brown there.
Yeah.
To infinity.
Quote a lot of folks in the chat, just buy and hold.
And beyond.
We don't need roads.
Mm. Yeah, all roads lead to higher.
Yeah, the house account can hold positions overnight, right? It's got the margin.
Oh yeah, guys. Yeah. And we open up just so somebody's asking me questions on Twitter about like, hey, people leaving, like funded level, you don't have profitable traders, or if they do, they go somewhere else. I'm like, yeah, there are a group of folks that get up to the funded level and they take payouts and then they go to the brokerage account. And then sometimes they come back, or sometimes they fly and they never come back. And those are the ones fly and never come back that you clearly think are doing really well. So that's really important. They're like, well, then why would they said, why would somebody want to stay with your prop firm? I go, we do all the time increase your size and increase your downside, because much like a prop firm, we can expand and grow. So there's a benefit of staying at the prop firm and also opening up your own brokerage account. That is a win-win.
Dakota and I do, which is you kind of use both. I mean, I trade my Topstep account a little differently than I do my personal account for futures.
Yes.
So you can do all of the above. Sometimes I even trade them different times a day. It just depends.
Yeah. I had different accounts. I had an option account. I didn't commingle like active futures. I had in one account, and I had an options account, and I'd open another one. Dakota sends me screenshots, and I wonder if they're always his good ones. No, I'm sure he's being completely straight with me, but he does great trading in his personal brokerage account as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you guys are okay with it, I'd love to do some fast markets content.
Ooh,
we have a
I
little
know.
lull here.
Yeah, let's see it.
Do it.
All right, awesome. So first one is we have SKK coming in, took an early loss in YM for the same entry, entered a third time, covered my 675 loss, and ended up making 4K manual lockout at a 3,200. Great
Very
work.
nice.
Great work.
It is.
Absolutely. Got a little comedy for you guys. Little salad hands meme. Calling you out there, Nick, it looks like.
I mean, you guys are quick, man.
To be fair, he called himself out, right? So
yeah, I did. I felt like Andre, but I think Andre actually made a lot more money on the trade than I did with his screw up.
Love it. We have Lost Trader coming in with a little meme for Dolby. Never buying anything online. Love that.
My. Or Dolby.
Or Dolby. All right, next one we've got here is Icy T. Put 30 contracts on and went to sleep. And number one rooster on YouTube says, no more fishing. I'm selling the boat.
Ooh. That's funny.
It's pretty good.
Should it be a rooster though? More like ginger chihuahua or something.
There's another good one on there. There's another good one on there about a guy on a motorcycle. There's a guy. We got a runner, the wolf, of IPDA. I'm just looking at it on our Twitter stuff. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, there are a couple of
you guys can go. You guys can go. Yeah, you guys can go to Twitter. They might have just posted it. You guys can go to Twitter and then click or search. I don't know how it works. Hashtag or whatever. Fast Markets. And then you'll see all those folks.
Last one I want to throw in there for now. I know there's a lot more submitted, and we'll have Power Hour today, so you can always resubmit for Power Hour. We have Carl Hungus coming in with little Forex to futures comparison here, which I love.
Mm.
But thank you guys for submitting. Power Hour's coming up this afternoon. Don't forget, use hashtag Power Hour and tag Topstep at Topstep on X.
Hey, Gabe. Gabe, I was watching you last week. What's it? Gabe's Road to Funding?
Road to Funding, yeah.
Okay. Guys, Gabe is putting himself out there, and I think it's very admirable and nerve-wracking and all that kind of stuff. But how you doing in it? Up, down, all around? Where you at? Where's your emotional state on a 60-second share?
Yeah, so right now I'm basically about scratch on the account. So I'm focusing on that 100K combine. I was up 750 at the beginning of the week, and then I took a couple unfortunate losses. I wasn't really handling being able to filter out different biases that are coming in, whether it's chat or other people on air. So I'm really trying to stay disciplined and work on just executing my process the way I know that I should, without getting shaken out by different opinions. Because we all have an opinion. So I'll have a different read on the market. But yeah, I'd say, I'm in good spirits, but just wanting to execute my plan better and continue to manage risk effectively. I'm surviving, which is good.
Here's a question for you, Gabe. Here's a question for you, Gabe. When you have a hypothesis, do you have the counter hypothesis as well? Because one of the things that helped me early on is to give myself the pros and cons for the trade and then to see how the other part of the trade, so if I would play out. So if I was looking at a long, do I have anything going for a short around a similar level or somewhere else, maybe a little bit higher? Do you do that at all? Or do you just have one hypo? If it doesn't work out, you're like, I'm out.
I definitely want to be flexible or adaptable, right? Like our tip of the week is adaptability. And it's being able to, if the market gives you new information and structure changes, I want to be able to go with that new structure, right? As long as, I still don't lose track of the bigger bias, right? The higher time frames, because I get caught up in the weeds a lot on those lower time frames, especially when I start to try to get really active.
I've been watching you. Yeah, I've been watching you. This is why I'm asking. And I know that you come from supply and demand as well. I also use supply and demand, but I only use it on larger time frames. And then it only really comes into play in very specific times of day. It's not something that I rely on too much for the first part of the session because I find them unreliable, and the lower the time frame, the more reliable they get. So I use something else to kind of give me orientation points, and that really helps to just see how the price behaves around the orientation points, and a lot of them are kind of a line in the sand. If this happens, then I go long, or else I go short, right? So maybe try that, play around with some ideas, but I do like to put down about 3 or 4 hypers on the day, 2 longs, 2 shorts. Okay. And they both have to be pretty solid levels. So see if that will help, because I see that you have a pretty good way to read the market, but I think you just get a little bit overwhelmed with like a whole bunch of people just talking in your ear and you're like, oh.
Yeah, I do. And then I think one of the thing is I had a trade yesterday or the other day last week that I literally was like a tick or two away from my target, and I just let it go all the way back to entry. Like, why?
10% rule.
I should have just taken it off. I was 2 ticks away. Like, why do I need to get greedy and want those extra 2 ticks? Like, so I should have just taken it off.
Here's what I tell some of my traders. Have a 3-minute rule rather than 10%. That's a good one to have. But it's like 10%, maybe I'll let it go to 15, maybe 20, or maybe 5, or just 2 more ticks. I found that that's a little bit unreliable. So what I do, I give myself a 3-minute rule from the point that my trade hits sort of 75% to target. If the true target of 2R, which is my default target, doesn't get hit within those 3 minutes, I'm out.
Take it.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
All right. So on your
about
emotional
out of time, folks.
Yeah.
On your emotional state, really quick, Gabe, I want to give you props. We got Gabe super humble. Keep at it, Gabe. Oh, that is the sweet, milky voice of Gabe, I hear. So these are all glass half full positive stuff. Thanks, Gabe, for sharing all your stuff. Johnny, go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks for everybody for joining us for Fast Markets. We've got Power Players up next with Dolby, Peter Tuckman, and then when Peter's gone, it's going to be JD and myself joining Mr. Dolby for Power Players. Top Quiz, we got Jack and Bonnie Shoulder Tap, Jack, and Mick. We got me and JD for group coaching. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, with Robert, Anne-Marie, and our good friend here, Nick for a Tech. In Power Hour, we've got Dolby, Gabe, and Ray T. D, Nick, Michael, thank you very much. Anybody else has any last comments?
John, really quickly, guys, go to my screen. I'm going to leave this up and on. This is our house account. We're up on the trade. 7,300 realized, 1,400 unrealized. We have a stop down here at 13. We have the slow grind up that Deanna has mentioned multiple times is going to be a long, hard journey, but that's how range-bound markets work. Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, Nick. Lastly, just so we know, to increase the pass rate at TopStep and to make it so you have a better chance of getting funded and a better chance of taking payouts and staying funded, we have this beautiful lockout feature. I'm up $955. I'm going to lock this money in, and there's absolutely no way, there could be a way. There's a disclaimer. I don't know. But I've never seen it be able to, but I like to put disclaimers in there because nothing's for sure in life. I'm going to lock myself out. I have just booked this. Tips from a coach is right down here that you can read always. I cannot trade in this account. See, I'm clicking to buy, clicking to get in, clicking to get short. Can't trade. Manual lockout, it says it in the corner. This is a very, very powerful feature. A lot of, I don't even know if any other platforms have it, but it allows you to lock in your profits, gives you a better fighting chance to keep growing that account, which gets you funded, staying funded, and taking payouts. That's what we want to try to help you with. It's only available on TopStep X. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you, Michael. All right, folks, stick around for Peter Tuckman and Power Players. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Take a short break, and we'll be right back. Blessings, everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players with Peter Tuchman, the most photographed man on Wall Street. Peter, we just talked on Friday, but we were talking in the green room, and it seems like you took a little bit of an adventure down to Miami. Could you explain a little bit what you were doing down there, then we can get to the markets here?
Sure, absolutely. So I recently, about a year and a half ago, I met a guy, Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez, young guy from Brooklyn, is a boxer, and he's won numerous belts. And I met him on the floor. He came down for a with ESPN once, and he was the title at Madison Square Garden. And we became buddies, and I'm sort of become a bit of an advisor for him. And we brought a bunch. He gave me like 50 tickets to a fight at the Garden, and he kicked the guy's ass. It was great. And so we've been friends. And he was defending his title on Saturday in Miami. So the whole firm, my team, and I flew down to Miami for the day on Saturday, and we watched him kick this guy's ass, and it was great. Funny thing about this guy is all he was learn trading. When I performed, actually, I performed on stage at Madison Square Garden with the Earn Your Leisure group. Earn Your Leisure are the black guys who are a huge financial literacy program. They're the largest in the world. They run that thing called Invest Fest, if anyone's, and he knows about that in Atlanta. But anyway, I performed at Madison Square Garden with Floyd Mayweather, and he showed up, and he was like taking notes. The guy's just like an avid trader. All he wants to do is learn how to. So that was kind of fun. We had a great time in Florida, and we got downed into like Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. We had to drive home 4 hours and make it home in time for work today. So anyway,
Nice.
That's my adventure of the day.
That's life in the fast lane with Peter Tuchman, everybody. We're getting a couple professional athletes too who are getting into trading. So if you have any who want to get into Top Step, send them our way. We can put them on TopstepTV. I'll let Michael know, but that's awesome. But we got some.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So we got some markets to talk about. We got holiday middle of the week. We got a half day on Wednesday, full day off on Thursday, but big news reports coming out this week. So, Peter, we got the jobs report on Friday. Are you looking for any adjustments to that number? It has been prone to revisions. What are you anticipating here?
I think it's important for us to really note where we are now. We're in the beginning of July. We had a S&P that was up 8% in the first half of the year. We had in the second quarter, we had a NASDAQ up 8.3%. Market, and even of all this indecision and lack of transparency and by the economic data that's come out, this market just keeps staying with this bullish approach. And we have not. This is the longest time we've seen in decades without at least a 1 to 5% pullback in the market. Right. And some of these names, I mean, we watched NVIDIA, come out with those great earnings. They announced a split. There was another double-digit growth after the split. And then we suddenly saw those 3 days where the stock pulled back from 140 down to 117, a spectacular technical retracement. And then the stock is back off to the races up to 124, 126. So I'm saying all this to say that the appetite for the market and for the tech sector and for a lot of the stocks overall is really is abounding. I mean, the market, look, Wall Street terminology, we used to say the market. What does that mean? I mean, really tight line. There are buyers in this market, no matter what news comes out, even though we've had some economic numbers that were a bit disappointing. PPI, CPI, CPE, time where they revised their numbers. We were looking at 224,000 new jobs. We came in with 77. The unemployment rate went from 3.8 to 3.9. No matter what that's been thrown at this market, the market refuses to break down. To say that it can't happen, But the market, look, I believe the market tells what it thinks economic. Look, we've gone from 7 cuts to 3 cuts to 1 cut to no cuts to maybe a raise, and the market just doesn't break down. So I just kind of think there's almost an enthusiasm around the market. Now, obviously, we're waiting for economic numbers to come out on Friday. The jobs numbers, and I don't know, are they going to revise them? I don't put that much weight on these numbers because they do tend to revise them, and none of it's really etched in stone. And I don't even half of it, to be perfectly honest. I don't think anybody really does. And sometimes it's bad news. At the end of the day, I'm waiting something. Look, we obviously know that there's not all a crap. Excuse my language about political scene, about the election year, right? Look, if the market wanted Trump and Trump did well in the rebate debate, well, the market didn't react to it. If the market thought that Biden should bid for the fact that markets are trading at record high under his, and he did a debate, then the market should have responded. It didn't do either. So the market does not give a crap. At the end of the day, yes, short week, second short in a month. That's great. We all get a couple of days off. It's a big thing. The market, not net end of the day, I'm not seeing the market break down at all, and that I know that there are people who are fearful that this market is being propped up by nothing more than the AI sector and the Magnificent Seven and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it is trading beautifully from a tech perspective. David Green and Wall Street Global Trading Academy. You guys are on TopStep, greatest platform out there. If you want to learn technicals, learn risk management, learn how to actually trade the futures. Wall Street Global, we have a whole part of our course is all about TopStep and about trading the NQ, the MES, the ES. At the end of the day, we've been tracking stocks and trading the futures, and the futures are trading beautifully from a technical perspective. Look, fundamental analysis in a market as crazy as this, where you've got markets being green and red all day long and trade wild volatile patterns. At the end of the day, fundamentals don't work that way. When you have stocks and you've got stocks coming out with good earnings and good guidance, and they go down $50, right? We saw that with Tesla. We saw that with a number of different Adobe, right? There's no rhyme or reason. If you're not using if you're not using technical analysis to make your decisions when you're day trading this market in futures, then you're making a huge mistake. I've been trading the market for 137 years. I know I don't look that old, but I've been here for a long time. I went to high school with Alexander Hamilton. He's buried across the street. I hung out with George Washington. Mid-1700s. I've been here for a long time. At the end of the day, I've never seen a market like this. No matter what you throw at it, just refuses to break down. If it breaks, it's a 1, a 2-day, a 3-day affair, and then they just take it back with abandon. Just watch what happened with, right? And it's so funny because the media tends to be so catastrophist, right? NVIDIA has been trading up for fucking 18 months. It's up 1,000%. And the stock finally hits up against some technical resistance and saw $23, a stock that is up 1,000%, and there's suddenly the world's coming to an end, and they're talking like this, it's a bubble and it's all smoke and mirrors. That's insanity into a technical level. Moved from 117. So sick. It was unbelievable. It was spectacular. So I say all this to say the technicals work. It's the Wall Street platform. Learn how to trade. Am I frozen?
A little choppy, but just keep on rolling. Well, you did say the F word, frozen, and now you are. Peter Tuchman is frozen, maybe
Are you
coming back
catching up with
slowly.
me, Nick?
Oh, yeah. Keep on going. I think we're good.
You know what? I mean, I'm back. It is summer for me. I don't think that's the market in any kind of way. I think we're going to see some good volume. There's plenty of enthusiasm around the market per se. So I think everybody's just keep trading, use technicals. Literally every day you come in, sit down with your watch lists, look at your MESs, look at your ESs. They're trading beautiful from a technical perspective. Use risk management. Use stop orders. I view, right? Do not use mental stops, right? I mean, there are schools. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important when you're using technical analysis to follow the rules. And we have strict rules about have a plan when you get into a stock. Have a stop order on every trade that you do, especially when you're trading the futures, right? Never turn a winning trade into a losing trade. What do I mean by that? You're in. Okay, and you raise your stop up to break even. So if you are actually making money, right? Sell some of your position, raise your stop up to break even. You cannot lose money on this trade, and then use a trailing stop to get the most out of the winners and the least out of your losers. There are certain rules that are really pivotal in learning how to trade the market and the futures market specifically. And look, if you guys want to learn that, come and check us out at Wall Street Global. I'm sure we've got a couple of webinars, masterclasses coming up in the future. I think we've got one on July 10th and probably another one in later July. So come and join us.
Love to hear it. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much. I actually heard, now this might be a rumor, that you had a song in the musical Hamilton, but it got cut. I did hear that. Not sure if that is true or not, but it might be. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much. Enjoy your week. It is a shortened trading week, but I'm sure you will stay busy. And I hope you had a good time in Miami. We're going to roll through with our other power players here. Wall Street Global Trading Academy, definitely check it out. I know people are in chat, have been in this program before, and have enjoyed it. It is good stuff. It is good stuff. But Peter, we are starting to lose you, so let's move on here. We love you dearly. Let's bring in JD, bring in Hoag, Peter Tuchman, everybody. Wall Street Global Trading Academy, the most photographed person on Wall Street, and also maybe even the airport. He just went to Miami recently for a little boxing match. I know we got a couple of traders down there as well. But let's get back to the markets here. I believe MP has flattened the house account trade. Gentlemen, have either of you logged into the account, or should I do it right now?
I don't have the keys for the house account, so why don't you jump in there for sure?
We're not in it just yet, but apparently just through looking at the chat, we've notified the team. There's looks like there's an issue with TopStep X. I am not seeing it right now on Sim or live, but we are aware that there may be an issue, and we are currently looking into it. Try and stay patient. I know that it's always stressful if you have a position on or something like that is going on. Again, stay patient. We are looking into it.
Okay, well, I got kicked out for multiple sessions detected, so that means MP still logged in. I'll log into mine. Mine looks like it's doing fine. Anyways, ES is cruising 55.30s to the upside.
Switch over to my charts. I think what people are talking about, this little bug. See these 3 bars here? Bars are flashing a little bit. This is my live TopStep X account. So we are making tech aware of this, and I'm sure
JD, is that a specific time frame that's happening on?
I'm looking at a 3-minute chart right now. Let me switch over to a 5-minute. Yeah, it just happened on the 5-minute too. So a little glitchy. We're working on it. Don't worry,
just
folks.
Just visual?
Just visual. It just happened as soon as we went live for me.
Oh, okay. Well, apologize on behalf of the team here for that. That is unfortunate. Never like seeing that happen at all, but this is trading. This happens to trading platforms before, so we will try to get this figured out and rectified as soon as possible. MP did flatten the house account trade. Expertly done, by the way. I know, Hoag, you were in on that. I hope chat was also enjoyed that trade. Essentially, it was a long around 55.10, so completely sniped the bottom of that 4-hour range.
Failed downside auction.
Failed downside auction. That's what we call a cheap trade. What do they call a cheap trade in Cicero, JD?
Cheap trade's a cheap trade. I didn't see any memes from Carl Hungus. I hope he, I know he's working on the Cicero 50 clam, what do we call it? The Cicero 50 clam challenge. That should be a fun one. $1 a day for 50.
Okay. Okay.
Dakota actually made the challenge last week. We were talking about some of the traders on our hot streaks list. And he said, do I only need to make $1 a day to get on the hot streaks list? And I said, yeah, that's it. If you have a string of consecutive winners, then you're on the hot streaks list, regardless of your P&L, you know?
Yeah.
So he said, fine, I'm going to get into an XFA and I'm going to make $1 a day for 50 days and take over the hot streaks list. So we're calling it the Cicero 50 clam challenge.
Oh,
and if you do it,
really funny.
if you do it, I will send you an autographed plaque that says, in Cicero, Illinois, $50 is $50.
Autographed, wow. Autographed by you, huh, JD?
And Hoag. And Hoag.
Oh, and Hoag. Oh, that's beautiful.
Just want to comment again on, we know that there's an issue with the platform. This does happen with any platform from time to time. I want to thank everybody for letting us know through the chat here. I am relaying that information to the team. They are currently working on getting it fixed. And again, thank you all very much for helping us with this information, as well as remaining patient. Again, it's very stressful when you've got something going on, or you're just looking at the markets and you're not getting the right information. So again, try and stay patient. We will be getting, I will be letting you know, from our team as to when and how quickly we're going to be able to get this resolved. And
all the people,
as you know,
all the people that need to
if
know
you've
about
been
it,
with TopStep for a while, everything will be all right. We will make everything right for you. We always do. Just be patient.
have we ever let you down before? Yeah. Trust us. All the important people that need to know absolutely know right now, and they're working on it. So
yeah, it happens. Been trading. We've all been trading for a very long time, and glitches do happen. Power outages happen. What crappy internet happens. Glitches in trading platforms happens. Crude oil going negative. Flash crashes.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a
that
laundry list of things that can happen in the markets when you're trading. So just make sure your risk is managed, have your stops in place. That's why you have to have your stops in place. Peter Tuckman was talking about having your stops in place. Here's a good example of making sure you have stops in place, just in case something gets wonky with the platform. Make sure that order's in there. We had a house account trade, last week, that I think we were short ES or something, and thank goodness we had our stop in, because that thing shot to the upside for MOC. That would have been a huge loss. I think we only lost $650 or something. So not that bad at all. Oh, we're in the middle of the range here. I mean, let's say hypothetically we had a house account trade on, what would we be looking for? Shorts at the high of the 4-hour range?
Well, JD, I'm sorry, Dolby, if you look at the daily chart in the S&Ps, right? Mm-hmm. So we've been just kind of bouncing several times around that 55.10 level, right? So 55.10 quarter was last week's low. Mm-hmm. If we're going to remain range bound, and the probabilities with a holiday week and a day off this week, I know that there's a lot of information coming out, but there's probably going to be fewer participants and fewer longer term traders that are going to be worrying about adjusting inventory. So when we look at range bound rules, well, we've got the high end of the range, which I'm kind of looking at as the weekly kickoff high, 55.67 in the S&Ps, and the low of the range around 55.10. Well, we're looking at the market tested down to 55.10. If it's going to remain range bound, the target for longs at that level would be the upper end of that range, which would probably take us up to 55.67, which is weekly kickoff high. It seems like it's a lot, but it's not that big in the grand scheme of things to see a move like that. It may take a couple of days for that to happen, but as long as we hold above that 55.10 level, I think buyers are still in control, and if they are, then I would look for this market to continue to rotate higher. I'm not suggesting that today. We've basically finished the value area special situation play. There's the extension below the initial balance, and that moved down below 55.05 half, rejected. We took the long around, let's just call it, I think on average was around 55.11, and we've traded to the other extreme of the range. At least the value high for this session is around 31 in the orders, 55.31 and 3/4, 75. And then, if we do take out the high of the initial balance, that's going to increase the probabilities of a range bound day today. So, the target that we would have for the value area, for the failed downside auction, I view that as already accomplished. Back to value high, maybe the high of the initial balance. So this area here is kind of target for the longs that we took. But, anything can happen.
Yeah, it can. This is the markets. Anything can and will happen. JD, this range trade took a ton of patience to not only sit in, actually just to sit in. I mean, is this a trade that would be up your alley here, a range trade off of 55.10 and hold it for 45 minutes?
Off of 55.10? I don't see why not. I mean, that does look like the play. Like Hoag said, we're trading back inside range. We're back through settlement. We're back inside range, back inside value from Friday. This looks like a great time to just wait for a buying opportunity right now. So that is my call. Yeah, if you need a check mark from me, it is play the bottom of the range right now. Longs at the bottom of the range.
Yep. And we already did that. So now we're kind of in no man's land as far as trying to hop into a trade here. But Chad, if you are keeping score, that was a 4-hour range trade. And if you are going to be trading ranges, buckle up, because you're going to be sitting in a trade for a very, very long time. I mean, we peeled off positions for quite a while. We were talking about pullbacks. Was it going to go back to our entry? And lo and behold, it did pull back a little bit, maybe 4 points, and then rallied another 15. So if you are going to be range trading, be prepared to sit in the trades, because that is where all the value comes from. We do not get to pick how the market goes from point A to point B. It just does its thing. But let's take a gander at some other markets. It looks like gold is in a similar pattern, bouncing off of 23.30 and going up to 23.41.5. So that looks fairly bullish. And then what about CL? Ooh, CL's looking real good, up to 83 here. JD, any other markets that you were eyeing trades on while you were off air? Because some of these commodities look pretty hot right now.
I haven't been looking at grains or anything, but crude oil just ripping higher today. Gold on a nice little heater at the moment. Gold's still kind of range bound, technically, right in the middle of the range, but we are above VWAP, and that looks like a decent buy, actually. Checking in, what's driving this market? We got Tesla up over 6% today. That could be our big driver for the recent move. Microsoft up 1.5%. Apple up close to 3%. Amazon up 2%. Mag 7s, they're rocking and rolling right now.
Yeah, they really are. And that's kind of what Peter Tuchman was saying, is that money just keeps on coming in and bidding up this market. Oh yeah, these charts are a little bit wonky on the 1 minute. 5 minute looks good. Cool. So we're probably not going to place any house account trades just until some of this stuff gets sorted out as far as the screen goes. If you can't tell, there's a little banner at the very, very top of Topstep X that says, "We are investigating issues with chart bar rendering. Trading and order plant services are unaffected. So your longs and your shorts and your buys and your sells should all be working just fine. It's just a visual glitch, according to the people at TopStep X. ES still running here, 553, 1.5. We are flat. Do you remember when what was the last trade that we got out at? Do y'all know what the last price was?
I can
do not
tell
know
you
what
in
price.
just a moment here.
Okay.
Pretty sure. I can find it here. I'm looking for it. Hang on just a moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that 4-hour
Going
range
back
trade.
through
Really the perfect
the
trade for
chat
today.
here.
Yeah, I think we took almost no heat on
No
that
heat
one.
at all.
Yeah,
No.
that's the thing with range trading. Like Dee said, either you look like a total muppet, and it was the dumbest idea ever, or you have absolutely insane trade location and you are sitting pretty. Thankfully, we got the latter. 5510s killed off a whole bunch between 5510 and 5520-ish.
Yep.
We're trading at 5532. Should we have held a runner?
Unable to get the price that Michael took that trade
yeah.
out.
I think he's in a meeting right now. Maybe I can look in Slack and see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he's
that's where I was
working
looking.
on,
I know we're up $9,000, but he didn't put the price in there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Probably around 24th if I had to guess, but didn't have a runner. Should we have held a runner? Should we?
Are you sure we don't have a runner?
Well, we
sure
kind
we
of
don't
did.
I can't
kind of did. I think that the last two lot we had on was supposed to be the runner, and again, I'm not sure
That was
where
the
he
runner.
got out of it. Yeah.
But look how much further it ran, Hoag. We had it run to a 5K, and it damn near did a half marathon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure did.
We held for a minute at settlement price. Settlement price and value area low from yesterday, both at 55.21 and a quarter. 21.5, I should say. Yeah, just held there for a minute. Once we got through there, it was off to the races again. I don't think we're going to see those lower prices again, but a pullback to there might be a nice buying opportunity back at 21.5.
I would take 21 halves, maybe even 24s, because that's like right before it really kind of popped off. It's like 55.24 and a quarter. This looks like it's just going moonbound. Hoag, should we just always be leaving a runner? It seems like every time we don't leave a runner, it runs. And then every time we do leave a runner, it ends up coming back and getting us at break even. Do we think the math is just in favor of leaving a runner just every time?
I mean, I think so. I think, if you've got something, especially in the location in the longer time frame that we took that long, that was, there was some downside risk to that. Of course, we've come down to this level several times. Here. It's been tested and retested. So this was the deepest test of that level. And when it failed to continue and came back above, we had that failed downside auction. That's really good trade location in the longer time frame. So if we're looking at that on the daily, you can see for a few days, the market has been testing down to that 55.10, 55.15 area and finding buyers every time. It looked a lot deeper this time, but again, we still found buyers there. So in the short time frame, buying that failed downside auction was a good idea. But looking at the position in the longer time frame, there could certainly be a lot more upside to this either today or in coming days.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you pointed that out, Hoax. That's kind of what I was saying. When you're taking these long time frame trades, I think it'd be kind of easy to get sucked into the minutia of like price action and movement. But if you zoom out, those little tiny movements don't really mean all that much. We had a really strong 1 hour candlestick, maybe even a strong half-hour candlestick. And so at least if, I'll say this, if you have trouble holding on to positions, I would suggest zooming out a little bit and maybe watch a bigger bar, like a 15-minute or a 30-minute one. And that always helped me stay in trades for longer because I was pretty quick on getting out of positions. But I found that helped me. Well, that helped me quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, definitely concentrating on the lower time frames while you're in a higher time frame trade will just get you chopped up and get you out of a good trade too early.
I think that's great advice. Align your chart with your time frame, right? If you're trading short time frame, then stay in a short time chart. If you're trading long time frame, then try to stick to a higher one so you don't get sucked into, tiny little market movements and get baited out of closing. Yeah, the noise. Yeah, that's exactly right.
A lot of noise in shorter time frame charts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those range trades take a ton of patience, and we displayed a ton of it in the house account today. I mean, we've had some really good hold times recently. I'd actually like to know what our recent hold time is on some of these trades. Because this one
I could pull up our
pull up
our trade. Not for today. I could see what we did last week.
Yeah.
But hang on.
That'd be really interesting. Because this one was at least 45 to an hour, which is a really, really good hold time. Especially for for a group trade. But price presented itself. We got a cheap trade, Hoag. Cheap trades pay. And if you're in chat while we are, so do I. We're the best. If you are in chat right now, and if you are learning a thing or two from the house account, put a W in chat, maybe a little note saying what you've learned about watching other people trade size or trade a house account or communicate as a team to put a trade on. Let us know in chat how that has benefited you. I know one of you is going to say you've benefited because you fade the house account. Would not have worked today. So shame on you. Shame.
Don't fade
W's.
bro.
A lot of W's.
Look at that.
So just a quick glance at the house account trade report. Our big losing days have shorter hold times. Our big winning days definitely have longer hold times. So Friday, not such a good day. We lost $12,500 on Friday. Our average winning trade duration was 4.5 minutes. Losing trade was 7.5. But then last Wednesday, when we had that big day, the big $16,000 plus day, biggest day we've ever had in the house account, our average hold time for winning trades was closer to 30 minutes, and we were getting out of losers very quickly.
Wow, that's awesome. I remember that trade. I was with Dakota on Friday. That was a sweet one. Actually, very similar kind of trade that we took here. I mean, that was more of a Dorito shape, or I don't know what the technical from triangle, ascending triangle. Ended up just basically buying the low of that range and then just peeled off all the way up. So it actually looks very, very similar to this trade. Do you guys find that all winning trades kind of look the same?
Can you explain that a little? They feel the same. Yeah.
Like if you were to take 10 traders who all had winning trades and you got screenshots of each one, personally, to me, they all look very, very similar. Very, very similar.
Interesting thought. I guess I'd have to see.
I know. I've seen a lot of because we have the trade of the day in the Discord. So if you go through all those, it's all like buy low, sell high, buy low. Obviously, there are some scalping trades in there here and there, but I find they look very similar personally. Just trying to get some conversation going.
Yeah. For people asking in the chat what time the quiz starts, I've seen it go by about a half a dozen times. Quiz starts at the same time every single day, folks. 11:45 a.m. Central Time. A couple minutes.
Every day.
Sit tight.
We're almost there. Chat. Who do we got for our quiz today? Do I have the tab open? Yes, I do. Oh, what a combo. Jack and Bonnie. We'll be doing top quiz today, 11:45, which is in about 5 minutes. So that should be a fun one. Bonnie has been back for a while. We got some people in chat here disagreeing on this theory that all winning trades look alike.
Yeah, I'm not completely sold on it either, but like I said, I'd have to see it. People were posting their trade wins in Discord. Maybe I'll go back and take a look and just try and get a visual of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So you think it seems like everybody's looking at the same thing almost, putting on the same trade?
It's like
Same
the
type of
anatomy
trade?
of the anatomy of a winning trade to me. They all look very, very same. There's like certain conditions that just have to exist for it to like a winning trade to happen, and it just seems like all winning trades kind of fall into that category.
They're green.
They're green. They bought a resistance, or sorry, bought a support and sold at resistance, or vice versa. You know what I mean? It's like
good
they
trade
all kinda look the
locations.
same. Good trade locations. Didn't take a ton of heat. So I think it's interesting, though. It's definitely interesting. If you're not in Discord, check out the Discord. We're approaching 70,000 users right now. It might be one of the largest, if not the largest, futures trading Discord. Totally free. And if you can't find the link, feel free to search it in Discord. It is a public server. Trenton is running that. So if you have a trade of the day, post it in there. And look at all the other winning trades. Let us know what you think. Does my theory stand or not? Who knows?
Tag us. Post your wins and tag us. We'll find you.
We will find you. We will find your winning trade and we will post it. We will post it. S&P's kind of chilling right here. A little 5-minute consolidation going on. Hanging on at 55.32.5. Only about, Yeah. Chilling.
Looking at this.
I think
Looking
we're
at the
going
same thing in the NASDAQ right now.
Similar.
Just getting a little quiet. That's it.
Yeah, we can touch on NASDAQ real quick. I think one of the things that drives me absolutely crazy about NASDAQ is that it had a really nice kind of 1 hour range here. Let's say between 19,890 up to, let's say, 20,015. And it elected to do a stop run. That was, let's see, how many ticks was that stop run? 316 ticks. About 30. Yeah, I mean, just so hard. It's so hard to trade. It's like, you want to be a range trader? Good luck in the NASDAQ, because that thing can run like crazy. Absolutely crazy. Which is why I like the ES crude oil YM. It's not as wicky.
That being said, would you say a breakout trade is better for the NASDAQ than a range trade?
Maybe
that's something we should test out later.
Yeah, I mean, I like 5-minute ranges for my setup, and NQ typically does not present any for like the first half an hour to 45 minutes, which is kind of unusual because most markets will at least get a little bit of a range, but NASDAQ takes a while. So we didn't get a nice 5-minute range, I'd say, till about 10 o'clock, which is an hour and a half after open. So if I was trading like my favorite setup, I wouldn't even have a trade for almost the first hour and a half, which is pretty wild. NQ's in a 5-minute range right now, speaking of which. So it seems like NQ got up there a little bit faster than the ES did.
Sure did. Extending the range. Yeah. Has the ES extended range yet?
Not yet. It's trying
still trading
right now.
Inside range, yeah.
Yeah, we're pushing 33s and 34s as we speak. But we got something coming up, y'all. We got TopQuiz coming up with Jack and Bonnie. It is in 2 minutes. Gentlemen, pleasure being on the air with you. It was fun recapping the house account trade. Of course, we at Topstep, we apologize for the issues with Topstep X. We will make it right. If you feel like you had a trade that was affected, definitely send us a message to the support team. I can put a link in chat, or whoever's moderating right now can throw a link in chat there. But we do apologize. It does happen. Always make sure to trade with a stop. You never know what is going to happen when you are trading the markets. JD and Hoag, thank you so much. We're going to move on to TopQuiz with Jack and Bonnie for the opportunity to win a free reset. So we'll see you in a couple minutes. Gentlemen, I will catch you later.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. Bonnie is back in the house. Bonnie, what up?
Hi, Jack. How was your weekend?
My weekend was great. Looking forward to get some more midweek weekend this week for the 4th. You doing anything? You going anywhere?
I'm going to the beach, just gonna chill and relax a bit. What about you?
Hell yeah. I'm doing nothing, which is good. I like doing nothing.
That's the
Anyway,
best.
yeah, I know, right? This is Top Quiz. You know how to do it. There's a link at the top. Join. There'll be 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be eligible for one of 80 random resets we'll give out today. I'm increasing this. We'll get at the right number eventually. The top 5 will also get free resets. Answer the questions on your device. That's where you answer them. And we're on a 6-second delay, so don't look at us for the answers. Do it on your device. With that, max is only 80. Come on, guys. All right. With that, it looks like a number of you have signed up already. And we're going to get started. Bonnie, you ready to do this?
Yes, let's do it.
All right. Let's go. Kahoot at work. I'm going to take down the link. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. How many times per year do CME equity index futures roll over? Twice a year, 4 times a year, 6 times a year, or 12 times per year? Futures, Bonnie?
Would it be twice? Maybe.
Well, I won't give anything. It rolls over twice, 2 times, 4 times per year. The equity futures roll over, the same as the bonds do that as well. Thank you to everybody who's answering in the chat. You don't get credit for them, but it's good to see what you think, I guess. All right, let's see who the quickest draw was there. We got Eagle Eye Tiger, Big Bids, Big Steppin' on TSX, DDT, and Black Swan is here. Okay, let's go to the second question, shall we? The first modern Summer Olympics was held in 1896 in what host city? Is that London, Paris, Athens, or New York? Are you an Olympics fan?
No, not really. Would it be London?
Yeah, a lot of statues of naked people
Oh,
doing
Athens.
athletics. Yeah, there you go. We got there. They love big, muscular marble statues throwing discuses. Disci. What's the plural of discus? Let me know. All right, Bonnie, you're 1 for 2. We got there.
Thanks for the hint.
Of course. I've still got Eagle Eye Tiger. Black Swan is close on the tail. John, Mufasa, and the Naz dude is in there. So it says Stuttgart. That's pretty. It was not in Stuttgart. Discan. Okay, doke. You ready for question 3, Bonnie?
Yes.
Question number 3. How many stocks are in the Dow Jones Industrial Average? 10, 30, 100, or 1,000 constituents in the Dow?
1,000? I don't know.
You know, 1,000 would make sense. But
Or 100?
Less. The Dow's gonna Dow. There are 30 companies led by United Health Group, 8% of that index. Good stuff, right? Looks like a lot of you knew that. There's one more question coming down the pipe, Bonnie. But first, let's check in on the score. All right. So Mufasa, Nazdude, John, Too Long Didn't Read, and Black Swan are in there. Plural of discus can be either discuses or disci. So discuses is more commonly used in English. If you've ever thrown a discus, let me know in the chat. Have you, Bonnie?
No.
I have not either. All right. Let's go. Last question is as follows, and I think you're going to hate me for this, chat. The question is, which of these musical acts was not the winner of the Eurovision Song Contest? Celine Dion, ABBA, David Bowie, or I think it's pronounced Maneskin. One of these did not win.
I don't know.
ABBA famously did win. Where are the people? Like David Bowie did not. David Bowie was doing his own thing. Everybody else here, including Celine Dion, represented Switzerland for some reason in that. All right, Bonnie, good show today. You want to see the winners?
Yes.
Celine Dion, look it up, represented Switzerland and won it. That is the power of Celine Dion. In third place today is Nice Cahooters. Okay, that's fine. Second place, Mother's Milk. First place is Red Lobster. Bonnie Boggett. Red Lobster. Good job, Red Lobster. Bonnie, thanks for joining today.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Bonnie and her whole fan club is here. Stick around because right after this, Mick is back. Mick's going to join me for Shoulder Tap. I think if you have any questions for us, because we're going to do a few cards and take some questions from it. And then stick around because we got a great afternoon of programming coming your way, capping off with Power Hour. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Shoulder Tap. It feels so good seeing Mick back in the office. Got a hell of a golf shirt on here. Mick, how's the day been going for our traders, and how are you doing?
Day's been going well for our traders. We got some people that are doing pretty well in the markets right now, especially in our live accounts. Got a shout out to Pin Singh. He's at the top of the board today, up 7,000. Very happy to see the people on the house account up 9,000. So for
JD,
we have an
if
echo.
You can mute your mic. Yeah, I think that. Yeah,
all
there's
right, I
that
think it's
click.
gone now.
Now
All
we're
right.
gold.
Awesome. Thank you, JD. Shout out to everybody in the chat who was calling out the trades and managing the trades on the house account for us today. $9,000. That's a pretty great day. So very happy about that. I want to give a shout out to Dakota from his trading last week. He was up $30,000, down 6,000 today. As I think many people that have been following us know that we had expanded his daily loss limit to quite a large value. And since he took that large payout, I think a couple payouts actually, we've trimmed it down to 6,000. So he hit his personal daily loss limit today, but that's no big deal because we know how much money he can take out of the markets on any given day. On a personal level, Jack, I'll keep it short and brief, but not too good over here. We went out of town for, as you guys know, we were out of town for 3 weeks in Europe, and we have a nanny at home who watches our daughter, and we kind of had a feeling when we left town that she was going to quit on us after we got back. So we paid her for the 3 weeks that she didn't work while we were out of town. The first week back last week, she canceled on us saying that she had some medical stuff going on. So she didn't show up. And then on Saturday, I paid her for her remaining 2 hours of vacation that she had left for the whole entire year. She'd already used all of them but 2. In the first 4 months of employment with us. And upon receiving the money on Saturday, she quit on us. So we really got scammed pretty good by her there. So out of pocket some dough, and then kind of left holding the bag here as far as childcare. So I'm a little heated this morning. I'm in good spirits as far as work goes, but personal, under a little bit of stress. So thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well. How's everything with you?
I am doing well. What I will say, this will be my disclaimer in advance. You may hear a little bit. We also, daycare's off for 2 weeks right now. So if you hear any screeching, that's not my soul crying out. That is the toddler. But we're good right now. I think they're heading out to the park. So with that, Mick, we got a couple cards today. And then we'll take some questions from chat. But first, before we start, I'm going to share something in the chat. We talked about this last week with the Archegos Bill Wings hedge fund and the crazy timeline. We got margin calls with spicy margaritas. We got $470 million sent to, and then Goldman Sachs refusing to give it back. It's quite the story. And because we're doing risk management, MP wanted me to share this link. So if you're interested in more in that story, there it is. All right. With that, let's not lose $1 billion in meme stocks. Who do we got on the cards today, Mick?
We got a couple people. I've got 2 cards I want to cover with you, Jack. One's a shout out, one's a shoulder tap. Before we dive into Landon's card really quickly, I want to keep everybody up to date on the movements of the XFA to live call ups and the live account offboarding from last week. Last week was a pretty good week for us. We called up 33 individuals from XFAs to live accounts. So that's a big number for the week. While we called up those 33 traders, we only had 15 offboardings on the live accounts. So it was a net add of 18 new traders to the prop firm, which we're always happy about. We want to see good trading, and we called up 33 individuals that we really liked. One of them being Landon. So let's pull up Landon's card.
All right.
Landon has been with us since October of 2023, trading out of Elmwood Springs, Arkansas. As you can see here, average P&L per day, his net P&L is just shy of $1,200. And he did this over 21 trading days in the XFA. So he built up his account really nicely over the course of about 3 weeks. call it 4 or 5 weeks, actually, as far as 5 sessions per week go. I originally was quoting calendar weeks, but Landon comes with some good trading and good statistics here too. We've got 71% winning days with 75% winning trades. So very high win rate on the trades per day, and then also locking in a high win rate on the winning days themselves. I like that his average winning day is slightly above the average losing day. That's something, Jack, you and I always talk about. Very important that you're on your winning days, you're making more money than you are on your average losing days. Nobody has any business risking more in a single day than they make on average. Here it's about 1-to-1, but it's still good. And then you combine that, it's a few $100s more on his winning days, his average winning days. But you combine that with 71% winning days, you're in the green, 3/4 of the time, just about. So that's a recipe for success. I also like here that his best day is about $4,400, where his very worst day is just daily loss limit of 3,000 hit. And we're not seeing too many losing days out of him. So that's really good. On a winning trade basis, risk rewards about 1-to-2 here. So it's flip flop from what it should be. We like seeing 2-to-1 or better. On a per contract basis, Jack, taking about $600 on those winners and risking about $1,100 on the losers. So there's area for improvement there. Around those per trade, around the per trade basis, I like the hold times here. Landon is not someone who's, despite them only trading NASDAQ, unlike a lot of our traders that are scalping and trading on short time frames. Landon is not. His hold time's about 1 hour and 10 minutes on the winning trades, where he's only holding the losing trades for about 45 minutes, 46 minutes. I like this because I always say traders should spend more time in their winners than in their losers. And additionally, I like this because for NASDAQ trading, to hang on to trades for 45 minutes on the losers and over 1 hour on the winners, it tells me that Landon's looking to catch a piece of the trend for the day. And, that's always a good thing. I've seen a lot of traders over the years. I've been with TopStep 9 years now, and I've been watching the live accounts for 9 years. I always see better success for people who try and catch a piece of the trend for the day, as opposed to the people that are in and out of the market scalping. In my opinion, people that trade electronically on short time frames, if you find yourself going long, short, long, short, long, short all day long, it's going to be very, very difficult to maintain good statistics like we share on these cards, but essentially overall be profitable in the long run. So I do really like that. And you know what? He's doing that he's trading 1-lots, which is a really nice thing too. You can see, based off the statistics with like average winning trade, average losing trade, it's just the 1-lots, but this is really good. He's taking big bites out of the market on these contracts. If your average winning day is $2,500 trading 1-lots, like, you are capturing a piece of the trend. So that's one of the most impressive things to me. And I talk about it every once in a while. Like, I like seeing traders that establish a directional bias for the day and have the guts, the brass to kind of ride it out and, take big bites out of the market. You don't have to catch the whole trend for the day, but capturing even a 20% move of the trend translates to some really good dollars and profitability, which is most important. So I like that. And, with all these things that I'm saying that I like, I already touched on risk reward needing improvement. If he could, take a little bit more out per contract than he's risking, granted, he's profitable most of the time. That average daily P&L would probably be even better. The average losing day, granted, they're few and far between, it would be a lower value. So that's something there. One last thing, and I know I've kind of hogged this conversation around the trading
All
card,
good.
but I appreciate that. Thank you for being a patient gentleman, Jack.
Always.
Gentleman Jack. That's a type of whiskey, isn't it? Like, is that the honey flavored Jack Daniels or something like that?
I think it's just like this nicer marketing Jack Daniels. I think it still tastes
Okay.
like whiskey.
I don't think I've ever had it, but who knows? Maybe I have. Maybe I don't remember. Anyways, 4 of his 6 losing days that he had in this account were daily loss limits. Nothing wrong with that. You know, we're talking about a profitable trader. I would think that before I say that, I like that he hasn't hit his daily loss limit every single one of these losing days. You know, he cut one day off at 1,000. He cut another day off at 500. The remaining 4 of the 6 were $3,000 daily loss limits, which that's the wiggle room we give this account size. So there's nothing wrong with that. But I would say, Landon, if you're watching, come you starting in the live account, I'd love to see you keep that implement a personal daily loss limit of, you know, call it $2,200, $2,300 because we like to extrapolate data. And over time, if you can make an adjustment of about $700 on your losses instead of hitting the $3,000 daily loss limit, it's going to add up. But overall, he's got the good stuff. He's got a good eye for the markets. And, you know, let's look at managing on a per trade basis a little better. But overall, we called him up for a reason. So very happy for him.
Yeah, I think what's cool looking at this, it's rare you can absolutely tell this looking at the data, but they are always adding one contract at a time. You're right about one lots. I'm looking through every day, and the number of contracts traded is double the total trades every time.
Yep.
So they're trading one lots. I think, once again, whenever I see the high winning trade percentage coupled with that risk reward ratio, it makes me think there's a good possibility that, I don't know, either he's scaling in or going to break even and like getting those tiny winners that kind of morph that a little bit. But overall, I mean, if you can win, I like the average winning day being a little bit larger than the average losing day. And if you are doing more than a handful of trades each day at that winning percentage, you're going to have a lot more winning days than you are losing days, just by how the math works out. So if you can keep that up, even if it drops to 70% winning trades, or maybe even like 65, if you're taking a handful of trades and you're making more per day than you are on your average losing day, that's going to be good. I think you're right about maybe tightening up the personal loss. But Landon's shown that he can make more than that. So, I mean, good trading all around. Good card.
Yeah, really good trading. Like I said, this is a shout out, not a shoulder tap, but we're here to talk about things that they're doing well, areas for improvement. So a slight critique there, but overall, you know, I think this is going to work out really well for him. Also, he hasn't taken a payout. So if and when, Landon, you're thinking about taking a payout, you know, take a small one. He's probably looking to maintain a nice, healthy account balance, which is very important. I've shared countless examples of people who do not do that, and it usually will catch up with them. So everything's good here. I got nothing else. I kind of spoke my piece on Landon. I'd like to move on to. What'd you say?
To take a payout, Landon.
Take a payout. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a huge one, but take a payout. Let's move on to Raphael P. Raphael is, that's a pretty picture. Raphael is a live trader of ours. I actually talked about him on Friday. There were 2 Raphaels that I mentioned Friday, both of which had turned pretty big winning days into large losing days. One of them was Raphael, who was up 15 grand at one point during the day. I think it was 15 grand, right around there. It was a 5-figure number that he turned to a $5,000 losing day because he wrote out a 15 lot and got caught short on the upside spike in the equities, which was pretty hard to stomach for me to watch and see. But Raphael P was another person. He was up 5,000 last week and turned a $5,000 winning day into a $3,000 losing day at the same time as our other Raphael in the live account. Little bit to unpack here with this. This is a shoulder tap for Raphael. He's coming off a $15,500 losing week last week. And why I wanted to feature him was because a few reasons. He lost $15,500 last week, Jack, leaving him with an ending balance on the week of about $2,400. So that's a big no-no in my opinion. That means that he had about 18,000 in the account to start last week, and he ended with $2,400, which is risking way too large of your account as a percentage. And he was trading 5 lots on Friday when this happened. So, he really came into Friday with like, what is that? A $5,500 account balance, and you're trading 5 lots. That's a very small account balance value to justify the leverage of 5 contracts in the NASDAQ. So he not only had his back against the wall on the start of the day Friday, but really ended the day Friday with his back against the wall. I will give him a shout out for today. He's, up $4,200 last I looked. That could always change because he was in the market when I turned my chair around for the segment. But I wanted to feature him, I think for the reasons that I just shared above. But this is an example of kind of trading that is unsustainable. Even the best traders go through. Go ahead. If you want to say something there, go right for it.
I do, because first, there is some good news here. I always scan to the bottom and see that Raphael took, it looks like 10 grand in payouts. Okay. So at least you've locked that in. Another thing I notice is looking at this account. This is a perfect club DLL. It's been a while since we've seen one. Every losing day is the DLL. And I think, and you can tell me, you may have interacted more with the folks that are on here, but this to me seems like the account of, well, I took out 10K. Now I'm just going to try and hit my shot. Because with the account balance you mentioned, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight days of hitting the 3K limit, you gotta, if you lose 3K the first day, you probably shouldn't allow yourself to lose 3K the second day, but you definitely shouldn't do it the third. The fourth, WTF. The fifth, by the fifth, you have, like, as you mentioned, even worse than the contracts is by the fifth, you have like a 5K account balance. You're risking 60% of your account in a day.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, everyone's big boys, big girls out there. We can't tell you what to do. If you've decided, like, hey, I got 10K, I'm just gonna punch the lever. We're not gonna stop you. But if you are trying to sustain it, you can't risk 60% of your account in a day.
Yeah, every one of these traders is well within their right to, go up against that daily loss limit they have set forth. But if you're losing, I said this last Friday, I'm not going to do the math, and I might not do the math today because I ended up doing the napkin math in my head last week. I just don't like doing it on live TV when I'm on the spot. But, if you start your account, call it with like what I say earlier, 18,000 on the week, and you end with 2,400, like, halfway through the week, you really should recognize what percentage of your account you just blew through. Now, if you are losing or risking, 50% is a big freaking number, Jack. If you get cut in half in a single week on your account balance, that's like saying I got 100,000 in my trading account and I lose 50 grand come, Wednesday or something like that. I should be feeling like I just got kicked in the stomach. It should be sickening if you risk that large of a percentage of your account.
Yeah.
You've got to, we say we're traders, but you're really money managers. This business is trading, you're trading, futures contracts, but you're a money manager. If you're losing 50% of what you've got, you're not doing a good job managing that money. And, that's when you need to take a step back and say, holy F, what the F happened, and stop and reevaluate. And not only that, but take some time off and look at your metrics, what you could do. If I were Raphael, I'd be like, I'd be coming up with what's my personal loss limit. I've got X amount in my account. I only want to risk X percentage of my account on the coming days, and I'm going to be stopping, if I hit that, to buy myself, as I like to call it. If I lose $1,000, how many swings at the plate do I get where if I lose $1,000 every day in a row, I'm going to bust my account in, 7 days or something like that. Everybody needs to be thinking like that, because it's all about living to trade another day and survival. And on top of that, you don't have any business trading 5 contracts at that point where he was at last week. I mean, you get that kick in the stomach. It should, for anybody who's really taking this seriously and thinking about the money management, you get kicked in the stomach like that, you got to scale down to 1 contract. So this one I didn't like to see last week. Again, happy for him today. But when I go back and I look at the weekly P&Ls and I see something like this and then start to analyze what they were doing, whether it's in real time or, in hindsight, I knew there were bad things that were happening on Friday, which is why my eyes got directed right to him to see if he was a candidate to share today. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that was a $15,500 losing week last week. I want to share this with people so they don't fall into the same, situation as him.
So yeah, we won't harp on him anymore. But what I'll take from this is, as you said, like the real gut punch is that he was flat up 5K on that day that he ended up DLL. I want to take that to the house account. So the house account today, we're up 9-10 grand, something like that. I think given how things are going, I'm going to use this card as an opportunity to remind myself or whoever's trading it in the afternoon that we probably shouldn't go below 5K up on the day. I don't think now's the idea in the afternoon to risk another, risk 10 grand to get back to scratch or something like that. I think we need to manage it like that. So
you're preaching the truth. And I'll add to that, Jack. That's really important. Like, when you're up big, 10K, 9K, big for the house account, big for any account, really, lock in a certain percentage of your profits while you're up money. And then think about it as well. Not only do you want to look at your P&L and protect what you have so far on the morning, on the session, yada, yada, yada. Think of the time of day functions. It's almost 12:30 right now. The volume in most markets, in the equities, especially, the volume participation is there from like 7 a.m. Central Time to 11 a.m. Central Time. Come 11 Central, it's 12 o'clock Eastern and on the East Coast. You got people going out to lunch. Many of the larger participants, institutions and whatnot, they've already done their business for the day. So if you're someone who's trying to catch a piece of the trend for the day, or you're taking, bull flags, bear flags, that kind of thing, the odds of continuation as we get later on in the session, they decrease. If you've been buying it all morning, making money, the odds of continuation to the upside or to the downside, if you're a seller, that dies out. The volume is drying up now. And if you've made your bones early on, when the odds decrease, you want to risk less. And you got to be happy calling a winning day, especially if it's a big winning day. So I'm happy you brought that up, Jack.
Well, we're putting it out into the universe. We'll see if it's heard. But Mick, we're running out of time here. Thanks as usual for doing this. Always a pleasure talking to you. Hope you get things figured out with the childcare. I know what a pain in the butt that is.
Thank you. Yeah, it's tough. It's like we get back last week, after missing almost 3 weeks of work. There's a lot to catch up on, and then we didn't have the help, and now we just got taken for some dough and put in a bad place. So we'll see what happens with that.
Your facade looks very stoic, but I can see the steam starting to come out of your ears. But hopefully we get that figured out. Stick around. We got group coaching coming up with JD and Hoag after this. So they'll be answering your questions. You'll get some answers. It's going to be great. So stay tuned. We'll be back just after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's that time of day where we take your questions from you and we answer them. I'm JD behind the scenes. You're looking at Hoag, John the Goat Hoagland. Hope you had a nice weekend, Hoag. Tell me everything. What's new? Nice trade in the house account this morning.
Yeah, that was a nice trade. Failed downside auction, right up against a longer time frame support level. That was a nice trade.
Yeah, for sure. Held it. Nice hold time. Excellent trade. All right. Speaking of trades, we got a update from our tech team that's saying we're aware of an issue with TopstepX charts. We're investigating the matter and will follow up when it's resolved. If you were affected, please reach out to support so that we can make things right. As you know, right, Hoag, we always make things right.
We always make things right.
If you were affected by the TopstepX glitch today, go ahead and open up a support ticket. They will investigate your claim and move on from there. With that said, Hoag, you ready to do this?
I am. And folks, don't forget, always be nice to your trader support rep.
Yes, for sure. All right, question number the first comes from Serum. Serum wants to know, Hoag, loaded question. What is the one thing you wish you knew you could have known when you first started trading? What would be that, I guess, awesome sauce that would have boosted you or helped you hit the ground running immediately if you had known it when you first started?
Well, that's, I don't know that there's anything that's going to get you hitting the ground running immediately, but I wish I would have known how difficult it was going to be. And aside from that, I wish I would have understood the auction process, what markets really are. and the different time frames involved in that auction process. There's very short time frame traders like us. There's longer time frame speculators, sort of like us. Excuse me. There's different longer time frame traders. There's big traders, small traders, big speculators, big hedgers, small hedgers. There's all these different people involved in the auction process. And when it comes down to it, price is the advertising mechanism. And of course, price is very important to anybody who is going to be trading. But it's the auction process and how the auction process affects different time frames of traders. Your shorter time frame traders are very price sensitive. They're the ones that get squeezed into shorts and squeezed out of longs. And just understanding that these markets are all part of a longer time frame auction process. Price is going to advertise higher until it's too expensive where buyers won't pay for it anymore. That'll attract sellers. The upside auction is now over and a new downside auction is over, and price will advertise lower until sellers won't sell it there anymore. That'll attract buyers. The downside auction is now over and a new upside auction can exist or can begin. It's understanding the areas and the time frames of traders involved in that auction process and pitting them against each other that I think was probably the most important in keeping me profitable for a long time. And so Sareem, it's such a great question, and there's for every trader there's going to be a different answer. But I say I wish I knew how hard it was going to be, and I wish I understood the auction process much earlier in my trading career than I did.
That's a great answer. Yeah, and like you said, everybody's got a different answer. I wish I would have learned to trade differently than the initial way that I learned how to trade, because that really held me back for a couple years trying to transition away from that, going from like that pit trader scalping mentality, which only lasted for a couple of years, and then I had to relearn all over again. I almost wish that I'd never started the way I did, if that makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, again, different for everybody. All right, let's move on to Michael L. Michael wants to know, can you discuss stop placement? I find myself setting them too close too often. Michael, looking for a little advice on how to let his trades breathe a little more, I think.
Mm-hmm. And it's a common problem. It happens to all of us. It doesn't matter how long you've been trading. Once in a while, you're just going to get ticked out of a good trade. And it happens, and you just got to let that go. But to me, stop placement, first off, Michael, if you're using like a static stop, like you're trading the E-mini S&Ps and you're always using a 5-point stop, that to me is a bad idea. You want to place your stops at levels where price is telling you that that's probably not going to be a good trade anymore, and you're going to want to get out. There's trade sizing that can also affect that. Nobody wants to lose money. Nobody likes to lose money, and I'm happy, Michael, that you're using stops to begin with, right? Finding the right place to set them is an art form, just like anything else in trading. And as it being an art form, it's something that there's no defined level. Over time, Michael, you may find that you're able to recognize opportunities, let's say, or setups where you're going to say, wow, this setup looks really good, but I've seen this happen before. Everybody gets in on this setup. Then what happens is the market comes and takes out all their stops, and then the trade moves in that direction. And again, it's an art form to be able to recognize those levels. But if you're finding that you're putting your levels too close too often, if you're trading multiples, trade a little bit smaller, let your stops breathe a little bit more. You don't have to lose more if you're trading multiple contracts. Just trade fewer of them, expand your risk a little bit. Maybe that's going to be something that is going to help you, Michael. It is okay. So I think Michael is in the chat right now. He's saying, I think it might be Momo Man. Problem is that I'm placing stops at logical invalidation points. Is is that it's obvious to all traders and bots where those points are, and the bots are always targeting them. So if this is Michael, and I've had this conversation with hundreds of traders, if you're finding that you're finding good opportunities, and I was just kind of getting into that when I saw this comment, when you find yourself getting into good opportunities, you have to think about, okay, if this is a good spot, and there's a logical spot to put the stops, you're right, algos, HFTs, they're going to seek out those stops. They have programs that recognize order flow, and when they see a bunch of onesie twosie buys in a certain location, like on a certain setup, they know where those stops are going to be. So instead of taking that at that level, think about getting into the trade where those stops are going to be. So you've already got the idea that this is happening. It's your response to how that's happening. When you see a setup and you're placing stops at logical invalidation points, there's probably going to be a lot of other stops at those logical invalidation points. Think about getting into the trade there instead of getting into the trade where you normally would with that setup. It's probably going to save you some money because you're probably going to be able to risk less on those trades because you're getting in at better trade locations. And that's the good side. The bad side is once in a while you might miss one of those trades, and that's okay because it's all about the risk management and getting in at levels where you don't have to risk a lot, and getting in where the other stops are getting hit is usually going to be a good idea. So yes, Josh says your stop is my entry, and that is a lot of what we're talking about here. And if you're recognizing that, Michael, then you're already halfway there. Think about the setup. If there's something that looks too easy, but I want to take the trade, I'm going to say, well, where if I was to take the trade here, where would my stop be? I'll see if I can get in that trade where that stop is. And again, it helps you limit risk if it doesn't work out. And number two, gets you better trade location and better profitability if the trade does go your way. Great question. I hope that was a good question. That was a good answer.
Yep. And for those of you who don't believe Hoag, I'm here to second him that predator algos are, in fact, real. You can kind of see them operate in real time, like during times of low volatility, low volume. During those lunch hours, you find yourself getting ticked out, high ticked and low ticked. That's the predator algos hunting you down. All right. So, yeah, just be aware of that when you're trading.
Yeah, we used to do that in the trading peg, all the locals would be. We know that there's got to be a bunch of stops down here, so we'll down tick the market with one lots, and when all those stops get hit, we'll buy them all, and now we've got the good trade location, and we just took out everybody's stops. We didn't know for sure that they were there, but you get a sense of these things, and so in a way, we were kind of those predator algos and HFTs.
Those are the best stories. I love the trading pit stories too. All right, let's move on to Hudson. Hudson says, I'm starting out, second month of a combine, and I have a solid amount of confidence in my trades early on in the session, but lose it very quickly throughout the day. With that in mind and not knowing my triggers well enough, should I focus on one trade at the beginning of the day and then just watch price action for the rest of the day? Interesting question. So full confidence heading in, even if it's a winner, the confidence starts to wane as the session moves forward.
Hudson, couple of things. When you start out good early in the day, you stack up some cash. I would have to say somewhere in the back of your mind, you're going into protection mode. You don't want to lose any of that money. So that's going to eat away at some of the confidence that you had accumulated early in the day. I call it the Chicago Bears syndrome. If the Chicago Bears go into halftime with a lead, it seems like they come out in the second half playing not to lose. And in doing so, they have a tendency to lose. Maybe not all years, but it seems the last few, that's really been the way it is. So if you're confident, you're making money early in the session, not knowing what your triggers are, just lock it up and then watch. One other thing that might be occurring, Hudson, is you're getting tired. You've traded for the first 3 hours of the day. You've had a good morning, and you're thinking, okay, this is great, but now I'm kind of going into protection mode. Maybe I'm starting to get a little bit tired. At the very least, walk away, do something else, get your blood moving, take the dog for a walk, have a glass of milk, have a ham sandwich, do something to kind of reset yourself, and then come back and look for the next good trade. Don't think about protecting, which is kind of counterintuitive. Of course, you want to protect what you have, but if that's what you're focused on, you may not be looking at the market with the clearest of intentions and eyes. Look for the next good trade, whatever it is. You don't see one, don't take anything. But if you're doing well in the mornings, losing your confidence in the afternoon, I would say that your P&L is also heading the other direction in the afternoon. You don't have to trade all day. You can watch, you can practice, you can trade on a sim account, you can paper trade until you start to kind of build your confidence, knowing that you're up some money, and you don't want to fall in what you don't want to fall into, and everybody falls into this from time to time. I still fall into this. I've had a good morning. I don't want to lose any of it, but I want to keep trading. So you go into protection mode, and sometimes what you fear is the reality that you create. So you just think about, if you've had a good morning, Hudson, you're up 1,000, and you walk away, you go to take the dog for a walk, whatever, and you come back and you see a setup, you see something you want to take, you take it. Just don't let yourself lose all that money. Make sure that you keep half of it, so you're still a plus player at the end of the day, up $500. You learn something, and now you can take that moving forward. So, it's tough. We have a good morning. You want to protect it. I get that, but in protecting it, sometimes we create the outcome we fear. So just look for the next good trade, and make sure that you're feeling good. If you're exhausted, if you're tired, if your focus is split, then just walk away, take the day, and come back the next day and have another good morning the next morning. Nothing wrong with that.
For sure. Nothing wrong with being an active observer either, like Hoag said. You don't have to trade. You could sit there and actively observe the markets. There is no substitute for screen time in this business. So the more familiar you get with price action in the market you're trading, the more comfortable you will be as the day proceeds. All right. Next up, we have a question from Isam. Isam from Italy. Dear Hoag, I came a long way thanks to your lessons, and I'll be forever thankful to you and Topstep, sending lots of love from Italy. We do appreciate that, Isam. All right, now on to the question. My question is, what are some red flags that make you 100% want to sit on your hands? My good trades are really good, but looking back at my data, I noticed that 80% of my failed trades were right trades at the wrong time, too early. Bad timing. Sort of what happened to, he references a trade Nick made this morning. Sort of what happened to Nick earlier today. Shout out to Coach Ray. He's underrated too. Cheers, Coach Ray, if you're listening. Big shout out from Isam from Italy. So what do you think? First, what makes you tick? 3 losing trades. I know we mentioned this last week. 3 losing trades in a row, and you're done for the day, right?
100%. Yep, that's one of my triggers for sure. And being aware of it is of course extremely important. And Isam, thanks for the kind words, and I will make sure Ray knows that you gave him a shout out. And so 100% I want to sit on my hands, right? Well, anytime there's a major economic announcement, I tend to sit on my hands a lot during rollover. But as far as, getting in too early, or, that's like that's an art form like everything in trading, right? We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know that we might not know that we're getting into the trade too early. I would kind of hearken back to what we were talking about with having stops too tight. Think, Isam, before you get into the trade, is this an obvious opportunity? And if so, if I were to buy it here, where would my stop be? Now that's going to do a couple of things for you. Well, three in this explanation. It's going to get you better trade location. It's going to help you limit the risk, and it's going to keep you out of trades too early. You're getting into trades too early, maybe a little bit of FOMO. I don't know with what happened with Nick today, if that was necessarily FOMO, but sometimes we just put that stop just a little bit too close. Being risk averse in trading is both a blessing and a curse. What you don't want to happen is to see good setups, get into good trades, get stopped out, and then have the trade play out your way, and you die by 1,000 cuts that way. If 80% of your failed trades were right trades at the wrong time, start thinking about, all right, well, if I'm going to get in this trade here, where do I put in my stop? And think about getting into the trade where you would normally put in your stop. Now, this is not finite, and in certain situations is probably not the thing you want to do. But if you're saying 80% of your failed trades turned out to be good trades, but you were just in too early, one of the things that I would start thinking about is, again, where would my stop need to be to get in this trade and get in the trade there?
And there you have it. Thanks for the question, Isam. Appreciate the kind words, of course, and thank you, Hope, for the answer. All right, we got time for one or two more. Kevin's got a question about TPO charts. I'm becoming a big fan of the TPO chart thanks to you. Any suggestions on how to use the TPO chart during the Nikkei overnight Asian session? Highest volume is at 8 p.m. Eastern time during the Asian session, followed by regular trading hours in the New York session, starting at 9:30 Eastern time. At this time, I only have access to TPO charts that start either at 6 p.m. Eastern time, so the initial bands for the Asian session would be the first 3 hours, and TPO that starts at 9:30 Eastern time, regular trading hours.
Okay.
Do you get that? Can you set specific times on your TPO charts to start?
It depends on the platform.
Okay.
I've got, Kevin, I'm not sure what platform you're looking at, but if it is Tradeovate and you have 3 TPO periods that occur before the actual opening, what you might want to think about doing is you can split it at the letter. So now there's the part of the day that you don't want on your on the TPO charts. You can split it at that letter, and then when the Nikkei opens up, it will start a new TPO for you, and that's on Tradeovate alone. I don't know how the profiles work on every platform. On T4, you can set it to start whenever you want. On Tradeovate, you can split the profiles so that you've got the superfluous pre-session separate, and then you can see the actual session in its real time. So you can split that profile to do that, and that's something that I would certainly suggest. Kevin, I know it's probably aggravating to do that and to have to think about, okay, what's the real profile? If you ask me, it's gold starts at 720, equities or currency start at 720, bonds, treasuries start at 720. Well, that's the old bond, that's the old pit opening, and that's what I have my profile set to open. But I know a lot of platforms will only go on the half hour, and then some of them only go to the open and the close, or specific like 6 Eastern to midnight or whatever it is. But if your platform does split the profiles like that, that would be a way that you could see your real profiles. Good question.
Hope that helps you out, Kevin. All right, we got time for one more, and it's a loaded question. We're diving deep into Hoag's psyche here. Vinayaka wants to know, Coach Hoagland, How do you balance the need for a disciplined, rules-based trading approach with the flexibility required to adapt to unexpected market conditions without letting emotions take over? What's your secret sauce, Hoag?
So you have a need for disciplined, rule-based trading. The flexibility required to adapt to unexpected market conditions, which if you're not protecting yourself from if something like that happens, you're gonna, probably experience some either big wins or big losses or both. Letting your emotions take over. My goodness. Well, I think to be a successful trader, you have to have the discipline and basically be a rule-based trader with exceptions. Market generated information that we tend to get from the profiles or things that we may see on the chart that are happening in real time. It takes some time to be able to accept that market generated information, which may be contrary to what you're looking at or what your rule-based trading approach is saying. So, doing it without letting your emotions take over. I mean, emotions are going to be present if something like that happens. It's just the way you don't let them take over is you don't make decisions based on those emotions. Recognize that you're emotional, and if you have to walk away, you have to walk away. But this is such a deep and interesting question. We could probably talk about this at length for a very long time. I've before I started trading, I was an artist, right? There wasn't a lot of discipline in that, and I'm a very visual person. So, rule-based approaches, I like them, but I'm always trying to push the envelope when it comes to them and add market-generated information and creativity and the ability to see things changing in real time to my trading, my operations as a trader. So it's I think the way to respond or adapt to unexpected market conditions is, if you are becoming emotional, is avoid them. Nothing says that you have to trade during unexpected market conditions. Typically, in my trading career, highly volatile periods of time are times that I avoid, and I'm going to be very specific as to what I need to see before getting involved. So, disciplined rule-based trading is great until all hell breaks loose, right? What do you do when all hell breaks loose? Well, take your hands off, wait until the market makes some sort of sense, and then re-engage in the marketplace. It's really the only thing that I can say about that without getting really deep into the weeds on that. Great question, Vinayaka. There it is. Sorry about that.
And if you didn't know, now you know. Hoag did indeed go to art school. Remember to maintain that flexible bias, as MP would say, a strong opinion weakly held. That's our tip of the week too, right? Adaptability. Be prepared to
Well, if you're looking for good news, you're asking the wrong.
roll with the punches, right? Right.
Yeah,
with that, we are out of time for a group coaching today. Stick around though. We have Strategy Lab with Anne Marie coming up next. She's going to be joined by Robert and Nick for a tick. That should be a great episode of Strategy Lab. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Dolby, Gabe, and Ray T. Gabe's Road to Funding. Make sure you're keeping track of that. All right, Hoag, how about a little dad wisdom?
Yeah, this I picked out before, and I think it was it kind of lines with a couple of the questions, especially about where to put stops and how far and how close. And I think the important thing is to get out when you can, not when you have to. It was another one of my dad's my dad's wisdoms. I'd say, I got in this trade, and I had an idea where I needed to get out of it, and it just went right through it, and I froze, and I lost a lot of money today, Dad. And he'd say, well, don't forget, get out when you can, not when you have to. So stop placement is always a challenge, but make sure you get out when you can, not when you have to. Thanks for the wisdom, Dad. And thanks to all of you for joining us today. And looking forward to seeing you later.
Greetings, welcome, Earthlings and traders, of course. I am Coach Robert. This is Strategy Lab. The lovely lady there in the middle is awesome trader Anne-Marie Band, and we have Nick Pertick. You saw him earlier today, and he is back. Thank you for joining us for this session of Strategy Lab. Before we go in, I have to make a quick little announcement here. This is just coming off the wire that there has been a new status page set up for the Topstep X. And my crew can help out and put the link in the chat. There it is. Looks like Nick Doby, he already has it there. No, somebody could just grab that link. I don't have it right there in front of me. I'm just getting the messages now. That I would greatly appreciate it. It's a teamwork over here. But that is, we have an update, Topstep X charting issue. We deleted any negative trades that occurred on Topstep X between 11 and 11:30 a.m. Central this morning. I'll read that one more time. We have an update about Topstep X charting issue. We've deleted any negative trades that occurred on Topstep X accounts between 11 and 11:30 a.m. Central Time this morning. So there's your update right there. Nick, thank you very much. Eddie, you guys everybody's all over it. Love the teamwork here. All right, anything else, dump it in the chat. We will make sure that we get your answers. Best of our ability to do that and get things straightened out, as we always do at Topstep. So, Anne-Marie, last week, you had like little plane things going on there. We're going to jump on, and Hoagland jumped in, taking place. Dope, he was on in the strategy lab. But we want to make sure we get this, because this was actually your idea, was a topic from last time. So we want to make sure we cover this. And I did move it in right at the top of my little fun background there. It's just, working with A+ setups. So, Nick, thanks for joining us. I'd like to just kick this over to Anne-Marie, because I really want to get your feedback on this also. Your idea, please share what you were thinking, take the floor, and then we will jump over to Nick for a couple of things as well.
So it's always great to be here. You always can count on shenanigans occurring in the airport at some measure in some way. With me, it goes like a dark cloud. But in any case, very excited to be here, and very excited to be here with Nick, because if there's one person that's got A+ setups, it's Nick. And so we know that because of where he's sitting in the leaderboard. The big thing that I want to suggest is that many times as traders, we take trades and we don't know what an A+ setup maybe looks like, or we don't know how to execute through an A+ setup. And this term of A+ setup really, obviously it's all over the place where you go, hey, what's the best setup? But SMB Capital talks about very often why you don't want to miss your A+ setups, why it's the setup that you look at and plan for so that you're ready to execute, versus, well, I sort of missed that, and now I'm here in between this, and that, I guess I could take this one. And that really comes from the way you prepare. And so Nick has been I'm super excited. My first time getting to be in a space to get to talk to Nick personally. So I'm super excited about it. And I want to know, when he digs into his trades, what gives him that feeling or that understanding from what he's observing, what makes an A+ setup? So Nick, thank you for allowing us to open the kimono. That's that shows just a lot of courage, which I love. I think courage is super important, being a good trader. And, I think that you show us that you've got all that courage. So first of all, talk to me a little bit about what you think this concept of the A+ setup means to you, and how you feel about approaching the market. Because I notice sometimes you come on and you go, I don't know, I'm not feeling today, or whatever it is. So yeah, talk about that a little bit.
So to me, I guess just at the most basic level, an A plus setup is really going to be, what is my lowest risk, high reward potential type entry that I could make when getting into a trade. I know Hoag likes to use the word a cheap trade a lot. That's kind of how I think of a good setup as far as just an overall trade. But when you kind of get into the weeds of a little further of what is like an A plus setup, well, it's a cheap trade that has, in my opinion, like not only low risk, but really does look into, a high reward. And a good example of that is a situation was this morning, I would say would be the long off the excess low in ES for the range play that we kind of had, where I could actually, let me do that. Actually jump to my chart. So it would be this. So we already had made, a new low. If you can see my chart, we can't. Okay, great. A new low pushed below the previous day low. So Friday's low. And we established initial balance. And then we came up, kind of rejected off VWAP, came all the way back down below initial balance low. And basically this is when D in the house account and everyone, and even me, were kind of screaming like, yes, a long here makes perfect sense. And after we have that low and you kind of push back towards value on the day, in my opinion, you have a very cheap short a cheap long on a shorter time frame. So for me, I'm still obviously operating on, the next couple hours, the next few minutes, as far as an entry into the trade. So this is what I would call a very good setup for a potential, all day traversing value type trade, where you could basically get long and potentially hold a runner for the rest of the remainder of the session, or just continue to kind of trail a stop up if you're going to play not only that range play, but potentially a failed downside auction back into maybe a range day, a trend day to the upside. And that was a trade that I really believed in, thought it was a great setup, but it really didn't take myself for some reason. I don't know why I didn't jump into it when I was kind of screaming and wanting to get it long with the house account, and was all for it in the house account, but did not take it in my personal account to kind of make that trade go. And it was the right read of the day, and it would have worked. I was looking at it on NQ from about 940, I think I was trying to get long at, but it's the same thing. We didn't necessarily, have as much of an excess low on ES that we did on NQ there. And once we kind of got back into that range, it really is a good long, but for some reason to me, I'm a little hesitant at times lately, and I'm trying to break this habit, which is, I don't know if it's me being on camera sometimes or doing the show and getting, somewhat distracted by all the different, stimuli and input and the chat and what's going on here and there, that sometimes it's like it creates almost a hesitation where when I'm, not exactly locked in. I'm giving you commentary, I'm giving perspective, I'm seeing things happen, but I'm not locked in where it's like, yes, this is the trade I want to enter and I'm going to do it. And with that, then suddenly another habit I'm trying to get out of, which is, okay, now the camera's off and I'm itching to take a trade because I didn't necessarily take the good setup that I had, that I'm trying to then force a setup out of thin air, which doesn't happen. And sometimes the middle of the day is one of the worst times to look for, I would say, an A plus setup, because a lot of the time it ain't there. The moves already potentially happened and now we're in very low volume and we get stuck in. I know we kind of broke out to the upside here out of that, I don't know, probably Dolby's favorite type of range, where we finally broke out of, I don't know what you would call that, a 2-hour range, a 1-hour range, but we finally did break that. But if you're looking for a trade and you're looking at this type of consolidation, you're just asking to get stopped, to get frustrated, to, add more size because it's not quite rolling over, but it also isn't stopping you out. And you can kind of get in a recipe where you're really trying to force that trade to happen. You're forcing a setup that isn't there. And naturally, we did just break the range to the upside. So it continues the play off the excess low that we had this morning, which still is holding to be a great setup to take that long. And the house account, are we still long in it? I'll let someone tell me that, but I would hope we're still holding the runners because that was a great setup.
I think everybody's flat in the house account, right?
I do not believe
we're
the house
long at
account is
deuce.
still long.
We are still long.
Are we still long? Are we? I don't have it up in front of me.
I'm checking on that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we were holding a runner.
Yeah, I was like, I thought that
We
was the
wouldn't let 'em
play,
go.
was to go the full traverse of value at least to like 55.40. But yeah, that's how I would kind of
that's a great
define
idea.
define like an A plus setup, because it is a really low risk trade in that situation where if you got in, you know, in that 55.10 level that we did in the house account, or even a little lower, your stop can be another excess low after we kind of already broke initial balance, made a new low. Like if we continue to build volume below initial balance at that point, you kind of know where you're going to be wrong. So it really is not only a cheap short, but a potential to do what we're doing right now, which is traverse the entire, call it initial balance range.
So if we're talking about that for just a minute, if I could sort of review, and we're looking at this excess low, what time was that first low that's got the dot underneath it? Can't see very well. What is that? What is the time for the first wick down there in the ES?
Looks like around 9:15-ish.
9:15 Central Time. 9:15 Central Time.
Yeah, 9:15 Central.
Central.
I always forget that some people don't look at the the time that way. Yeah,
and
Central
then
Time.
The second wick down.
The second wick down is roughly 9:50 to 55.
Okay, so that's unusual. Did we have any releases around that time? I'm wondering what
6-month bond
I'm wondering
auction.
where that catalyst. 11 a.m. Eastern is the. I thought that was the. Hang on a second. Let me look this morning.
And nothing outside of ISM, and then the bond auction. But the bond auction would have been about 30 minutes after that.
11 a.m. Eastern. So that was 10 o'clock. No, that's just. So the bond auction was at 11 a.m. That's 10 a.m. your time. And
Correct.
So here's my thought about when we have these A plus setups. What we noticed that Nick was saying with Jack just a bit ago was there are places in the market where a lot of trading has been done behind us and there's a lull. So the big takeaway here is very few A plus setups are going to occur in the middle of the trading day. So between 11:45 Eastern or maybe 12 Eastern all the way to, I don't know, do we want to say 2 Eastern? Kind of like, where we are right now. And then it just took flight and continued the move up. In those spaces, you're going to find the least opportunities for A plus setups. If we go back in time, a lot of the things that we see are based on critical time frames. And so one of our members in the Topstep Discord, I'm guessing it's him, is Market Trend ES. He puts in lots of interesting things, but here's something super interesting. He said, critical time periods that have lots of volume that can give you very nice setups will be if you are a trader abroad and you're looking at Tokyo, it's 2 to 3 a.m. And of course, I'm going to say Eastern because I'm an Eastern time frame person. So I'll just say Eastern after that, and you can go, oh, okay. And then 3 to 4, the London markets open up, Eastern. And then between 8:30 and 11:30 Eastern, we have the overlap of the London markets and the New York markets, after which there's that lull. And so it makes sense that there's that quiet period where people are done trading overseas and they're looking at that space. And then 3 to 4 Eastern is when price action ramps up again. And you're very likely to see A+ setup trades in that space as well. So now we come to the space where we go, all right, so how do we prep for an A+ setup trade? So the first thing Nick told us was, well, we see that it's a failed auction. And for someone like me, it would be a double bottom. It would be a stop run after the bottom, after what somebody thought was a bottom. So people try to go, okay, that's the bottom. I'm going to get in there. And they run the stop, shake out the weak hands, and then price turns around and moves up. It's almost like the 3-bar reversal that is pretty popular when we talk about it around here, right? It's just in a lot of different candlesticks in this formation. And so what we notice is the early part of the day tells us where we have to focus. So what's the takeaway? If you're looking for an A+ setup, really realize that the first 3 hours of your trading day, you've got to be locked in. And so Nick talked about, hey, because I have my attention spread in a lot more tentacles, because I'm interacting with chat, I'm interacting with the moderators, I'm interacting with the other guests, I'm interacting with the local TopstepTV professionals. All of that interferes with his flow of thinking. And that should be something that we think about also, right? Tooling in and saying, I do not want to think about anything else except price positioning, my risk, and what it is that I'm seeing on the screen. I think those are the key things that I got from Nick. Now, I don't hold my trades a long time like that. So when you're looking at an A+ setup that comes that way, Nick, what makes you say, you know what, I'm going to sit in this trade until? How does your A+ setup culminate?
So for me,
Excuse me, Nick, Nick, 1 second. Would you take that same play? You're going to keep answering that question, please, but would you place this short up in this area based on what we were just talking about with the lows that we saw down at 9:15 Central Time and the second low at around 10 a.m. Central Time? Those are the two that you highlighted on ES. I'm talking ES, and these lows are around 55.05 to 55.06. Taking that long and riding it up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does it look like we are in the same scenario or a similar scenario now at 55.35-ish for a short, given the same type of criteria? And go ahead and answer that. I just want to make sure that we tackled that as well, because the markets were moving. I want to make sure we tackle that. And NQ just did break out to a new daily high at 20,040. It broke over 20,026. It's right now. So go ahead, Nick, take it away.
Yeah, in theory, yes, there is a short setup here. Would I call it an A+ setup? Absolutely not, because at this point in the day, you're kind of fading. You're fading the move at the end of the day. If you look at EMAs and even the way VWAPs are kind of sloped from a 24-hour or the RTH one, it's kind of like this. So it just, once again, if you're going to short this right now, I would not call it an A+ setup. I would say it's a scalping setup more than anything else. It's just something you're taking some points. Absolutely. It gives a little bit of a cool down here. People are going to take profit. You may get a chance, like the full take profit of this, where you push it back into, initial balance or the 30-minute opening range on the day. Do I love fading any midday rally in summer on a holiday week? No. The short answer is no. Do I love shorting this market right now? No, because I've taken so many beatings lately, being right in shorts, but just being poorly timed. You have a much larger, I would say, margin for error longing, fading fading sellers in this game right now than you do fading people that have gone long at any point in the day. You just seem to have less wiggle room. And like, for example, today, I was short, what was that? Roughly, I think it was 976, and we got a rotation down into the 50s, and my take profit was 2 points away. I ended up taking a stop out on that trade, looking for 20 points, and I got 17 and change, and it came all the way back and nicked my stop instead of, me trying to get out of the trade. So you just have that type of, I guess, lack of margin for error. So you're getting that rotation now where, yes, if you short NQ at 20,040, which was my pivot from the week last week, you've got a decent chance that you would have gotten a rotation down to 20,000 again, or back into this terrible, horrifying barcode range that we've been in for the last couple hours. As I'm watching this, there was no trade here. Yeah, we kind of got the final breakout, but that's not a breakout I usually want to fade. That's usually an easy way to take a 15-point stop out when you fade that type of, once again, excess push up like that. Especially in summer, especially like we said, we're green on the day. Most of the Mag 7 is green. It's just not something I want to fade. If you're going to fade it, I would wait till power hour. You need the volatility back.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. If this is not an A+ setup, as you broke down, can you give it a rating, 1, and number 2, what would make it an A+ setup? What would need to change in this scenario? And then, Anne-Marie, I would ask you the same question to hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, I would give it a B or a C if I was being honest, just because this is a trade that I would take. There's no question, especially if I'm watching time and sales, and you would have probably seen that rotation happen where sellers kind of initiated it, and I may take, hey, I'm going to throw a 2 lot on a 3 lot and just kind of ride this for 10 to 15 points and just take the scalp and get out. That's the type of setup it is. So for me, it's a B, maybe even a C, just because you are fading the move. Once again, there's always points to be had by fading rotations. I wouldn't necessarily call this a trend day because we got that initial push down and we are just kind of barely out of the, initial balance on NQ, and we're still in the 30-minute opening range on ES. So I wouldn't call it a trend day. I wouldn't say you're fading a trend day, but you're fading a slow, choppy kind of grind up. So it's usually a recipe for you taking paper cuts.
So if we could go back to that ES early morning setup, and I will answer that question, Robert, but I wanted to tie the bow on this past space that we were discussing. I said, all right, this is an A+ setup. We saw the bottoming formation. And so try not to use any hindsight, and I know that's hard, but what do you suspect the chart, what do we do to stay in the move? If it's an A+ setup, my thought would be, hey, listen, I'm looking at 2 downward sloping VWAPs. Easily, I could reject that area. So I will trade around the position in the early part of the morning if I pick that double bottom, which is what I would be looking at. The flush of the double bottom, the recapture of the low of the prior wick, and then I'm going to try to trade it up into that space, knowing that I've got these downward sloping VWAPs that I am going to have sellers that either take profit or run for cover because they've been short and they have to get out. So is there a simple space that you go, listen, this is an A+ setup. So certainly if we could see that looking upside down for what it is that we have showing at the NQs, at the ES right now, we might be able to go, oh, I see. It looks just like early morning, but now it's inverted. And so I can see the form, but what makes me say, hey, stay in the trade?
That's what we always try to find is once we get our A+ setup, what needs to happen given the criteria, time of day, instrument traded, economic events coming out. What needs to happen to knock it off the A
What
plus setup?
keeps
Where
me
it's
in the
gonna,
trade? Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Why?
keeps you in there.
This
What keeps
looks
you in? What keeps you
great,
out? Right?
right? We
Yeah.
said, hey, it looks great. What keeps us in the trade? This is a skill that I consistently try to build, staying in longer for a move that's trending. And so what do? Is it as simple as I'm not breaking my 14 EMA? Is it as simple as my last highest high is still, old resistance, new support? What makes you stay there, Nick?
Yeah, let's ask Nick that, because it's going to be different for everybody. And he's in that trade earlier. So go ahead and run through that, Nick. Would love to hear that.
Yeah, I am terrible at letting my winners run because I tend to trail a smidge too early. And by that, I mean, I'm using some aspect of market generated information to hide my stop or to move my stop behind and then waiting for price action to kind of build to the next one and then hiding it under, a volume node or VWAP or something where I expect additional buyers potentially on a pullback. Let's say if it was in a long like this to step back in, or, even if it was a short, like you're an area where reoffer makes sense. And then once we've had that reoffer and we continue downwards, I'm kind of putting it just below that or whatever it may be. But more often than not, because I trade, or I tend to be more active trading during the highly volatile times of day, that sometimes can bite me in the butt because sometimes we blow through those as we're continuing to trend, because it just can be that whipsaw, especially on the NASDAQ, where I may have gotten a 60-point move in my favor. And so I move my stop, let's call it 30, 32 points, and it gets wicked out and then it continues. And that's just kind of knowing the instrument you trade. But that's why I've kind of adapted my style where, I'm really looking for those 20 to 30 point rotations, those 40 point rotations. And if I get that, I will reset and happily get back in at that reoffer or that rebid on a test of a level. So I am pretty bad at holding, I would say, full positions for trending markets and continuing to kind of take profit there. I'm good at holding runners because I've had days where I'll hold, a one lot or something and just continue to let it run. It just never gets tagged. But more often than not, if I have been trailing it, my full position gets taken out at that, 30 to 40 point mark.
Okay, so let's dig a little deeper there. You said it never gets tagged. How are you anchoring the tag?
If I'm leaving like a single runner at that point, it most likely is back towards my entry, and I haven't moved it from there. So that's usually what it would be.
Okay, I get it.
Or for me, it's like I have committed to holding this to either break even or some profit target that I have not yet defined on the day. And like I said, I am usually the type of trader that is not greedy. So I tend to just take my full position off, reset, look for the next trade, or call it a day versus having to even want to babysit, watch. That's where it's like, if I have a trade on, and even if it's well in profit, I'm still going to be looking at this and it's going to kind of control my day. So I think that's also why I've adapted my strategy to just take the points, reset, go do something else with my life. But that's just me.
Let me ask a question. That's great. Let me ask a question I'll pose it to both of you. We're talking A+ setups here, which is great. Do you have multiple? That's the question. Do you have multiple A+ setups? And I'm going to break it down into whether it's an instrument you're traded, a time of day that you're trading, or the type of day that you're analyzing, if you believe it's going to be a trend day or a range day. So, Nick, why don't we stick on you if you have multiple, and how do you determine that?
I mean, I think you can. I would say, given that like I said, I'm usually just active for the New York Open. I tend to not trade the, power hour where you're going to get that volatility back, and you may get, in my opinion, you will get another A+ setup during that last hour too. Could be in the last 20 minutes. Like, you don't even have to sit there all day. And it's also something I'm trying to, I would say, continue to evolve in my trading, where even if I'm on TopstepTV and there was a setup, I missed it. I should not be trading again until power hour when one may present itself. I should not be sitting here in the middle of the day, like, watching and hoping for one. Like I'm sure there is a lot of statistics, or I've even seen people share things where that's when the move happens. It's in the first hour or the last 30 minutes, and that's it. And that's summer trading. And realistically, I'm pretty sure I'm visualizing that. No data to back it up, but that's what I'm seeing. So realistically, I think in the first hour, you may get one or two. You usually do get one. There's no question. And usually in the last hour, you'll get one or two.
I'm assuming those are different. Before I go to Embry, I'm assuming those are different because of the first part of the day, you can play the things. I'm not saying you do this, but the opening range breaks, the initial balance breaks. It's really hard to do an initial balance breakout when initial balance is the first hour of the day, and we're talking 7 hours later, right? So exactly. I assume there are different types of setups.
Definitely. This is when, like I say, first hour. It really could be, basically until the euro close. So let's call it 2 hours. But yeah, I think you start to see those things. And that's why I sometimes use shorter distance or shorter time frame opening ranges and things, because you can kind of see those trend breaks, those trend breakouts forming earlier when you're looking at a 5-minute opening range, a 30-minute opening range, which is what I like to use on my 5-minute charts. You can just kind of see that potential forming, or a potential failed downside auction where, after the 30 minutes, we may wick below that 30-minute opening range again and then take off. And then that breakout happens and we never get back towards that low. And that was your initial balance low. So you can start to see them kind of form, I would say. So it really just depends on it, but it can kind of lead to giving you a different picture of how to view an A+ setup or another potential one. But it really depends on your time frame, type of trader you are. For example, Rips is a great breakout trader. Dakota has been a good breakout trader. I'm a terrible breakout trader, especially to the upside. For some reason, I just have a tendency to mean revert, trade back to point of control on those breakouts, which doesn't always work when we're in a trending bull market. It's worked for me the last couple of weeks because we've kind of been in a smaller balance zone, and I've been able to be rewarded for some of those moves.
That's great. Yeah, you should take Chad and whoever's listening should take note of that. We just Nick is naming off 3 of the top 10s around here. They've been on the boards quite a bit. Really awesome traders. 3 entirely different styles of doing things differently, and they're still there. So it's a different A+ setup for everyone. So Emery, I'm going to kick that back to you. For A+ setups, do you have one? I know you're strong on the VWAPs and the VWAP deviation bands, or do you have multiple depending on the time of day you're trading or your instrument?
So I think there are maybe 2 or 3 A+ setups. To answer your prior question a couple of bits ago, hey, do you think this is an A+ setup? I would also have agreed with Nick that it was a B or a C because it did not have structure. And so when I take a look at trading mechanics, I love bottomings. I love tops. I've learned that if something looks like it's topping, I need to let it blow off and then collapse below the prior high that it made before I say, hey, that's going to be a good one. So if I take a trade way up at the top, just if I were looking at this formation right here in the ES, that topping formation I saw, as a matter of fact, we were talking in the green room about, I said, hey, listen, we just had a formation that I would say that's a good trade. Now, the length of the trade, because I'm not a buy and hold through 5-6 hours of trading, I just don't do that. Mine is going to be, my A+ setups are going to be relative to rotation. So I have a topping formation. It tells me that, listen, I'm going to come down into some VWAP. It's going to be some kind of VWAP that's anchored. It's going to be baseline points of control. It's going to be heavy congestion. And you can see just through looking at Nick's volume imprint that he's got over there on the right, which I absolutely love. Oh, I so love Motive Wave. Just so fantastic. But you can see that heavy congestion of red. It's like it's right, sticking right out there in the profile. And so if I were shorting that top, I would go, okay, I'm going to try and take that that trade right into that edge. So for most every trade that I take, I know exactly where I'm going. I don't ever have a trade where I go, let's just see where this goes. That's a lie. I do take trades like that, but when I'm sitting in a trade like that, because I don't have a plan, I feel like I'm, Sunday driving with the parents going, oh, look at the trees, because I have no idea. We did that as a family way back in the day. Sunday drive. So whatever, but that's something that I just can't. I can't do that very, very well, very much. So I always know where I'm likely to go. I think those are the key elements of an A-plus setup. But here's the big thing. A-plus setups are probably going to come once or twice a day. And so if we trade, we have to get into those spaces where we go, okay, this is not an A-plus setup. I am taking here, it could be a good trade, but where are my risk and rewards? And so that, when we look at something that says lowest risk, high reward, which is the first thing Nick started with, ding, 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 super important. The reason that Nick's account goes like this is because he's really focused on risk, right? And so traders who have accounts that are continually rising focus on the risk more than the opportunity to play, right? It's sort of like, if you have, you guys know I have a kid that plays basketball. Once in a while, he's got friends that go, hey, why don't you come out and hit some rec someplace and shoot some hoops? I'm like, wait, are you high? You cannot do that. You literally cannot. Listen, your knees and your feet and your ankles, they're insured, buddy. You can't go play rec ball. You just can't. Right? So, and so that's the sort of thing we have to look at and go, it's just not. I mean, even I have this problem because I want to be involved. And I locked on this A-plus setup thing for a couple of weeks and I went, just slow down, step back, and engage when the time is there. Take your rewards, and then you've got TopstepTV to keep you company all day. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Best of both worlds.
Especially if you're holding on to those trades longer. Like I know that the two of you definitely have significantly longer hold trade times than I do for these types of setups. So if we're not taking an A-plus setup, you said it happens once or twice a day. Do you think that might be 0 to twice a day? Because sometimes it just simply isn't there. For example, the 3rd of July, we have Wednesday. It's going to be a shorter day. Might not be there. Would you agree with that statement? Okay.
Exactly.
Nick, did you want to add anything to that? I'm in a quick little pivot on something else, unless you wanted to add something.
No, I mean, it's like we said, this is not the trade. This was not the trade to take. I made a little bit of money on it in my XFAs, but this is miserable price action that'll just make you pull your hair out. So that is not an A-plus setup.
What do you think about a long right there, though?
I would have longed off whatever VWAP this is. I guess it's the 24-hour. That would have not been a terrible entry if we're looking at continuation at this point.
And what's that level?
Or same thing at NQ, right around like I said, the 20,040 to 20,000 rotation. Like 20,000, not a bad long. Again, if you're going to play for, okay, you had people take some profit, sellers kind of got absorbed again at that, large red negative delta where they weren't moving price, but selling into the hole basically. So there's not a bad long there. Once again, cheap long. You kind of know where you're going to get stopped out.
Cheap long. We hear that term a lot, and we may say what it means slightly different, but I think it means the same overall in general to everybody. It's just I'm getting into this trade, whatever that trade is, but I don't have much risk on it. It's not going to go to, if it goes a little bit against me, I'm out. That would be cheap. No, I'm going to, it's going to cost me, I'm throwing a number, it's going to cost me $200 for this trade. That could be a cheap trade depending on who you are, your risk tolerance, your account. But we look for, I want to get the biggest bang for the buck on these things, being a cheap trade. We hear that quite a bit. Adobe says it wonderfully because it's in Hoag does as well. Anne-Marie, Nick, you're saying it. And everyone can take note of that as well. Because we're not just getting into the trades and being, I think this is going to go, and how much am I risking on this? And through shoulder tap today with Nick going through some of the traders being like using their daily loss limit, as their trade loss limit. That doesn't sound like a cheap trade to me. Listen, there's your setup. It's A+. It's A+, depending on the environment. Getting into that trade, if you're not right, just get the hell out. There's always going to be another trade, and there's not many guarantees in the market. One of them is there will be another trade coming down the road. Amber, did you want to comment on that?
I do want to add one thing. Sometimes cheap trades are not good trades, right? And we know this, of course. The question is, can I quickly tell that I need to get out from in front of the steamroller driving right towards me? Or do I become complacent at a time where I should be hypervigilant about why a cheap trade is a cheap trade? Because, if I'm going to try and sell you an acre in Florida, you could go, and that could be at Port Royal, where it's like, I don't know, I think $16 million for just the plot of land in Port Royal. And I think that's on the cheap side. Or I've got an acre for you in the Everglades. if you go, it's 16,000. And I go, hey, have at it. Sometimes the cheap is the bad one. And so being very hyper vigilant at the point that you take the trade, and I don't like sizing up into cheap trade places. I like that space where you go, okay, this is cheap. Let's see if they're doing something exhaustive. Let's see if they're getting up and I don't have enough energy to move forward. And then you can start clipping in from that space as opposed to running it all the way up to the highs. Because literally, I've had a hatchet to the chest doing things like that. And I'm not going to do it anymore.
And for those who don't know the reference for the anchors, one location is like Millionaires Row down there in Florida, and the other is Alligator Alley. So it's the swampland. If you don't know the Everglades, Google your friend on that one. So we have global listeners. Look at the Everglades in Florida, and then down to the Port de Royale that you mentioned. They're totally different places. Nick, I want to take a quick little pivot on something here. We got about 6 or 7 minutes left because we touched base on this in the green room beforehand. It's about external, and Emery's going to take it from there as well, but external and internal trading styles. Like, I'm Nick. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I'm Nick, and I am not on TopstepTV today, and I'm taking these types of trades. You may trade like this person, but now I'm Nick, and I am on Fast Markets, and I'm here, and I'm watching chat and everything. I am that person. So I think Anne-Marie's got a special question for you, and before you answer that, I am going to switch my background for you all, because I made a special one for Nick being on today, being that you're a triathlete, my friend, and kudos to you. I got a little triathlete happen going back there, and I think that's when I was on with him the very first time I think he was on. I'm going to take my mug off of here so you can see it. That's what GPT did for us today. I asked him about his training and how the training. I've been a sports competitive fanatic myself for many decades. And how did you bring that training of, getting in there and the discipline and the consistency over and over, and then driving and having a goal, and how did that bring into your training? So I'm going to back away from that. And I believe part of that answer is going to be part of the answer for Anne Marie. So please, Anne Marie, what you were talking about in the green room, I would love to hear the answer to this as well. Take it away.
Well, the thing that we did touch on a little bit was when our focus gets divided, our ability to drill in and execute becomes weaker. And so that was really that element of that, which is, another reason why it's tougher to sit and trade live while everyone is watching and so on and so forth. But is there anything when you're there, Nick, and you go, hey, I know this is happening or I'm feeling it, is there something else in the back of your mind that maybe you do in sports that you haven't thought of doing when you're on fast markets and your concentration gets divided? How, when you're training or actually in competition, which is being a triathlete is no small feat. It's super impressive because you're going for long periods of time. So your focus has got, I would imagine that sometimes it drifts. How do you pull yourself back, into the lanes where you go, okay, this is my performance zone. I need to sort of dial back in and keep myself clear.
Before I answer that, I will say, because you did just remind me of something. So I've done a couple Ironmans, and if you've never sat on a bike in very, hot temperatures, hot humidity for a long period of time, doing a 100+ mile ride, Anne Marie's right that your mind may drift. So you want to talk about some of the weirdest thoughts, business ideas, just perspectives that can come up in your internal monologue as you're doing that. Go do an Ironman in the middle of Louisville, Kentucky when it's 95 degrees and 100% humidity. Highly recommend. It's almost like dropping mushrooms and going on a vision quest. I think that's definitely in the same ballpark of the type of brain activity that may be happening from dehydration and other things. But the logic is, to answer Anne Marie's question, I'm still figuring that out. I'm still trying to understand, how I can, I know Andre calls me out on every once in a while because when he sees me almost like I'm not paying attention suddenly, like I did block out the Top Step crew and I am just like zoned in, is usually in a weird way. Like I've noticed to have success when I kind of have gotten into that flow state or whatever in that few moments as I'm reading price action. And I'm usually at that point, I'm like, hey, by the way, I'm long because I wasn't communicating. I wasn't or explaining what I was seeing. I just executed. So it's situations when I do that, I tend to be right versus, okay, when I get to this level, it may be along here. Let's see if we can kind of break below this. And, it's like suddenly when I'm, I guess, trying to articulate and describe and educate and do these things all at the same time while I'm, like you said, I'm interacting with the chat. And then I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, my own P&L is important. I should probably look to take a trade, or yeah, that would have been a good entry right there if I wasn't talking for the last 10 minutes and kind of missed the, now we're 20 points higher on NQ. And I'm like, let's see if it returns. So it's almost like in this game, especially trading the NASDAQ more than ES, like I do, your margin for, I would say, A+ entries, even in that, can be very minimal. And then, that risk reward just gets a little bit, I would say, that it becomes more 50-50 as you, I missed that entry. And now, like I said, we're 30 points higher than when I probably should have gotten in. I don't necessarily want to jump right in with how Wiki and the movement that NQ can have, because that equation goes down. Because realistically, if I entered where I probably wanted to, now this trade is well in my favor, and I can start peeling it off, versus like, okay, I'm going to get in now, and realistically, we're going to be in that situation where if I get stopped out on this, my entry should have been my stop, which is what it should have been the original time. So that's a little bit of how I would kind of answer that. But like I said, this is a different game. I'm still trying to figure this out and how to do this in front of all you guys while still being valuable, while still providing some aspect of a perspective, and also making it fun, because trading is supposed to be fun. And I love coming on and, shooting the shit with everyone and just having fun with this is kind of part of why I do it. And, I still can be who I am and trade the way I know I I do off camera at times because I've done it on camera too.
That is great. We are just about out of time here. Emery, 30 seconds if you want to close that. If he did what you wanted, 30 seconds, and then I'm going to close the segment out.
Absolutely. Nick, I just want to say thank you again, because it's great picking your brain, and it's great that you're open to answering questions that are sometimes really hard, right?
Yep.
And we're all on the journey. If Charlie Munger were still alive and you had him in a chair and you were asking him a question, he would say, I'm still on the journey. I've got my next book to read here. I've got my next report to study. We're in a constant state of improvement and just self-discovery. And just getting you to share that with us means a ton. I appreciate it greatly. Thanks so much for coming on.
Amazing.
No problem. We'll have to do this again. This was fun.
Yeah,
absolutely.
sure.
Nick, we appreciate you coming on here, and the sacrifice is losing those couple of 20-point moves that you had to pay attention to chat during the fast markets, but we certainly appreciate your attendance and everything you do here for the community. You're an excellent trader, and sharing is just A+ sharing. And Emery, this was your idea for this A+ segment, which is great. This is part 2. The last one was on Friday, so back to our YouTube channel on TopstepTV on Topstep.com, YouTube, and watch the first one. Yeah, that was great. So this is kind of the second half, the pseudo second half. Appreciate both of you for being on here. We got to kick that over to the next segment. Reminder, tomorrow we have Jerome Powell speaking at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. We have the Jolts coming out at 9 a.m. Central Time. But right now, we have Dobie. Dobie's taking over the reins. He's taking over the driver's seat. We have Gabe. Always interested in hearing how he's doing on his road to funding story. And we have Ray T. Ray is R-E-Y. Ray T. joining as well.
Who's Robert?
And he's gone.
Robert is missing, but I think he was finishing up, guys. I think he was finishing up. So into the void, I will shout. We'll be back right after this with Ray T, Dolby Time, and Gabe. Sayonara.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to hashtag Power Hour. We got Gabe and we got Ray. Ray, you've become quite the frequent flyer here on TopstepTV. I want to welcome you to Power Hour, one of the most chaotic and interesting times to trade. We also have Gabe on his road to funding. And we got Ray T, who's actually a live funded trader at Topstep. I just saw his account balance, but I'm not going to say what it is. If he wants to say what it is, he can say it. But it looks pretty damn good. Ray, welcome to Power Hour. How are we doing today?
Thank you. A pleasure to be back here. I'm bell to bell every day, so I'm happy to be able to now make it to Power Hour. So I'm pretty excited.
That's awesome. And I heard you are going to take a little vacation here, and I'd like you to kind of explain what you're doing with your live account while you go on that vacation.
Yeah, absolutely. So I decided to, after I took a payout, I promised my wife that we're going to take a vacation because she was the one who told me, hey, man, if you want to leave the college for a bit just to focus on trading, do it. I trust you. So because of the payout, I was like, we're going on vacation. So what I did with the my life on the account, it was that lately I have had a really rough time trading. And the last 2 weeks, I don't know, for some reason, my zones doesn't work, or like I get to stop out and then but the prices are going to the direction that I thought it was gonna go to. For some reason, I have also overtrade too, and I haven't I haven't controlled my risk management. I haven't have a good risk management either. So I was like, on July, I really don't want to touch my live account. I don't want to be in shoulder tab. So I called the risk team, and I was like, hey, I really don't want to trade my live account during my vacation. So I bought a new combine, and I'm just trading that right now because I'm gonna be like Michael. I'm gonna be trading in the side node too. But yeah, absolutely, that's something that everybody should take advantage of if you're in a live funded account, and for some reason trading is not going that well. Maybe you could go to a combine. Maybe pause your live account for a little bit, so that way you are no risking real money in real markets. So there's no need for it.
Dude, I love to hear it. Given the risk, call a team to let us know you're going on vacation and to lock the account. No one should be trading it. Also, you have a wife who supports your trading, so I mean that's already a win right there. That's pretty incredible. Gabe,
Absolutely.
Gabe, how are we doing with this this account right now? We got Gabe's Road to Funding. It's one of the segments that we have here. Our buddy Gabe, producer and trader for TopStep in a trading combine and trying to get funded. So where are you currently at?
I am $90 down on the 100K combine right now. So I was up 750 last week towards the end. Made a couple mistakes, over traded just a little bit, and didn't really execute my process well. You know, once again, still getting the hang of being on air and trading. I do fairly well when I'm just by myself, able to kind of just focus and lock in on what I'm looking to do and have my plan in front of me. And then, you know, I'm always bouncing into the chat and hanging out with people and talking charts, and I'm just getting the hang of things still. But I love being here. Grateful to be here another day with you guys, and good to see everybody in chat. And yeah, just gonna see if we can find a trading opportunity today.
Perfect. That is awesome. And we are here for Power Hour. Got about 15 minutes left, so let's get to the charts. Does anybody have a position on right now?
I do have a position in the NQ long right now.
Okay. What where'd you get in at?
I have two contracts at 19942.5. And my target is 255.5.
Oh wow, you are well in the money. You're almost up like 100 points in this, are you not?
Yes, I'm right now 88 points, 90 points right now.
Whew.
So my target is 115 points. Yes.
Wow, what patience and discipline. And this is for your trading combine, right?
Yes.
Oh, that is a hell of
So
a
I
trade.
personally like to, yeah, I personally like to, yeah, I personally like to pass my combines kind of fast, just because I personally have my strategy already. I have my risk management as well, even though if I sometimes don't follow it, but pretty have the idea. Although I recommend for everybody, if you're new to this, please don't do this. Like, don't follow me on this. If you haven't passed a combine before, don't go the first time just for it. Just because, take your time. Risk management, that's the key to success.
Yeah. Could not have said it better myself. Gabe, are you looking for any trades currently? You got your own account here. I have a personal account. I'm trying to trade some micros in. If I can see something, I'll take something, but NQ's breaking out, so I'll wait. Gabe, any trades or anything, any markets you're looking at right now?
I mean, I've just got the NQ pulled up, so just looking at the 1 hour time frame. Had a really nice breakdown of structure this morning, wiped out the low from the 26, which was around 19,872-ish, and tapped into this little 1 hour demand zone that I have marked out at 19,838. I didn't get into any trades today just because, once again, my focus is trying to keep my trading to on air. That way, you guys can kind of see what's going on. And sitting in a supply area right now, we have a nice little drop-based drop that we're tapping back into. Got a nice little reaction to this last hour. Sitting back in that 20,036 to 20,073 level. We do have a break to a new high. So I will say, like, the structure that I'm looking at on the 1 hour time frame does look like we have broken out of that little kind of downtrend that we had. I can pull up my path here. So, you know, we had a little bit of a range develop, and then we had a breakdown of that this morning. So obviously now we have made a higher high. I wouldn't mind seeing a short potentially develop here, maybe to make a possible higher low. And then take us, you know, higher either later, like tonight or tomorrow, potentially. But knowing we made a higher high, I do want to kind of lean more neutral right now, just because I couldn't stay with that short bias anymore, knowing that we've broken that structure. So I'm kind of at a neutral standpoint. I mean, the daily time frame, if you're looking at the bigger picture, and I was looking at a stat the other day. I don't know who brought it up, but July, like the first half of July, tends to be pretty bullish I'd have to go back and see if I can find that data.
Yeah,
So,
so I took the first 2 weeks. Yeah, correct.
yeah, first 2 weeks, I have to find that source, obviously, to feel really good about sharing that with everybody. But in general, obviously, do your own research, do your own due diligence on your charts, and develop your own plan. But I'm, knowing that we're kind of hovering in this little daily range, we don't really have a breakout to the upside or the downside. I feel like we're going to deal with some chop until we get some conviction in one direction or the other.
One Direction, that is a band I have not heard in a long time. I did just get a message from Tim, and unfortunately, Dakota is canceling slow markets for tonight. So if you planned on attending, please do not attend because no one is going to be there. But Dakota has canceled slow markets for tonight, unfortunately. So I wonder actually when he's going to do it again. To be honest, maybe tomorrow he'll be back, but we'll get an update and keep y'all posted. While we're all kind of between trades right now, Gabe, do you want to tell the people about hashtag Power Hour?
Absolutely. So if you guys don't already know, we are on X, or formerly known as Twitter, and this morning we featured some fast market submissions. But if you have any, trader wins from today, maybe you've just been absolutely killing it, and you want to share some tick picks with us, and any Topstep gear or swag that you have, battle station picks, funded certificates, pretty much anything, memes, trading related memes, of course, anything you guys really want to have us potentially see and feature on there, just go ahead and use the hashtag Power Hour and make sure you tag Topstep. And we'll be scraping Twitter here very shortly to feature in the back half of this segment. So looking forward to see what y'all come up with.
Sweet. I know we have Carl Hungus apparently coming in a little bit later, who's one of our meme lords here, along with, I believe it's a Lost Trader as well. We have quite the collection of artistes now on social media. So looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Ray, can I get your target again for your NQ trade, just so I can play along at home here?
It's gonna be in the 20,055.5.
55.5. Ooh, man, we got real close to that. I'm like four
I
and a half
know,
points
right?
away.
And
So you're holding
actually,
this
yeah, I
thing.
was.
Yeah, can you explain
Yeah,
that?
yeah. So I'm basically holding this trade maybe until the end of the day if happens, right? But so the idea, if you go to my chart, is that there's a trend line in the daily time frame, and what happened on, I believe, Friday is that we had 3 days going up, and if you have seen me before in power players, you know that my rule is always 3 days in one direction, and maybe we get a break. So that's what we did on Friday, and you saw the big red candle, right? And then the Nasdaq being Nasdaq, you're just trying to go back again. So I'm not gonna fight the bulls, so I just joined the trend.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean,
yeah,
the trend was strong today.
Yeah. But it has been hard for me these last 2 weeks just because the range. Maybe my strategy is more directional than range bound. So that's actually a great opportunity for me to start learning different markets and how to adjust myself. Because I experienced the same thing back in January, that it was also a little rangy too. And I noticed that. So now that I notice it back again, I have to start getting a statistic on new things,
That's right.
I think we might have lost your charts, Ray, if you want to check to see if those are sharing.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's see if we can get those back. In the meantime, I'm going to try to work some bids in ES, or in MES, I should say, and see if I can get filled on a little stop run of our current 5-minute range. This is a personal live account provided by Topstep, and I'm going to try to get it to at least a plus $1,000 P&L before I start going to E-minis. So I'm going to stick with the micros for now, and then I'll try to scale it up to the E-minis later. I think we're currently up like $6 in this account. I have not traded in quite a while, but I do love a good 5-minute range, and that is starting to appear in the ES. What else are y'all trying to see here in these markets? Are we trying to make for new highs? Is that what the guesstimate is? Chat, if you have any ideas, feel free to put in your ideas as well. Love seeing what chat has to say about things.
I do have a positive expectation for new all-time highs, just because of the 2 weeks statistic. It's just that it's just statistical. It's not that it's gonna happen every time, but the statistic is there. I like statistics, so I'm hoping to see new all-time highs before the 2 weeks mark. That's my expectation.
Okay.
I could be wrong, and that happens a lot. So
I'll take 50% in trading. I mean, 50% in trading can make you a millionaire if your risk is good enough and you don't overmanage your positions. But if y'all got any trades going on, please let us know in chat or on Power Hour here. Since I'm doing something a little bit different today. House account is already up about $9,000. A hell of a trading session by the team this morning. I think they held that trade for somewhere between like 45 minutes to an hour. So really impressive hold time in there. Ray, I don't know if you missed it, but they all got long around, what's it, 55.10 in the ES, an absolutely bonkers entry. Very, very good.
Hey, Dolby, I would like to comment something about something that you mentioned about the statistic of a 50%, right? So if you have a statistic edge that says that you are going to be correct, for example, 70% of the time, right? What tends to happen, and it happened to me, and that's why I want to share with everybody in the chat right now or watching TopstepTV, is that what often happens is that if you get it right one time, you feel confident, you feel good. Then second time, you're feeling more confident, more good. And then the third time, you're more energy. And then it comes, let's say the fourth time, and the statistic says that you're going to be wrong sometimes. And what happens is that people, the times that they're going to be wrong, they just over leverage just because of that confidence that built up. They just forget about the risk management and they just throw the whole account out of the window, right? So please have in mind that every statistic, every edge has a failing rate, right? And if you don't manage your risk during that failing percentage, you're gonna lose everything that you made the days before. So, and that had happened to me, and so I don't want that to happen to anybody here. So please, risk management. That has been the hardest things for me. So, and I'm pretty sure that might be somebody in the chat, might be one person. Maybe I'm the only one that has problem with the risk management. Who knows? But I hope we encourage you that don't give up.
Definitely do not give up with trading, because then you're kind of giving up on yourself, and that's no fun. And trading's a hell of a challenge. So definitely stick with it. Definitely try to manage some risk. That's probably the most important thing is risk management. It does not matter how small or large your account is. The market is big enough to take all of your money. Just ask Archegos or what's it, Long-Term Capital, or a myriad of other hedge funds and firms that have had billion-dollar balance sheets and have lost some of it or maybe even all of it. So risk management is definitely a skill that you want to start developing ASAP. ASAP. Gabe, how's your risk management on a scale from 1 to 10?
I find myself getting tempted to throw too much size on. I'd say like a 6 or a 7. Getting better about it. Yeah, getting better about it.
Awesome. It's even easier with Topstep X and the lockout button. Ray, is that something that you use here? Lockout button?
So I haven't, no, because we don't have it in Ninja Trader. But I'm actually considering trying Topstep X just because of that feature. Because sometimes even the strongest wheel, is breaking. So, so having that feature, exactly. Having that feature, I mean, it's priceless. Like for example, I can actually give a real example, right? On Friday, I was able to see my live account actually up a lot of money, right? 6,000, somewhere around there. Then he went to 8, and I was feeling so confident. But guess what happened at the end? DLL, right? Because I all the confidence, I put it in front, and I forgot about risk management. So hope that doesn't happen to people. If you have advantage that you are in Topstep X, I mean, take advantage of the lockout button, and save your money, keep your money. Better said.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of risk management, I am long one MES at 55.26 evens. I will try to add a second at 55.24 evens, and then if that gets filled, I will be done adding to this trade. Maybe I'll add some to the upside if I can, but I am trying to buy the bottom of this kind of 1 hour range low that I have marked on my chart, which is 55.25 and a quarter. Big fan of ranges, and this is the bottom of a range. Really hoping this ends up finding some buyers here. We will see. I never get to choose. Looks like it's heading lower, so this might be kind of a DOA type of trade. As we mentioned earlier, range trades, either you look like an absolute genius or an absolute idiot. There is no in between, and it looks like I might be the latter here, with ES rolling over almost instantaneously.
Also selling.
And me getting stopped out for $56. That was quick, but that's how most range trades go, to be honest. Most range trades will kind of get stopped out super fast because that means the range broke. So that took all of about three minutes for me to get stopped out of that one. That's okay, though.
Peak efficiency.
Peak efficiency, right? It's like ripping the Band-Aid off. So we'll try to reassess and maybe find another one here. I don't really want to lose more than $100 a day in this account, so we'll play with about 44 left and see how it goes, but pretty vicious move in the ES here.
Yeah, I mean, we just made a break below a little trend line that we had at play in the last few higher lows on the lower time frame, looking at a 1 minute chart. I wouldn't mind catching a long if we can make it down to like 977.5. Maybe bring us back into range. But knowing that, I mean, the reason why I'd be looking, I mean, one, I'm a little more neutral, right? So I'm probably going to try to play both sides since I really don't have a full bias and we're kind of bouncing between supply and demand right now at the current moment. If we get some actual direction, we can solidify like a real directional bias. But for right now, I mean, we just made a lower high and now we've made a lower low on the 1 minute. So possibly, maybe look at a short off of this little supply that caused a breakout lower at 20,016 to 20,026. I could look at a little retest up to that imbalance and then head back down. But if we end up visiting demand first, I'll take a stab at a little long to bring us back up into that range.
Nice. Looks like we got some trader ideas here. Looks like that trade would have been better on NASDAQ than it would have been on ES, but it is what it is. Caesar in chat, it was bottom of the 1 hour range is what I was trying to get. So 5 minute range setup, one of my favorite setups. And then we had a 1 hour range 1 hour range low at around 55.25. So I was trying to grab that on a stop run and I was the liquidity. So we'll see if this ends up going back to the upside again. Fun times. We love trading. Ray, you're still in your trade, right?
Absolutely. I'm gonna go or break even or take profit. Either way. And that's something that I believe Hoag has said before, that you don't become any smarter in a trade. So before starting a trade, I just set my parameters. What I'm gonna do, if I'm gonna be exiting when it breaks the EMA or exiting in a TP, and you have to be pretty responsible. If you said that you're gonna exit in a TP, I mean TP is gonna be. If you said it's gonna be in the breakout EMA too. But at the same time, flexible. If you see the market going range bound, you have to adapt to it, right? Adaptability, right?
Yeah, definitely. I love how you're managing this trade. I think we have some time here. We got Ray in a position. Gabe and I are currently flat. I'm down $56 off of a kind of a stop run, kind of nasty, but it is what it is. But we got quiz winners, something that I know chat has
Sure
been
do.
dying to see. So Jack, if you got them, show them.
Old Jackie P is back behind the box where he belongs. So here are your quiz winners. 2 groups, 80 total. Here's one. Dr. Ben, a little too saucy for TV. It wasn't an automatic ban. You still won, but be the change you want to see. These are the first 40 alphabetically. All right. You can utilize the pause function on your YouTube machine. Here are the other 40. Pork chop. Llama Del Rey is back.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, that's a good one. Plum tart.
Nice
See, that's a nice.
nice
Dr.
wordplay.
Ben, plum tart. That's a nice name. Your name's not. Okay, those are your quiz winners.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And then let us know when we get hashtag Power Hour stuff. Jack, do you want me to grab that, or do you want to grab it? James has been grabbing it recently.
John Doherty is in the trenches of
Ooh.
Twitter. He's going to get
man.
it for us.
Bless your heart, Mr. Doherty. That is quite the jungle out there. So we got 28 minutes left here for these markets. Wickedly range bound. As probably Tim would say. Tim's from Boston. He says wicked frequently. So, Tim, if you're listening, that one was for you, buddy. That one was for you. And if anyone in chat has a trade, let us know what you got. How are you playing these ranges today? Are you playing them successfully? Not so successfully? You trading the ES? You trading the NQ? Let us know. But, man, if I had just taken that trade in NQ instead of ES, it would have been great. It's like same formation, but one had a stop run and one didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at ES, but was the range wider on NQ?
That's pretty
similar.
No, it just wasn't a 5-minute range. I like the 5-minute range better. It's like on a 30-minute range, I'd say. So 30-minute range in NASDAQ is 19,984 and 3/4 up to like 20,046 evens. So maybe that would have been.
Okay. All right, so I just got triggered in a short. Got back up into that imbalance. I came back into 20,016, trading a little bit higher into the high teens, now the 20s. I'm going to probably average myself in there 5, potentially. Then I'll keep the stop probably right around 30.
Okay. I had to take
Be
off
about
my shades.
14 handles.
20,000, 21 evens?
I just got averaged into 5 at 21. Yep. So now I am short 10 MNQ at 18.5. And I'm going to go ahead and put my stop up in the 30s.
Cool.
We're trading with some momentum right now, though, so could potentially get stopped out. This might be a quick little loss.
It's okay. You can join my club of quick losses. Water's warm. Totally fine.
Yeah.
Although
you can do
I got
that,
ran, and that sucks. Just totally ran me. That's such a bummer. Ray, how often does that happen? You get a little stop run on your trades, goes in your favor.
The last 2 weeks, I have only had one good trading day that I could say that didn't happen, and that was the day that I made it to the top of the live on that account. But besides that, I don't know, for some reason, I have been the liquidity for all the market makers. And for you, the interns in the chat, I'm not going to give up, all right? So I'm going to stay trading. So all the interns from Goldman Sachs looking at me in the chat, I'm not going to give up yet. Not yet.
That is right. Stick it to them. Can't stop
Alrighty,
buying Goldman
hopefully-
interns.
That I can relate to there, Ray. I just became liquidity for the longs here.
And
Got
now
stopped out
it's
of
gonna
that
start
one.
going your way. You will see.
Right. Well, we still could,
Yeah.
could make a lower high. Granted though, I was
true.
trading my process, so I found a quality, supply imbalance. Had some nice momentum. We broke below a prior low. Obviously, I was going with that little short-term possible bias of making a lower low if we were to continue with that direction. But buyers took us a little higher. Had my stop where I wanted it, and down 242. So see what we come up with here. But yeah, like you're saying here, we as soon as I get stopped, we start going back
You
to
see?
where I entered.
Yeah, actually, my brother was he's kind of fairly new to trading too, and he was telling me this morning the same thing that happened to him in gold this morning, and I was like, "Hey, man, just welcome to the team. You're not gonna be the only one, and it won't be the last time. So
Yeah.
just accept it as a thing of trading, There you go. Look at that movement right there.
Looks like we've got a special
He's like giving
guest
20 sometimes.
in the room here. I'm not sure what time we can bring him in, but sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned.
I can
Thought
bring
it
him
was-
in.
Thought it was Rick Rubin for a second, but it is in fact not Rick Rubin. Let's see if we can get him. Hey,
my
look,
doppelganger.
look at this guy. The meme
You go,
lord
guys.
himself, Carl Hungus. Welcome to
How you doing, Ray?
hashtag Power Hour. Might be displaying some of your artwork later today. How have you been trading
Yeah,
today?
that's what I hear. Today's been a mixed bag. I've been up, down. I've been getting chopped around a little bit. What did I finish? I had a trade on a second ago. I took a little bit of a short when I'm down 155 in a combine. So just not my day today. Yeah, no. I've been playing them tight. I have 4 of my combines are up 400. One's up 500. One's up 200. This one was up 90. Now it's down 155. So. My Express account not doing so well though. That's down 700.
Ouch.
So that's why I'm pushing the brakes, waiting to get another combine pushed across the line so I can get another 50K XFA. They're just tight. For me on the downside, I like a little bit more downside, like 1,000, 1,500, but we're working with it.
Trading some micros over there.
Yeah, doing micros, MNQs, MES a little bit. I still like silver a lot. SIL, I'll trade.
Oh, nice.
I didn't trade it today though. Yeah. I've been liking. So I like the metals a lot. Even copper. I traded copper when it broke the highs. So yeah, I'm bullish on metals.
Yeah, copper was a pretty hot market for a little bit. I think we're not really talking about it all that much right now, but maybe that's something we get back into the swing of. Although, is that one of those markets that closes at like 130 or something? Did he freeze? Is he gone? He's frozen.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
no!
that's a nice little headshot, though. I want to screenshot that.
Wait 1 second.
Let me for him.
As long as we're here, we got to get that up real quick.
Yeah,
Such a lovely headshot.
really is. I'm gonna go one up on Carl Hungus's frozen face. I think that'd be good TV.
Let me see where
It's
this
a great
is.
picture. Well, let's see.
Where are you? Oh, there he is. Okay, here we go.
Look at that.
Majestic.
Really,
I wish
really,
Majestic.
Really, truly.
I really wish I looked that good when I'm frozen in VMix.
Yeah, right. I mean,
All
that's
right,
good
we're gonna
stuff
get
right
Carl
there.
out of here. Hopefully he gets back.
We enjoyed your presence for while it lasted, Carl. That was maybe the quickest in and out we've ever had.
Hey, Dolby, how do you do it with range markets? How do you do it? Do you have a strategy, a specific way that you look at it, the markets?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Ranges. I trade, whether it's ranges or even trending, I'll still try to find a range. So basically, if I want to swap to my chart real quick, I can just do a quick little rundown. So what I try to do pretty much is start at the daily and like see whatever the biggest range is. So you can kind of take some liberties on how you want to do it. Like, do you want to include the wicks or do you not want to include the wicks? I'll try to like round it to whatever like the most encompasses like the best feel or vibe of that range. So I'll start at the daily, go to the 4 hour, then I'll mark more stuff. So here we go. So you might see in my chart sometime like here's 4 hour RH range high. Let's do 4 hour range low, go down to the 1 hour. Oh, hey, look, there's a 1 hour range, 1 hour range low. And then we can do a 1 hour range high. And then this is like how I'm just going to get my levels. From there, 30 minute, 1 hour, pretty much the same. 15 minute, pretty much the same. 5 minute, pretty much the same. And then what I want to try to see is if I can get like another like 5 minute range within like a 1 hour range. And that provides really good opportunity. Or if it doesn't form, what you can try to do is just put in like limit orders to buy the bottoms and try to maybe like dollar cost average or add into a range below. So if I grab a box, where's my box at? There's a hotkey. Oh, here it is. Cool. So like, for example, like this range between 980 and like 960, we could theoretically, place a couple bids below the range, hoping we get a stop run down, and then it moves back up within range. So that's like the general idea. And then I got my nice levels on the chart, 4 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. And I want to try to find a way to trade around those levels because that's where other big market participants are playing. And then is try to get my setup. So if I can get a 1 minute or a 5 minute range, that's what I prefer is the 5 minute. Then I can just set my stop on the outside of that. And then I'm pretty much good to go. So I got my level that the market has respected. And then I have my setup for execution. Third part is just trying to figure out what direction you want to play it. And that's how you can go from like a large time frame, like, oh, we're making higher lows. So then I'll just default to getting long or something. I don't want to try to like overthink it too much. I do want to try to get with the trend as much as possible. And then, for example, if we're doing like uptrending markets, you can still try to find a 5 minute range or a 15 minute range and then buy the bottom of that and the market can uptrend away. So that's pretty much it. I mean, it's not complicated. I think the hardest part, honestly, is more of like position management and just being able to sit into the trade because the trade could take an hour, maybe 2 hours because it's a range. So you're just waiting for it to play out and that's it. So it does take some discipline to do, but that's trading. But that's it in a nutshell. Super easy.
Awesome. So do you go for the streams of the range, or do you have a time stop, or how do you once you're in the trade, how do you manage a trade in the sense of like by points, ticks?
Yeah. So let's say theoretically we're just working with a 1 hour, this 1 hour range low, 1 hour range high. I have this fib that I modified, so it just displays like the 0-1500. So let's say theoretically we were able to get into a long at like 984 and a quarter. Playing the entire range, I want to see if we can get back to the midpoint, which would be 20,013. So that'd be about, say, 25 points. And then I want to hold the rest for a high of range, which would be 20,048. And if there's enough contracts, so anything 3 or higher, I'd want to hold for the extension out of the range. So that way you kind of get like a little bit of everything.
Good.
Yeah, it just takes a long time. But I mean, you sit in trades as well. So, it does require a certain personality type, like any strategy does. There are people who like scalping. There are people who like sitting in trades. Some hate sitting in trades, like pumps up their heart rate and they get anxious. So if you are a more patient trader, you like sitting in trades and you don't want to take a ton of trades, I think range trading is great because it offers really concise and clear risk. And you can kind of just sit in the trade and let it play out. But I will tell you from personal experience, I have lost way more money over managing trades than I have had on outright losers. So being able to let these play out is crucial to making sure your P&L is going to look good at the end of the day. I left far much more money on the table over managing positions than I have had outright losers, and it's not even close. Carl Hungus is back. I see him in the green room. Can't believe we kicked out Rick Rubin and kind enough to come back. Hey, what up, Carl? Is your mic working? You're on air right now. You're live on TopstepTV.
That beard's working.
There we
Yeah,
go.
beard is working really good.
Yeah, we
Hey,
had
there
to
we go.
moisturize the beard. We had to get it all straight. Wasn't fit for TV yet.
It was perfect. Perfect. JD, do we have a hashtag power hour? We got Carl here.
Yeah, I saw that Carl actually sent in a project he's been working on.
Oh, we got all of it.
Something to talk about with us here. And then I think JD sent a few in as well, which is great.
Yeah,
So we should
yeah.
have those ready to go.
I haven't even. Yeah, here, Carl. I haven't looked at this yet. I'm just going to put it on the screen. I trust you.
Go for it.
And you explain it. Let's go. What we got?
Well, we got our boys JD taking over at Hindsight Capital with the private client group. Okay, Upper Crust Capital, and they bring the heat. They are making that dough rise daily for their clients, day in and day out. And trust me, this man handpicked all these people. JD knows a crew when he sees it. Okay, and $50 is always $50. Whether it's sister out, doesn't matter. JD, challenge is on though. We're gonna get the challenge set up. Yeah. But make no mistake, every one of these people are handpicked by JD himself. Pretty obvious.
This is
salad hands. Amazing.
This is definitely the team I needed.
That's right. The can of soup. We got Dolby can of soup. We got Dak Hams over there. Jade.
I love it.
We got more hands. We got more hands to put on people. Don't worry, Jack. Be careful.
Perfect. Well, JD, we got some other things you sent in. If you want to walk through them, first we got.
Hope none of those other guys get stale on the job. Oh, the stop predator. We were talking about predator algos, and Hoag apparently is the stop predator.
That is true. Yeah, he is.
Thank you, 138 Trading. Well done.
New
I've
faces.
seen him cover himself in mud and get down.
Patak, I am short 20 lots. The trading executioner MP, lightning speed.
That's sweet. Is that must be AI, right? That thing looks slick.
What gives it away?
Thank goodness for AI.
What gives it away?
All right, some power hour content. We've got Ronald H. Looks like he's short ES right now. He was up a little bit a few minutes ago. He'll be still in the see if he took some profits. Maybe he'll follow up with a second meme on that one. We got a couple trader setups.
Ooh.
Nicely done by Tyler High Roller. Great name.
Got a Lambo on the desk. Nice.
Living the dream over there.
Oh, yeah.
And Lucas, trading in the dark.
This is what Andre's setup should look like. the inside of Tau. I love it.
This is probably
That's right.
to tap.
A bottle service. Yeah, that's pretty good.
He's a loafer in the upper crust team. It's a crummy job.
Is that all of them?
Yeah.
That's all we got. That's all we got.
Sweet. Thank you all so much for your submissions. That was hashtag Power Hour. JD, thank you for grabbing that stuff. And Ray and Carl, have you guys met before? First time on together?
Sure. First time.
First time.
I was going to say, Ray might remember, but I don't know. The gummies hit kind of hard sometimes, so, you know.
I actually love the memes. Since actually I got one time I got robbed. They took my cell phone, and from that point on, every time I found good memes, I save it on my phone. So my philosophy is, if I get my cell phone robbed again, they're gonna have a good time with my memes, man. So
there you go.
A few of Carl's. Yeah.
I took the short of 2017 with some micros on M&Q.
Okay.
Oh,
Where'd you stop at there, Carl?
Okay.
Wow, yeah, you're keeping it real tight, man. That was like what, like 5
From your
points?
word to Goldman's ears, Carl. Well done.
You said it aloud.
Yeah, it's over.
We got some. If you're interested, IBMOCs. Hello, you there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We're interested.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I was wondering if I was just talking to myself. We've got the S&Ps. 1,199,000,000 to the buy side. NASDAQ, 613 million to the buy side. Dow, 567 million to the buy side. And the Mag 7, 468 million to the buy side. This is what we're getting here right now. Like I said, once again, these fluctuate, but that's what we've got right now. Back to you guys.
I just want to say that there's a downward channel in the 2-minute time frame in the Nasdaq. It just right now just went up and just topped the upper end of that channel. So I'm just hoping for it to break at some point and hopefully TP.
Yeah,
maybe.
we're still
Who
waiting
knows?
for your 55s, right? So chat,
I know, right?
raise 20,000, what, 55.50 or just 55 evens?
55.50.
Cool. So Carl, he has been long since what, 10:30 this morning, right? About?
Yes, you're right.
That is
Yeah, I had long earlier down there too.
incredible. So I got a question for you, Ray. You've been sitting in this trade for, I don't know, basically like an eternity. What was your logic and what was going through your head when we started getting those triple bounces off of 19,980? Because you were long, what, like 930-ish? What's up on the screen right now? 942.
942.
Yeah, so 42.
Yes. So what I looked
sweet.
at, what I noticed is that, we're breaking out of the downward channel, so hopefully it holds. But crazy enough, I had a couple of stops there too because he was like dancing through the prior low of the day. It was just dancing and dancing, and just at some point I was like, had one stop, and I was like, nah, man, I don't want to deal with this. But then once he crossed the 200 EMA in the 2-minute time frame, I saw some consolidation there, accumulation there, and I was like, maybe this is the time where I could enter a trade long, and I don't have a problem holding the trade for a long, long time. All right, we're going for my TP, hopefully.
Let's go. Everyone get out and push.
All right. Then you start going down. Nah. Oh man. He's just crazy, man.
You got to get 6 more points here for Ray. Well, now it's a little bit more. Now it's closer to 12.
You
It's the
see-
NASDAQ, and it moves real fast.
Yeah, the only thing you can do is just laugh because if I start taking it personal, man, I'm gonna go crazy. But after I saw that consolidation above the 200 EMA and above the 20 EMA in the 2-minute time frame, I was like, this might be a good opportunity, and I like to have wide stops just because if you're trading the Nasdaq, probably is gonna try to make a fake out, and then it start going to the right direction, right? So I just placed my order there, and I was like, I'm hoping for the best and prepare for the worst. So
that's and hey, let the market do all the hard work, man. Let the market do the hard work.
You got this.
Let's go. Chat. We need your help. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Hey,
There you go. We
let's
did it. We
go.
did it. Thank you.
Let's go, Ray.
Good
That's a hell of a trade. So can you recap that trade for us? What was your entry and what was your exit?
Well, I don't have a mark now. So my exit, I know it was 20,055.50, and my entry was. Now I don't remember what number it was. When you're sitting in the trade for that long, it's like you kind of forget where you're at.
Yeah, right.
And let me see if I
42s,
can find. Yeah, 42.
Around like
42.
10:30. Yeah, so you were in at around like 10:30 Central Time. So what is that hold time? 3. Oh my, that's like 5 hours. Wow, that's like ridiculous hold time. That's incredible, incredible stuff. Live funded trader. This is a live funded trader, but you pulled that off in your trading combine, but you know what you're talking about. You have a real solid balance in that live funded account that you got from TopStep. Carl, you still looking for trades? We got 5 minutes left in the in this power hour session.
We're looking to lose some money, sure.
Money never sleeps. That is right. Market never sleeps. Really pushing to the upside.
That grind higher is devious.
If you want to play some hindsight. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. 59.
59.
So not looking great.
59's in the NQ.
Yep.
Kind of short. We're going to do some hindsight capital action. I got stopped out of my MES longs at 55.20. We're up a cool 18 points from there, about a 1.5 off from having a good entry. So live and learn. Every tick counts in trading. One tick is a difference between a winning trade and a losing trade. We have seen that on in the house account as well. Not recently, but a long time ago. There was a moment in which we were about a tick away from getting stopped out. It ended up being a big winner, which was pretty sweet. Gabe, you've been quiet, which probably means you might be in a trade. Are you in a trade right now?
I am. Yeah, I'm short. I got the same. I snagged the same entries as Carl. I'm feeling the same way right now. I'm feeling some heat at the moment. Taking quite a little bit of heat actually.
I'm hoping the high ADR holds. This was the ADR high, and was at 173. So I'm hoping this candle closes. This 1 minute candle closes, and we turn and burn from here. That's my hope.
All right. 3 minutes left. Y'all are just going straight octane here on a Monday. 3 minutes into close. The NASDAQ Power Hour holiday week. This is the type. This is what we want to see.
That's all I'm looking for, is this to flush out, recapture the candle. There was I call them vector candles. It's part of the system I trade, the hybrid system. And it's a 200% volume over the previous 10 candles. So that was just created on the 1 minute, on the 3 minute. 3 minute really looks good. And I would expect that to get recovered fully down to 0.44 before we close. That's my bet.
I mean, hey, listen, NASDAQ for Power Hour can move viciously. I mean, we've seen 30-point moves in minutes. Did you work on the Hybrid Theory album by Linkin Park, or unrelated to that?
Oh, no, it's actually a Topstep trader. This guy, Tino, he has Traders Reality as his website and a whole
cool.
following, but he trades for Topstep too. Yeah.
Oh, no kidding. I wonder if we can get him on. That sounds pretty awesome. What was his name again?
Oh, yeah, he's the EU guy, Tino from Traders Reality. And he has a big following on YouTube. That's how I found him. But his system was built for Forex and works in futures and all that stuff. So he has a whole suite of indicators on TradingView. So there we go. We're getting in profit, Gabe. 54s.
Yep. In profit.
Let's see.
See if it holds.
So from the system, the 3 minute candle looks like it's going to get fully recovered. If that gets recovered, I would look for it to come down to the pivot point, but we're running out of time. So
you have 40 seconds before it close. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is when the action really happens here.
Exactly.
40 seconds left.
And I just want to say for tomorrow.
No, go.
For tomorrow, the biggest challenge is going to be for my opinion, for the long side is going to be 20,126 to 20,273. There's a big supply right there that if we want to go for all-time highs, so we'll have to break that.
Okay,
so
hold on. I want to get
this down
for
tomorrow.
For the house account tomorrow. Hold on. I'm going to let MP know. So you said 20,100 to 20,273?
Yes, 20,126 to 20,273.
Awesome. Perfect. Mark those down. You're out.
200
Gabe
bucks.
is out.
Send it up.
$200.
Send
Great
it up.
trade. Gabe, what'd you get?
Up 18.
I am about to close it out now, and we're 355 on that. So chipping back away.
That's awesome. You two,
Made up for a
we're
little
all
bit.
out. Let's get Eddie in. Carl Hungus, I'm going to get you back for a longer slot. We will work on that, but thank you for
Thanks,
stopping
guys.
by. Eddie, take us away. First Monday of the week.
All right, y'all. Great session here. I hope that everybody did learn something. I did, and what a great group of people that we had here to end Top Step TV's Monday, July 1st. Let's take a look at tomorrow, what we've got for the breakfast buffet, and it doesn't look like much, maybe some cold cereal. 7:55, we got the Red Book. Okay, Red Book coming out here. 8:30, Paul will be speaking. What he's going to be speaking about is as good a guess as you can make. We'll find out tomorrow at 8:30. Also, 9 o'clock, we got Jolt's job openings, total vehicles. Coming in at 9:10, we got the tips. And scrolling down, that is going to be it for the economic numbers. Tomorrow, headlining here, we're going to, Hoagland and myself, we're going to open up the show, fire up the machine, 8 o'clock Central Time. And we got Rip's going to join us here coming into Fast Markets. We'll have MP, Coach Dakota, and Rips, power players. Remember, tomorrow is the 2nd of July. And we've been talking about Brett Steenbarger going to join us. Now, this is going to be something you do not want to miss. Set your calendars, set your alarms, and make sure that you're here 11 o'clock Central. We've got Anne-Marie, Brett Steenbarger, Hoag, Coach Ray, and Coach Vince. And we had put the link out for any questions you did have. Stick around. I'm going to post it in the chat one more time. If you do have any questions for Dr. Brett. Also, we will be having TopQuiz. We're just going to move that back a little bit at high noon. We've got also Jack and Mick for shoulder tap, JD Hoag for group coaching. Rotating segments, we got Coach Jay, Deanna, Robert, myself for market stalking with Deanna. And Power Hour is going to end the day here. Dolby, Gabe, Austin Silver, and Cami Capital is back with us. And just a reminder, today there will be no slow markets. Dakota is not going to have those tonight, but we do have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul right now. Also, we'll be having Coach Ray for a 6 o'clock volume profile, 7 o'clock technical analysis, chart candles with Coach Vince. So stick around for that. And hey, we love having you here and hope you enjoyed the day today, Monday, July 1st. So now it's time to log off. Okay, log off. You're done for the day. You did all you can. Okay. Next session's coming up at 5 p.m. So take a break. All right. You don't even have to go to that session because it's family time. Get time with the family. All right. So get some love to the ones that are closest to you. Get some rest, re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. See you tomorrow.